Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. It was mid-September, just starting to cool down from summer, but still warm enough in the afternoons to hike without layers. I had the weekend off, and I'd been meaning to check out this area I'd heard about through an old backpacking forum. A stretch of woods with a long-forgotten town at its center, a place that hadn't seen many visitors in decades. The few posts I found mentioned falling down cabins, rusted tools half swallowed by roots, and a faint footpath that was more suggestion than trail. It sounded perfect, remote, quiet, the kind of place where it felt like time froze. To get to the town, you had to follow an old logging road that hadn't seen vehicles in years, then bushwhack along a ridgeline until you hit a creek. That creek had no bridges, just 3 fallen trees you were meant to use as crossings. I had studied satellite maps ahead of time and made a mental note of the landmarks: a crooked pine tree, a pile of split granite, and then the crossings. It was a 5 or 6 mile trek in all, depending on how well you stuck to the overgrown trail. I left early, just as the sun started burning through the morning haze. I wore my usual gear: boots, moisture-wicking clothes, light pack with water, food, compass, headlamp, basic survival tools. Nothing heavy. The plan was to hike in, look around the remains of the town, maybe take a few photos, then head back before dark. I told a friend where I was going, even dropped a pin on a map for him. The first few miles were peaceful. Birds were active, squirrels darting across the path. The usual forest sounds. Once I reached the creek, I started using the trees as bridges, just like the old post described. The first one was broad and solid, easy to walk across. The second was narrower, but still fine if you took your time. The third was slicker, thinner, and leaned slightly downhill, so I took a few careful steps, crouching a little for balance, and made it across without trouble. That was when the air changed. It's hard to describe. I was about 5 miles in, maybe more. The forest felt heavier somehow. Not darker, not colder, just quieter. Less movement. Even the wind in the trees felt like it held its breath. But that happens in deep woods sometimes, especially in the fall. Sound doesn't carry the same. Everything feels still. About 10 minutes after the third crossing, I noticed something odd. A flash of color up ahead, maybe 20 yards or so off the trail. Bright blue, almost too blue for the woods. At first I thought it was trash, maybe a tarp or a jacket someone left behind. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't on the ground. It was a man. He was sitting in a tree, about 10 feet off the ground, cross-legged on a thick branch, just sitting there like it was the most normal thing in the world. He looked to be in his 60s at least, with a full head of white hair, neatly trimmed. His skin looked clean, his hands resting calmly on his knees. He wasn't wearing hiking gear or outdoor clothes. No boots, no jacket, not even socks. Just blue satin pajamas, like something out of a hotel or hospital. They shimmered slightly when the sun hit them through the branches. What hit me next was the laugh. He was laughing. Not loud, not deranged. Just this steady chuckle, deep and rhythmic. It wasn't a joyful laugh. It wasn't angry either. But it hit something deep in my gut. A warning signal. That laugh didn't belong out here. Not in this place. Not 5 miles into nowhere. Not from a man in pajamas perched on a tree branch like he'd been waiting for me. I slowed down but didn't stop. I didn't want to act afraid. I just kept walking, tried to keep my body relaxed. As I passed directly underneath him, I gave him a nod, like you might give someone in a park or along a sidewalk. Just a simple gesture. He kept laughing. That sound followed me for a few more steps. I didn't look back immediately. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't want to give him the satisfaction. Maybe I was afraid he'd be looking back down at me, still smiling. Then it stopped. Just like that. No tapering off. One moment he was laughing, and the next silence. I turned. He was gone. No sound of movement. No branches snapping. Nothing rustling. He was just gone, like someone erased him. The tree was still there, same thick branch. I scanned the forest floor, the bushes, the nearby trees. Nothing. No sign of him. No tracks. No disturbance. Just the forest. I stood there for a minute, trying to figure out what the hell just happened. I even called out, just once, just loud enough to feel like I wasn't ignoring something important. No answer. Eventually, I kept walking. What else could I do? I was too far in to turn back without at least finishing what I came for. But I kept looking over my shoulder every few minutes, ears tuned for any sound that didn't belong. The remnants of the town weren't much. A few collapsed shacks, some rusted bed frames, and cast iron stoves. One old cellar still had the doorway intact, though the inside was caved in. Nature had taken almost everything back. Roots twisted through what used to be foundations. Ivy climbed over the wooden remains. There were no signs anyone had been there recently. No boot prints, no trash. It felt like I was the first person in years to walk through it. Still, I couldn't shake that man from my mind. Something was off. I double-checked my water, made sure I had enough for the hike out, ate a protein bar, sat on a rock and listened. Birds had returned. I heard a few insects. Nothing unusual, but it all felt hollow, like I was watching a stage set for nature, not really living inside it. I didn't stay long, maybe half an hour. I took some photos, marked the location on my map, and decided to head back. The sun was still high, but I wanted to get back across that creek before light started to fade. Those logs would be harder to cross in the shade, especially if they got any slicker. The hike back was uneventful for a while. My boots crunched over dry leaves, the occasional bird startled and flew away. Normal forest stuff. But I kept seeing blue. Not the man again. Not full on, but flashes. A glimmer behind a tree trunk, gone before I could focus. A shimmer above a bush, like satin catching the light. Just at the edge of vision, just far enough to doubt. It wasn't constant. Maybe 5 or 6 times during the hike out. Enough to put a knot in my stomach. Each time, I stopped and waited. Listened. Nothing. Not even that laugh. That might have been worse, in a way. At least the laugh was something I could follow, something I could track. This was just absence, like he was gone but not really gone. When I reached the third log bridge, I slowed down. Checked the area around it carefully. Nothing out of place. I crossed, took my time. Made sure my footing was good. Then the second, then the first. No problems. I didn't relax until I was back on the old logging road. Even then, I kept checking behind me. Never saw him again. No one passed me on the way out. My car was right where I left it, undisturbed. That night, I couldn't sleep. My apartment felt too quiet. Every little creak in the building set me on edge. I kept replaying the moment he disappeared, trying to figure out how a full-grown man in bright clothing vanished without sound. The forest floor was covered in dry brush. You couldn't walk 5 steps without making noise. I didn't report it. What would I even say? A guy in pajamas laughed at me from a tree, then vanished? It didn't sound like anything anyone would care about, much less believe. I told a couple close friends. They laughed, said it sounded like a dream or a prank. Maybe someone had followed me out there. Maybe a squatter or some weird off-grid guy. But none of those explanations made sense. He was clean. Like not just not dirty, but clean. No mud on his legs, no leaves in his hair, no scratches on his feet. His pajamas looked ironed. His fingernails were manicured. He didn't fit the place. He didn't fit anything. And that laugh, it wasn't cruel. It wasn't fake. It was like he knew something I didn't. Like the whole hike, the town, the quiet forest. All of it was a joke only he understood. I haven't been back. I still hike, just not there. Not anywhere near those crossings. I think about it every so often, especially when I'm walking alone and the forest goes quiet. I check for flashes of color. Listen for that laugh. Never heard it again. I've told the story a few times, left out some details depending on the person. People like to fill in blanks with what makes sense to them. Drugs, dehydration, even hallucination. But I was fine. I was rested. I was prepared. That man was real, and he should not have been there. Whatever he was doing, whatever he was, I don't think I was meant to see it. Maybe I just walked through at the wrong time. Maybe he made a mistake by letting me see him. But that laugh still plays in my head sometimes. Not like a memory, more like a recording that plays itself when it wants to. And I wonder if maybe, just maybe, I was the one being watched the whole time. Not by something hiding in the trees, not by some ghost or monster. Just a man. A man in blue satin pajamas, sitting in a tree, laughing quietly as I passed by, knowing I would never understand why. When I was a little younger, maybe 14 or 15, I used to spend almost every free hour out in the woods behind our house. We lived way out in the country, at the end of a series of long back roads that were mostly gravel and potholes. No neighbors close by, just woods and pastures and old fence lines that seemed to stretch into forever. Our property went back a good bit, maybe 20 or 30 acres, and beyond that, the land kept going. It belonged to someone else, but it was wild and empty, and nobody ever came out that way. No signs, no fences, just more woods. That made it easy for me to treat the whole place like my own. I'd been slowly charting that forest for years. Not on paper or anything formal like that, just in my head. I knew where the thick pine groves were, where the deer trails ran, where old hunting blinds had rotted away into the ground. There were little clearings that filled with yellow flowers in spring, fallen trees big enough to walk across, and old dried-up creeks that only carried water after storms. I had a way of walking and looking, like I was always mapping the place in the back of my mind. When the weather was good, I was out there. My parents were used to it. As long as I was back by dark, nobody worried. We had a black lab named Sandy, and she followed me like a shadow anytime I stepped off the back porch. She was getting old even then, but she was sharp and loyal, and I liked having her with me. Coyotes were out there, and I'd even seen what I thought was a bobcat once, though it was from a distance. Still, Sandy made me feel a little safer. She was always quiet when we walked. She didn't bark unless something was truly wrong. It was sometime in mid to late September, or maybe even early October. I remember the air was cool but not cold. The leaves were starting to turn, patches of orange, red, and gold mixed with the green that hadn't let go yet. The sky was one of those pale autumn blues, the kind that makes everything look sharper. There wasn't a cloud anywhere, just that clean, crisp light that only comes that time of year. I left the house just after lunch. I remember that because I had a ham sandwich and chips, then filled my canteen before heading out. I told my folks I'd be out back for a while, and they just nodded. I had no real plan, just the idea to follow the main creek as far as it would take me. I'd walked it before, but never past a certain point. There was a spot where the ground turned soggy and the trees got thick, and usually I turned back there. But that day I felt like going further. Sandy came with me, tail wagging, leash clipped to her collar but slack in my hand. She always stayed close. We cut down the little path through the blackberry bushes, crossed the old stone fence, and made our way to the creek. It had rained a few days before, so the water was moving steadily, not a trickle like it was during dry weeks. The sound of it was nice, peaceful. We walked beside it, the ground soft under our boots and paws, leaves crunching just a little underfoot. I passed landmarks I knew, a big moss-covered boulder, the stump shaped like a chair, a tree with a lightning scar down the middle. Everything looked normal, familiar. The air smelled like leaves and damp bark, the kind of smell that settles into your clothes. There were birds here and there, squirrels skittering in the underbrush. Nothing strange. After maybe 30 minutes, we came to a part one hadn't seen before. The creek bent hard to the left, and the trees parted more than usual. I followed it, and just beyond that curve, the creek spilled out into a pool. It wasn't huge, maybe the size of a backyard pool, but it was still and black with silt. Downed trees lay half in the water, half on the banks, their bare roots clawing the air like fingers. Leaves drifted on the surface, orange and red against the dark water. It was a quiet spot. No frogs croaking, no birds chirping. Just the steady drip of water somewhere, and the sound of Sandy's breathing. I stepped around the edge of the pool, boots finding solid spots between mud and exposed roots. I wasn't sure why I wanted to go around it. Curiosity, I guess. I was looking for the source, maybe where the water fed in or out. But as I reached the far edge, I noticed something shift. Not like something moved in the trees or a breeze passed through. It was everything. Like someone had twisted a dial and changed the picture. The light looked off, too bright and too dim at the same time. The colors felt strange, almost too vivid in places and washed out in others. The air got warmer, not by a lot, but enough to notice. Even the sound of the forest seemed different, duller somehow. Muffled, like there was cotton in my ears. I remember blinking a few times, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. Maybe I was tired, but everything kept feeling wrong. The water, black and murky a moment ago, was suddenly clear. I could see all the way to the bottom, where stones and sand formed ripples and shapes. Fish darted through it. The trees around the edge were heavy with vines and thick green growth, more like something out of early summer than fall. I remember staring at a cluster of ferns that hadn't been there a second earlier. I didn't move. I just stood there, heart thumping in my chest, trying to make sense of it. I knew the woods. I knew how they looked and smelled and sounded. This wasn't right. It didn't make any sense. I could feel my skin prickling, my whole body tense without knowing why. There wasn't a noise or movement that triggered it. It was just the overwhelming sense that I was somewhere I didn't belong. Then I felt Sandy pulling. Just a little tug on the leash. Not frantic, not urgent, just firm. Like she wanted to go. Like she'd had enough. When I turned my head to look at her, everything snapped back. Like flipping a switch. The light, the air, the sound, all normal again. The water was black and still. The plants were as I remembered them. No vines, no ferns, just dead leaves and muddy banks. But something was off in the light. It was dimmer than it should have been. I looked up, and my stomach dropped. The sun was low. Not just dipping low, nearly set. The sky was gold and orange and fading fast. I turned in a circle, trying to make sense of it. It had been maybe an hour tops. I hadn't even finished the water in my canteen. There was no way I'd been gone that long. Sandy was now pulling more urgently, her leash tight. She kept looking in the direction of home. That's when I heard them, voices. Faint, but unmistakable. My name being called. I started moving, feet heavy but steady, following Sandy back the way we came. The woods looked darker than they should have. Not night yet, but close. Shadows stretched long across the ground. The path we took to get there looked different in the low light, but I followed the sound of the creek in Sandy's nose. The voices got louder. My parents. My name again, over and over. When I finally saw the break in the trees, I broke into a run. Sandy kept pace, her breath loud and fast. We came out near the stone fence, where my dad was standing with a flashlight. He looked panicked. When he saw me, he dropped the light and ran to me. My mom was just behind him. They both looked like they'd been crying. Apparently, I'd been gone for over 8 hours. I'd left just after lunch, and now it was nearly dark. They had called the sheriff. My dad had gone into the woods 3 times looking for me and come up empty. They were about to start a full search. I didn't know what to say. I tried to explain that it hadn't felt like more than an hour. I didn't remember falling asleep. I wasn't hurt. I wasn't confused. Just off. Like I'd missed something but didn't know what. That night I barely slept. I kept going over the details in my head. The shift in the light, the clarity of the water, the way the plants had changed. The way it all snapped back as soon as I turned my head. I wanted to believe I'd just gotten turned around, or maybe had some kind of weird daydream. But it didn't feel that way. It felt real. Too real. In the weeks that followed, I avoided the woods. I didn't tell any of my friends. I barely talked to my family about it. They seemed to think I just lost track of time. Maybe I did, but it never felt like that. Not to me. Years later, after we'd moved to a new place and I was grown, I decided to go back. I was older, more rational, more skeptical of things I couldn't explain. I got in touch with the new owners of our old place, and they were kind enough to let me walk the land for a day. I didn't say why, just told them I had grown up there and wanted to take a walk down memory lane. It was the dry season then. The leaves were mostly gone from the trees, and the creek was barely more than a trickle in some places. Still, I followed it, past the mossy boulder, the lightning tree, the stump. I kept going until I reached the place where the creek bent hard left. I pushed through some underbrush and found the pool. It was still there, smaller now, shallower. The downed trees were still half rotted in the mud. No clear water, just dark silt and a smell of wet leaves. I walked the edge again, slowly this time, looking for anything that might explain what had happened. There was nothing. No hidden trail, no strange markings, no sign of any shift or change. I stood there for a long time, trying to match the place to the memory. The pool looked normal, too normal, like it refused to give anything away. I checked the time before I left. Exactly 40 minutes had passed. To this day, I don't have an answer. I don't believe in ghosts or magic or anything like that. I believe in things you can measure, things that follow rules. But that day out in the woods, something happened. Something I can't explain. Something that hasn't happened since. And even now, whenever I see the trees starting to turn and feel that clean autumn air, I think about that place. That moment. That shift. I've walked in a lot of woods since then, but I've never felt anything like it again. And maybe I never will. I was somewhere near the middle of my cross-country drive. One of those long, aimless road trips you do when you're between jobs and not ready to go home yet. I'd been sleeping in the back of my SUV most nights, and on this particular afternoon in early November, I pulled into Prairie Creek Redwoods State Park around 4 in the afternoon. I'd never been in a redwood forest before. I'd seen pictures, sure, those black and white photos with the trees rising forever out of frame, but seeing them from the road as I wound through the park was something else entirely. Like driving into a cathedral someone forgot to finish building. Towering trunks rose up like pillars, and the air felt heavier, quieter, more certain of itself. I parked at a trailhead near the visitor center and figured I had time for a decent run before dark. I wasn't unfamiliar with running trails, even longer ones, but I hadn't really thought through what the terrain would be like out here. I picked one that looped about 7 miles, according to the map. It didn't look too bad at first glance, and the trail names, Foothill Trail, Miner's Ridge, something like that, didn't sound especially ominous. The sun was still up, and even though I knew sunset would come early this time of year, I figured I had at least an hour and a half of decent light. I threw on my running shoes and a light jacket, locked the car, and started up the trail. The beginning of the trail was easy enough, flat, wide, even a bit soft underfoot with damp needles from the trees above. The smells hit me right away. Wet earth, decaying leaves, a touch of something floral but sharp. And the silence. That was the first thing that stuck with me, even more than the size of the trees. It wasn't the kind of silence you get in a house at night, where appliances hum and clocks tick. It was a full, blanketing silence. A silence that had been there long before I showed up and didn't particularly care that I had. I ran the first couple of miles feeling good. The forest swallowed the trail in a way that made it feel like I was entering a tunnel, then spit me out into an opening with a mossy log or a fern-covered hill. Every turn felt like another hidden place that had waited quietly for years untouched. The deeper I got, the more I slowed, not just from the trail getting steeper, but from the feeling that rushing through it felt wrong. I wasn't religious, but this place felt sacred. You don't sprint through a cathedral. Around mile 3, the trail curved along a hillside that dropped off steeply on one side and rose up like a wall on the other. The ground got rockier, more uneven. I noticed the light fading faster than I'd anticipated. It wasn't just the sun setting. The forest had its own way of dimming early. The tall trees, thick undergrowth, and deep valleys all worked together to take the light before the sky actually lost it. Shadows came early here, and they stayed longer. I slowed to a walk. I told myself it was to conserve energy, but the truth was I couldn't see well enough to keep up the pace without risking a twisted ankle or a missed turn. I wasn't panicking, not yet. I had a flashlight in my pack and a general sense of where the trail led. But I knew that if I lost the trail or got turned around, I'd be in for a long, cold night. Cell service was gone about 2 miles back, and there weren't many people in the park this time of year. The air turned cold quickly. My breath started to fog in the beams of the low sun that filtered through breaks in the trees. I zipped up my jacket and kept moving. I was trying to stay calm, focused, not let my mind spin out into worst-case scenarios. I remembered from years ago something someone said on a backpacking trip. If you keep moving, you stay warm. That was all I needed for now. Just keep moving. It was quiet. More than quiet, it was still. Every sound I made seemed louder in contrast. My footfalls on the soft dirt, the occasional rustle of a branch brushing my jacket, the faint creak of my knees. I strained to hear anything else. A bird call, a squirrel darting, even a falling branch. But there was nothing. That struck me as odd. Usually there's some sign of life, especially in a forest this dense. But not here. Not then. Maybe a mile or 2 from where I thought the trail would loop back toward the campsite, I came around a bend, climbing a small ridge where the path narrowed between 2 giant fallen logs. Just as I crested the rise, I saw it. Floating directly in the center of the trail, maybe chest height, was a glowing orb. Silvery, faintly pulsing, perfectly round. I froze. There was no noise, no breeze, no rustle of leaves or animal nearby. Just me and this thing. It didn't flicker like a flashlight or beam like a headlamp. It didn't cast shadows. It didn't light up the ground around it. It was like it had its own self-contained glow, soft but unmistakable. It looked like it was just there, hovering, waiting. I stood for what felt like a long time, just staring at it, trying to make sense of what I was looking at. I blinked hard, looked away, looked back. It was still there. I rubbed my eyes and tried again. Still there. I stepped forward, slowly, just a few inches at a time. My boots barely made a sound on the path. I felt this strange combination of awe and caution, like I'd stumbled into something I wasn't supposed to see. I wasn't scared exactly, but every hair on my body was standing up. When I got close enough, I reached out with one hand. I expected to feel something. Heat, cold, pressure, some kind of resistance. But there was nothing. My hand went right through it. I held it there for a second, staring at how the light hit the edges of my fingers. The details of my skin, the creases and knuckles and small scars, all seemed to glow slightly in that silver light. It wasn't like anything I'd seen before. I traced the edge of the orb. It didn't distort or shimmer. It was perfectly still, perfectly smooth. A sphere of light that shouldn't exist, right there in the middle of a remote trail in a redwood forest at twilight. I wanted to walk around it, to keep going, but I couldn't bring myself to turn my back on it. I kept glancing at the trees around me, at the hills, trying to figure out what was casting it. Was it a light from a ranger station? A passing car reflecting just right through the canopy? But there was no sound, no sign of anything or anyone else. And then I saw it. The moon, just beginning to rise above the far ridge across the valley. A pale, full circle barely clearing the treetops. I watched it rise for a few seconds, and then I looked back down at the orb. It was still there, but now I could see the line of the moonbeam, faint and silver, cutting through the cold air and landing right where I was standing. The illusion clicked into place. The steepness of the valley below, the perfect break in the trees above, the exact angle of the moon just starting to rise, all of it had combined to create this bizarre, beautiful effect. A moonbeam projected into the mist of the trail, floating there like a ghost. I stood there for a long time, watching as the moon continued to rise and the angle shifted. The orb stretched slightly, then thinned, then faded entirely as the beam moved on. Just gone. I was left standing alone again in the deepening dark. My fingers were cold. I flexed them and realized I'd been holding my breath. I turned and kept walking, a little quicker now, warmed not just by movement, but by something else. Not comfort, exactly, but clarity. The orb hadn't been supernatural. It hadn't been a ghost or some message from another world. But for a brief moment, it had been something extraordinary. A phenomenon that didn't care if I was there or not. It just was. It took me longer than I expected to reach camp. The last part of the trail felt unfamiliar. The light was gone completely by the time I stumbled back into the empty parking lot. My SUV was the only vehicle there. I climbed into the back, kicked off my shoes, and bundled into my sleeping bag. I didn't bother cooking dinner. I just lay there, warm and exhausted, listening to the stillness outside. I didn't tell anyone about what I saw. Not for a long time. It wasn't the kind of story you throw out over drinks or post online. It didn't mean anything, exactly. But it stayed with me. Even now, years later, I think about that moment, the cold air, the silver light, the impossible silence of that forest. I think about how easy it would have been to miss it. If I'd run faster, if I'd taken another trail, if the moon had risen 5 minutes earlier or later. I think about how many things in the world are like that, beautiful, strange, fleeting, and how most of the time, we rush right past them without ever knowing they were there. But I saw it. I stood in front of it. I touched it. And that's enough. About 2 years ago, I was driving home from a family reunion that had gone on a little longer than expected. It was one of those extended family gatherings, uncles, aunts, cousins I hadn't seen in years. We were at my cousin's place, out in the countryside, a solid 2-hour drive from my place. It was a fun night, full of catching up and old stories, but I couldn't stay over. I had to be back home early the next morning for work. It wasn't one of those things where I could call in sick either. We were short-staffed, and I had promised my manager I'd be there. So, even though I was already starting to feel a little drained before I left, I got in my car and headed out just after 10:30 p.m. The route home wasn't exactly the most comforting kind, especially at night. For most of the drive, the road cut through dense stretches of trees and thick bushes. You know the type, those long, narrow two-lane roads that feel like tunnels with how close the vegetation presses in. Even in daylight, they can feel claustrophobic, but at night, they take on a different vibe. Everything outside the headlights turns to solid black, and even though I passed a car every 5 or 10 minutes, it felt lonely. It felt isolated. Every so often, The headlights from oncoming traffic would flash across my windshield, and for a second I'd feel less alone, but those moments were brief. I had only been driving for maybe 45 minutes, not even halfway home, when it hit me, this crushing wave of tiredness. I don't mean the kind of sleepy that creeps up on you after a long day. I mean the kind that comes on hard and fast, where your eyelids start feeling like they weigh 10 pounds, and you catch yourself blinking longer than you should. That kind of tired. 1 minute I felt fine, the next I was struggling to keep my eyes open. I cranked the window down to let in some cold air, turned the music up, shifted in my seat, tried everything I could think of to keep myself alert. None of it helped for long. The sleepiness kept creeping back and heavier, like something pressing down on my shoulders and pulling my eyelids shut. I started looking for somewhere to stop. I didn't want to fall asleep at the wheel, and I knew if I kept pushing, I might do just that. But there was nothing, no gas station, no rest stop, no shoulder wide enough to pull over without feeling like I was asking to be hit. Just trees and bushes, the occasional bend in the road, and pitch black night. Finally, I gave in. I came around a long curve and saw a small grassy patch just beyond a thicker clump of bushes. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than the alternatives. There was just enough room for me to pull the car in a bit, getting off the road and tucking it mostly behind the shrubs so it wouldn't be too visible. I figured if I angled it right, it would be mostly hidden from anyone else driving by. I made a mental note of the time, 11:22 p.m., then shut off the engine. The silence was thick. No cars passed. No sounds outside. I didn't even hear crickets or wind through the trees. Just this still, heavy quiet. I reclined the seat, kept the doors locked, and closed my eyes. I don't know how long I was out, but it couldn't have been more than 20 or 25 minutes. I was jolted awake by a scratching sound. Not loud, but close. It wasn't metal on metal. It sounded like something dragging lightly across the side of the car. I opened my eyes slowly, heart pounding, but I didn't move. Just listened. The sound stopped after a few seconds. I was still groggy, and my brain hadn't caught up with reality. I looked at the clock, 11:50 p.m. My first thought was maybe it was just a branch brushing against the side of the car. I hadn't really checked how close I'd parked to the bushes. Still half asleep, and feeling like I could barely keep my eyes open, I let it go. Told myself it was nothing. Just wind, maybe an animal. And I let sleep take me again. The next time I woke up, it wasn't so gentle. The scratching came back, only this time it didn't stop. It was rhythmic, consistent, and it felt deliberate. Like something was pacing around the car and occasionally dragging a nail or a branch along the side as it went. My entire body tensed up. My mouth was dry, my palms sweaty. This time I didn't assume it was the wind. I looked at the clock. It was 12:40 a.m. I sat up slowly and looked around, trying not to move too much. My heart was thudding in my chest so hard I could hear it in my ears. I reached for my phone and held it up to use as a weak light, but I didn't want to turn on the car lights or the dome light and give away that I was awake or alert. Then I saw it, just barely. In the rearview mirror, something moved. It wasn't clear, just a quick motion, like a shadow shifting, and then it was gone. Whatever it was had darted into the trees, fast and low. Not animal-like, but not quite normal either. It was too big to be a raccoon or a fox. And the way it moved, it wasn't right. Every instinct in me screamed to start the car and get the hell out of there. I didn't need to see more. I didn't want to be that guy in the horror movie who gets out to check and then never comes back. I wasn't going to open my door. I wasn't going to call out. I just turned the key, fired up the engine, and hit the gas. I got back on the road quick, tires bumping over the grass and gravel as I pulled back onto the pavement. My hands were shaking on the wheel. I kept checking the mirrors, glancing into the woods on either side. But it was just black. The headlights lit up maybe 30 or 40 feet ahead, and everything beyond that was nothing. I figured if I could just put some distance between me and that spot, I'd calm down. I was still trying to tell myself it was just an animal, some curious thing sniffing around, maybe scratching itself on the car. That's all. But that didn't explain the timing. Why did it come back almost an hour after the first time? That was the part that sat wrong with me. Then I came around a bend, maybe 100 yards up the road from where I'd parked, and I saw it. A car, pulled off to the side of the road, just barely tucked in, not even properly off the pavement. Its driver's side door was open, swinging a little in the breeze. I slowed down, not stopping, but enough to take a look as I passed. No one inside. No lights. Just the open door, like someone had gotten out and not come back. I got this wave of nausea in my stomach. Something felt very off. I looked into my rearview mirror as I drove past, and for a second, I saw nothing. Just the bend behind me and the parked car. But then, out of nowhere, a man came sprinting around the corner behind me. Full sprint. Not a jog. He was running hard, like he was trying to catch up with me. I could see his arms pumping, his shoulders low. He wasn't waving or stumbling. He was charging. That alone was enough to raise every red flag in my head. I didn't stop to think. I pressed down on the gas and sped up. My eyes flicked back to the mirror again. The man had come into full view now. He was shouting something, but my windows were up and the music was still low. I couldn't hear the words, but I could see his mouth open wide, could see the rage or panic in his face. Whatever he was yelling, it wasn't friendly. I could read the urgency in his body language. He wanted me to stop. Or worse, he wanted me to get out. I didn't. I kept driving. Faster. I kept checking the mirrors until the road curved again and I lost sight of him. I didn't slow down again for a long while. Eventually, I hit a more open stretch, closer to the outskirts of town, and I started seeing streetlights again. More houses, driveways, mailboxes, civilization. Only then did I finally ease up on the gas a little. But the tension in my shoulders didn't go away. I made it home around 1:30 a.m., still shaking, still wired. I parked under the bright light in my apartment lot, sat in my car for a few minutes just breathing, just trying to come down from the adrenaline. When I finally went inside, I didn't even bother changing. I just locked every door, checked the windows twice, and crashed onto the couch. The next morning, I went out and checked the car in daylight. There were marks on the driver's side panel. Faint, but definitely there. Long, thin scratches parallel to each other, about 2 feet long. Not from a branch. Not from something brushing against it while I drove. They were too straight, too intentional. I didn't file a report. I didn't tell anyone at work. When my friends asked about the reunion, I just said it was fun and left it at that. But that night stayed with me. Still does. Every now and then, if I'm driving late on a dark road, I catch myself gripping the wheel too tight or checking the rearview mirror a little too often. Sometimes I'll remember the look of that open car door, or the man sprinting around the bend, or the silence of the woods right before the scratching started again. I don't know who or what it was. Maybe it was just some guy who had a breakdown on a dark road. Maybe the scratches were from a curious animal, and the man was looking for help. But here's what I do know. I'll never sleep on the side of a dark road again, no matter how tired I am. I'll drive to a gas station, a parking lot, a rest stop, anywhere with lights and people. Because whatever was out there that night, it didn't feel random. It didn't feel like just bad luck. It felt like I was being watched, chosen, and I don't ever want to be that close to something like that again. When I was little, weekends were everything to me. Not just because there was no school, but because I got to sleep in the living room. It sounds small now, but at the time, it felt like a big deal. A freedom. My parents were awesome like that. They understood that I was a night owl, the kind of kid who liked staying up watching old reruns on Nick at Night, the kind of kid who got hooked on those black and white sitcoms, even if I never made it to the credits. My sister was a light sleeper and couldn't handle me flipping channels or laughing too loud, so instead of constant arguments, they made it work. Friday and Saturday nights were mine. Couch, blankets, and the glow of the TV until I passed out. We lived out in rural Georgia, miles from any city lights. No neighbors nearby, just woods and fields. You could hear frogs and crickets, owls, sometimes even coyotes in the distance. The house sat in a clearing, surrounded on 3 sides by dense forest. I remember the way the moonlight always seemed brighter out there. No street lamps, no buildings blocking it. Just open space and trees that stood like quiet giants. It made everything feel bigger and quieter at the same time. That night started like any other. I was probably around 8 years old. The couch was already covered in the comforter I dragged out of my room, and I had a bowl of cereal that had long since gone soggy on the coffee table. The TV cast a blue-white glow over the room, flickering across the walls and ceiling like some kind of lazy lightning. I don't remember what show was on, probably some old sitcom I'd seen before. I remember the feeling though, that cozy mix of boredom and peace that hits right before sleep. Eventually, like always, my eyes got heavy. I stopped paying attention to the dialogue and just let the sound of voices wash over me. The dog, Buddy, our big mutt who always acted tougher than he was curled up on the rug nearby. He gave one big sigh, the kind that means he's down for the count, and that was the last thing I heard before sleep took over. Then it happened. I shot upright, like something grabbed me from the inside and yanked. My heart was racing, not because of a dream. I didn't remember dreaming. It was just this feeling, like someone had whispered directly into my spine. That cold, prickly instinct that wakes something deep in you. My eyes were wide open before I even knew why, and I stared straight ahead. The TV was still on, but it was muted. I never muted the TV. And through the wide front window, framed by the curtains that were only half pulled, I saw something. A person. In the tree. The tree across the gravel driveway, not too far from the porch. Not a bush or a shadow or some trick of the night. A person. A silhouette up in the branches. They were crouched, knees bent, back hunched, one arm wrapped around the trunk like they were trying to stay balanced. They didn't move, didn't twitch. Just there. I couldn't breathe. I was frozen, staring. My brain hadn't caught up yet. I wasn't thinking about what to do. I was just staring. And then Buddy, who'd been asleep, launched himself at the window with a growl I didn't know he had in him. He barked, deep and furious, ramming his paws against the glass. The sound shook me loose. I ran. Through the hallway, down the narrow stretch past the dining room. The carpet under my feet felt like it had teeth. My legs didn't work right. Everything felt like it was happening behind me. I pushed open my parents' bedroom door and nearly fell inside. Mama sat up first, confused, then Dad. I tried to talk, tried to explain, but it came out like panicked gasps and broken words. All I could get out was something about a man in the tree, outside the window, and Buddy barking. Dad didn't hesitate. He got out of bed in one fluid motion, grabbed something from beside the nightstand, probably his old aluminum bat, and told Mama to stay inside. He opened the door to let the dogs out. Buddy had followed me, but he turned around and shot out the front door like a bullet. Our other dog, Daisy, followed. Dad was right behind them. Mama wrapped her arms around me, and I buried my face into her shoulder. My whole body was shaking. I wanted to stop, to pull myself together, but I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shape in the tree. My brain kept trying to fill in the blanks, what the face looked like, how he got up there, what he wanted. We waited. It felt like hours, but it was probably 5 minutes before Dad came back inside. He looked serious, but not panicked. He said he didn't see anyone. He checked the yard, the driveway, the edge of the woods. Nothing. No footprints, no broken branches. The dogs had gone crazy at first, but calmed down quick once they were outside. He said maybe it was a shadow, maybe I was dreaming. I wasn't dreaming. I wanted to believe him, wanted to believe it was over, but I couldn't go back to the living room. I didn't care if my sister complained. I went straight to my own bed. Mama followed me down the hallway and waited while I changed into my pajama shirt. I told her again, quieter this time, what I saw. She brushed my hair back and kissed my forehead and said everything would be okay. I didn't believe her, but I needed to hear it. My sister stirred when I climbed into bed. She grumbled something about the noise and rolled over. But when I whispered what happened, she sat up. Her eyes were wide. She didn't say anything, just looked toward the window. I pulled the covers up to my chin and turned away from the glass. I thought I could sleep. Dad was making rounds. I could hear his footsteps in the hall, the sound of his mug clinking as he refilled it in the kitchen. He was staying up, checking the doors and windows. That should have made me feel better. But then I saw something out the corner of my eye. I turned my head. My sister was already staring. He was there, outside my window, standing, not crouching, close, just beyond the glass. The moonlight was enough to see the details now. He was tall and thin, wearing something dark. His shoulders were hunched forward like he was cold or trying to hide. I couldn't make out his face, but I saw his hand. He brought his finger up to his lips. A slow, deliberate gesture. Shook. Then he turned and ran. Not fast, not stumbling. Just turned and ran straight across the yard. Like he was leaving because he wanted to. Like it was his choice. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. My sister pulled the blanket over her head. I started crying. Silent at first, then louder. Mama came running. Then Dad. I told them, through sobs, that he was back, that he was outside my window this time. Dad ran outside again. Buddy tore after him. No one. Not a single sign. No footprints. no crushed grass, no broken branches. Dad stayed up all night. So did I. My sister and I huddled under the same blanket. Neither of us talked about it. We didn't have to. The next morning, Dad found something. A spot beneath the tree by the driveway, where the ground was scuffed up. The bark had fresh scratches about 10 feet up, like something had climbed it. Fast, quietly, and watched. We didn't call the police. I don't know why. Maybe because there wasn't much to tell. A shadow in a tree, a man at a window. No damage, no break-in. Just fear. Thick, paralyzing fear. After that night, I never slept in the living room again. I didn't even ask. My parents didn't suggest it. The couch stayed empty on weekends. I stopped watching Nick at night. I didn't want to fall asleep near that window. For a few weeks, Dad did nightly checks. Sometimes with the dogs, sometimes by himself. Always with the bat. He even set up an old floodlight that buzzed when it came on. He said it was just in case we got raccoons or foxes near the trash, but I knew better. Years passed. We never saw him again. The woods stayed quiet. The dogs grew old. The floodlight burned out eventually, and no one replaced it. But I never forgot. I can still see the exact way his body looked in the branches. The way he crouched like he belonged there. The way he stood outside my window like he'd been there before. The way he ran like he knew where he was going. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if I hadn't woken up. If Buddy hadn't barked. If I'd slept through the whole thing and never seen him. But I did see him. And he saw me. Hunting has always been a big part of my life. My dad owns a good-sized piece of property down in South Texas, and ever since I was old enough to handle a rifle, I've been spending weekends out there, especially during the colder months. There's something peaceful about being away from people, surrounded by brush and mesquite trees, just listening to the wind and the occasional rustling in the distance. No phones ringing, no traffic, just the land and whatever's moving through it. Most of the time I go alone, which some folks find strange, but I like the quiet. You learn to pick up on sounds, patterns, the way animals move. It calms me in a way nothing else really does. This one weekend stands out like a sore thumb, though. It was mid-November, and the air had finally cooled off enough to feel like real hunting weather. That crisp bite in the breeze, the kind that makes your nose run a little and your fingers stiff if you don't wear gloves. I packed up on Friday night and left early Saturday morning. The drive out was normal, about 2.5 hours of country roads, the last 30 minutes on gravel and dirt until I hit our property gate. I unlocked it, drove through, and relocked it behind me like always. I had my gear in the back seat, my rifle, some food, a sleeping bag, a little propane heater, and a bottle of doe urine I picked up the day before. I hadn't used scent attractants too much in the past, but a buddy swore by it, so I figured I'd give it a shot. The plan was simple. I'd hike out to my favorite blind, about 2 miles from the little cabin we have near the entrance, and settle in before dusk. I'd sit through the night if I could stay awake, and see what showed up in the early morning hours. That blind sat along a ridge, with a good view of a few game trails that deer like to move along. It's a box blind, not fancy, just wooden walls and a little roof, about 6 or 7 feet off the ground on 4 legs, with a narrow ladder. It's solid enough to keep the wind off, but it creaks when you move around too much. I always bring extra padding for the bench inside. The walk out was weird from the start. Usually I see or hear something along the way. A rabbit darting through the brush, a pair of doves taking off, sometimes a hawk in the distance. Even in the colder months, there's usually something alive. But that day it was dead quiet. Like, not just quiet, but unnatural. No birds, no squirrels, no rustling. The only sound I could hear was the crunch of gravel and dirt under my boots. I figured maybe the wind had animals bedded down, or maybe I was just walking at a bad time. Still, it sat wrong in my stomach a little, but I pushed it down. You can't let yourself start imagining things out there, or it eats at you. When I got to the blind, I climbed up and set everything down. The sun was still up, but starting to hang low. I laid out the sleeping bag in the corner, got the heater ready, but didn't light it yet, opened up a little can of Vienna sausages, and sat back for a minute. The view was still, the brush swaying lightly. I could see clear across to the opposite ridge. Nothing moved. I checked my scope, loaded the rifle, and set it where I could grab it fast. Then I pulled out the bottle of doe urine. Strong stuff. Even with the cap on, it has a sharp smell to it. The second I cracked it open, I got a face full of that nasty scent. But right then, I also heard something move up behind the blind on the ridge. It was quick, like a big step through leaves and gravel, and then nothing. I froze. I leaned toward the back window, really just a slit in the wall, but I couldn't see much. The sun was at the wrong angle, casting shadows everywhere. I stared for a long time, holding my breath, trying to listen. Then came another sound. Not movement this time, but a hard, solid thud against the side of the blind. It shook the whole thing, made the walls groan. I damn near dropped the bottle and leapt up, heart hammering. At first, I thought maybe a deer had jumped or fallen and smacked the blind, but the sound was too solid. It didn't sound like something bumping into it. It sounded like something had been thrown. I looked out the other window, nothing. I tried to see through the slit where I heard the sound, still nothing. Finally, I grabbed the rifle and cracked the door open. Cold air rushed in, and I stepped out slowly. I looked down and there it was. A rock. A massive rock, probably about the size of a watermelon, lying right next to one of the blind's legs. There was a fresh dent in the side of the blind where it had hit. I could see where the paint had scraped off and the wood was gouged in. That rock had been thrown, and hard. I stared at it, and my mind just locked up. That thing had to weigh 30, maybe 35 pounds. There's no way it rolled down the hill. It came in at an angle. Something, or someone, hurled it. My hands were sweating even though it was cold. I turned and scanned the ridge behind the blind. That ridge went up maybe 20 or 30 feet, covered in mesquite, cactus, and brush. Thick stuff, hard to walk through. You don't casually wander up there. You need boots, gloves, and a damn machete sometimes. I couldn't see anything, but I had the feeling that something was watching me. That horrible crawling sensation that runs down your neck and makes your stomach knot up. I pulled the rifle up to my chest, not aiming yet, just holding it, and said out loud, F \******** this. It just came out. I didn't care who or what heard it. I turned, kicked the door the rest of the way open, and leapt from the platform to the ground. Landed hard, knees jarred, almost stumbled, but I ran. I ran that whole 2 miles back to the cabin, not even bothering to look over my shoulder. The trail isn't flat, and I'm not a young guy anymore, but adrenaline had me going fast. I didn't stop till I saw the cabin. My lungs were burning, my legs felt like rubber, and I had to lean on the porch post to catch my breath. I stood there for a long time, looking back the way I came. Nothing followed me. Nothing made a sound. That night, I locked the cabin door, which I usually don't bother with. I sat up with my rifle loaded and the safety off, watching the front window, waiting. But the weirdest part came later. Every night I've ever spent on that land, you hear coyotes. They howl, yip, chatter, echoing across the brush. It's almost like clockwork. But that night, nothing. Not a single sound. No howls, no owls, not even the wind through the trees. Just dead silence. I barely slept. I kept imagining something creeping up to the porch, hearing boards creak, seeing a shape in the window. None of it happened, but my nerves were shot. As soon as the sky started to lighten, I packed my stuff, loaded up the truck, and drove out without looking back. I didn't tell anyone for a while. Not my dad, not my buddies. I didn't want to hear them laugh, or tell me I was just spooked by a raccoon or a hog. But that wasn't it. That rock didn't just fall. And no hog throws rocks. Hell, no person throws rocks that size unless they're juiced up or crazy. I've been back maybe 2, 3 times since then. Always during the day, never alone. The place has a different feel now. And the wild hogs have gotten worse too. We used to see a few, but now there are dozens tearing up the ground. Rooting up everything, leaving scat everywhere, making it hard to hunt. That's my excuse when I tell people why I don't go out as much. But that's not the real reason. The real reason is that something was out there that night. And whether it was a person, some backwoods nut living off the grid, or something else entirely, I don't care. That land isn't empty like I thought it was. Something watches from that ridge, and I'm not sticking around to find out what it wants. I still hunt, still love it, just not out there, not alone, not anymore. A few summers ago, sometime around mid-July, I went for a bike ride late at night with a close friend. It wasn't unusual for us. We were both night owls, and the quietness of the city streets after dark was something we enjoyed. The daytime heat had finally let up, and the air had that warm but manageable feeling that summer nights carry. We'd been riding aimlessly for about an hour or so, weaving through side streets and empty parking lots, mostly just enjoying the calm. Most of the bars were closed or closing. Streetlights gave off a soft orange glow. It wasn't too late, maybe just after midnight. The streets were dead quiet, barely a car passing every 10 minutes. Eventually, we decided to call it a night. We split at the corner of an intersection about 4 blocks from my apartment. I remember we said a casual goodbye, no hugs or anything, just a wave and a see ya. I wasn't worried about the short ride home. It was a quiet neighborhood, part of the downtown area of a medium-sized city. There were a few scattered apartment buildings, some shops that had closed hours earlier, and the occasional bar or restaurant, but nothing ever felt threatening. I'd done that same ride alone dozens of times before. It was almost muscle memory. Because of some construction on my normal route, the streets were partially blocked off. Nothing major, just orange cones, barriers, and a few patches of torn-up sidewalk. There weren't any active workers, of course, but the mess forced me to ride on the sidewalk for a bit. I figured it was no big deal. It wasn't like there were pedestrians around, not at that hour. I was coasting down the sidewalk, maybe 4 blocks from home, and everything was still totally normal. I was approaching the corner, where I'd need to turn left onto my street, when I noticed a man walking ahead of me. He was maybe in his 40s, wearing a dark jacket despite the warm night, jeans that looked a little worn, and scuffed-up shoes. He had a little stubble and messy hair, but he didn't look homeless. Just average. He wasn't staggering or talking to himself, nothing that raised an alarm right away. Still, the sidewalk was narrow, and I didn't want to startle him. I was coming up behind him quietly, and in the dark, that might feel threatening. I tried to be polite. When I was about 6 feet behind him, I called out gently, "Hey, behind you." He turned around quickly, so fast it caught me off guard, and stared at me with a look I wasn't expecting. His face twisted with this sudden, sharp anger. It was like I'd done something deeply offensive by warning him I was behind him. His eyes locked onto mine for a split second, and I felt this weird chill go through my chest. Not because he was scary looking, but because there was this intensity in his face. That kind of rage that isn't loud at first, but is just simmering right under the surface. I didn't say anything else. I just turned down my street like I was supposed to and tried to act normal. I didn't hear anything right away behind me, so for about a second, I thought that was it. Maybe he was just on edge. Maybe he thought I was someone else. But then I heard footsteps speeding up behind me, and then his voice. Loud. Aggressive. "Fucking cunt," he screamed. "I'll kill you, you fucking bitch." That's when the fear hit me. His voice was raw and full of hatred, and it echoed off the buildings. I didn't dare look over my shoulder. I just kept pedaling, not full speed, because I didn't want to make it obvious I lived nearby, but quick enough to get some distance. I lived just a few doors down from the corner where I turned, and if I had gone straight to my front door, he would have seen exactly where I lived. So I made a split-second decision to keep riding. I passed my apartment without even glancing toward it, and turned right at the next block, looping around to try to lose him. I figured if he thought I lived nearby, I couldn't lead him straight to my place. I didn't know if he was actually following or just yelling. I didn't want to look back. My heart was pounding so loud in my ears I couldn't hear anything else. I circled the block slowly, trying to act like I belonged, like I was just a regular late-night rider. A couple cars passed by, and I felt the urge to flag someone down, but I didn't. I didn't want to make a scene. I was also trying not to panic. I figured maybe he had just yelled at me out of nowhere and kept walking. Some people do that. But when I turned the last corner and got close enough to see my street again, my stomach dropped. He was there, standing on my front stoop. Not sitting, not pacing, just standing there, like he belonged there, facing the street. He wasn't yelling now. He wasn't doing anything. He was just standing, looking out like he knew, like he'd known the whole time. Like maybe he saw the hesitation in my body language when I passed my apartment the first time. I slowed down and pedaled by again, trying not to look directly at him. But from the corner of my eye, I saw him look at me. Not following this time. Not yelling. Just watching. It was worse than the yelling. There was something so calm and deliberate about it. Like he wanted me to know he knew. I kept riding. My mind was spinning. I felt exposed, like my whole neighborhood wasn't safe anymore. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't go home. I wasn't going to walk up to my door while he stood there. I didn't even want him to see me hesitate. So I just kept riding, back the way I came. I texted my friend as I rode back toward her place. My hands were shaking, and it took me a few tries to type the message correctly. She was confused at first, but I just told her there was someone outside my place, and I needed to come back for a bit. When I got there, she let me in right away. I didn't give all the details, just said some guy was acting weird. I didn't want to freak her out either. I spent the night there. I didn't sleep much. Every sound made me jump. I kept thinking about that man's face, how angry he looked when I passed him, and how still he was when he stood on my stoop. That look in his eyes, it wasn't just anger. It was focused, intentional. I left early the next morning, broad daylight, rode home fast, still checking behind me now and then. My front stoop was empty. Everything looked normal. I stood across the street for a while before finally going up to unlock the door. Nothing was touched, nothing left behind, but it didn't matter. The feeling was already there. That fear that once someone knows where you live, it's never the same. I told my mom about it later that day. She asked if I wanted to call the police, but I said no. There wasn't anything to report, really. No crime had been committed. Just a man standing where he shouldn't have been. I didn't have a name, a clear photo, or anything solid. She agreed to leave it alone unless something else happened. 2 days later, my bike was gone. I'd left it in the alley behind our apartment building, locked to the metal gate like I always did. It was a busy alley. Neighbors used it all the time. But that morning, I went out and the lock was cut clean through. The bike was gone. I stood there staring at the broken lock in my hand. My stomach turned again. I knew bikes got stolen all the time, especially downtown, but this felt different. The timing, the way it happened right after that night. I couldn't say it was the same man. I never saw anyone take it. No one saw anything, but something in me was sure. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe someone saw the bike and thought it looked easy to steal. Maybe it had nothing to do with him at all. But I started locking it indoors after that. Started looking over my shoulder more. Started using a different route home. Even months later, I'd get tense walking up to my apartment at night. Every noise in the hallway made me freeze. I started noticing people more, faces, shoes, the way they walked. It faded with time. Eventually, I stopped thinking about it every day. But every now and then, I'll be coming home late or walking down a quiet sidewalk, and I'll think about his face. That moment he looked at me with such hatred, and then the stillness of him standing on my stoop, like he belonged there. And I'll never forget the worst part, how completely normal he looked. Not ragged or clearly out of place. Just like anyone else you might pass on the street. That's what still gets me. He could have been anyone. He could have followed me from anywhere. And I'll never really know what he wanted, or if he ever came back. It was about 2 in the morning. We were deep in South Texas, on some narrow state highway that cut through miles of thick, low forest. My mom was asleep in the passenger seat. She had her seat leaned back, mouth slightly open, arms crossed. The only sound in the car was the low hum of the tires against the road and the occasional rattle of something in the back seat. I wasn't tired, not even a little. I had music playing low, not even enough to really hear the lyrics, just background noise so the silence wouldn't start to feel too loud. The woods out there are dense and wild. Not tall trees like up north, but thick walls of mesquite, scrub oak, and cedar brush that stretch on and on. The road itself was narrow, no shoulder, just a white line and then immediate drop-offs into dirt and grass. It curved gently every few miles, but for the most part it was straight. No lights, no towns for maybe an hour in either direction, and no other cars on the road. I hadn't seen another set of headlights in at least 45 minutes. Even cell service had cut out completely over an hour back. Just me, the car, my mom snoring lightly, and the empty road through the trees. I don't even remember why I was the one driving that night. We had left late from visiting family, probably tried to beat the heat by driving at night. Mom had started driving, but I offered to take over when she looked like she was nodding off. She didn't even argue, just pulled over and swapped seats. That was maybe around midnight. It felt like I'd been behind the wheel forever already, and I still had hours to go. I wasn't scared or anything. I'd driven late at night before, plenty of times. I actually liked it. The way the high beams lit the road like a tunnel, how you could drive for miles and not see another soul. Something about it was peaceful. But then I saw something up ahead, and everything changed. It was just a shape at first. A figure on the side of the road, walking with his back toward me. I thought maybe it was a hitchhiker or some guy whose car broke down. He was walking with an awkward limp, not quite stumbling but close. He didn't turn around, didn't move off the road as I got closer. That was the first thing that made my skin crawl. How he didn't react at all to my headlights. Most people at least glance back, make sure they're not about to get run over. But this guy just kept walking, like I wasn't even there. As I came around a slight bend, my headlights lit him up clearly. That's when I saw it. He had something in his hand. At first I thought it was a hat or maybe a bag. Then the car got closer, and the beams caught it full on. It wasn't a bag. It was a head. A human head. He was holding it by the hair, like it was nothing. Like he was just carrying a jacket or a drink. The face was pale, eyes open, mouth slightly open too. It was a woman's face, maybe in her 30s or 40s, her hair dark and tangled. There was blood on her cheeks, on the side of her neck. My brain froze for a second. I couldn't process what I was seeing. Then I panicked. I slammed the gas pedal down, harder than I should have. The engine roared, the tires chirped as the car surged forward. I looked away from the man as fast as I could, hands gripping the wheel so tight it hurt. I could feel the tires skimming the edge of the road, and I had to jerk the wheel hard to keep from drifting off into the brush. The car swerved, fishtailed slightly, and I almost lost it. I could hear the gravel spraying underneath the undercarriage. The adrenaline hit so fast I felt dizzy. My mom jerked awake, her voice already yelling. I didn't even register what she said at first, just that she was screaming at me to slow down, asking what the hell I was doing. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My jaw was locked, heart racing so loud it drowned out everything. My eyes were locked on the road, waiting to see that man again, waiting for him to somehow appear in front of us. But he didn't. We just kept going. I don't know how far I drove before the red and blue lights filled the mirrors. I hadn't even realized how fast I was going. The speedometer was buried past 90, maybe closer to 100. I must have flown past a patrol unit somewhere without even noticing. The moment I saw the lights, I started slowing down, pulled off into a gravel patch near a gate that led into the woods. My hands were still shaking. By the time the officer walked up, my mom was yelling again, this time at him. She was panicked, trying to explain that something was wrong with me. I couldn't talk. I was just staring out the windshield, heart still pounding. I could feel sweat running down the sides of my face, my shirt clinging to my back. My mouth was dry, tongue stuck to the roof of it. The officer kept asking me questions, but I didn't answer. I couldn't. Not because I didn't want to. I just didn't know how to put it into words without sounding completely insane. Eventually, they called for an ambulance. I remember the flashing lights, people talking over me, and someone asking if I had taken anything, if I'd been drinking, if I had a history of mental health problems. I still hadn't said a word. They put something in my arm, some kind of sedative. I remember the cool burn of it going into my veins, and everything starting to feel like it was far away. I could hear my mom crying. I think she thought I was having a breakdown. Maybe I was. They said I had imagined it, that I must have fallen into some kind of hallucination brought on by exhaustion and night driving. Highway hypnosis, they called it. Stress-induced psychosis. They had all kinds of names for it. But they didn't believe me. Nobody did. The next few days were a blur. I stayed in bed most of the time. Mom wouldn't let me drive. She kept trying to talk to me about what I'd seen, but I could tell she didn't believe it either. She just thought I needed rest. A few friends texted when they heard I'd been taken to the ER, but I didn't answer. I couldn't shake that image. That face. The head dangling from that man's hand like it was just a grocery bag. The way the eyes looked like they were staring at me, even in the headlights. 3 days later, it was on the news. A group of campers had been hiking out in one of the county park areas about 20 miles from where I saw the man. They stumbled onto a body in a shallow ditch just off a trail. The body had no head. Authorities weren't releasing any names yet, but they said it was female, and they believed it had been there for less than a week. They were looking for anyone with information. I read the article 4 times. I showed it to my mom. She went quiet. I could see the blood drain from her face. She didn't say anything, just sat down on the edge of the couch and stared at the floor. I never saw anything about a suspect being caught. They didn't connect it to what I saw. Maybe they didn't want to. Maybe they didn't believe it could be related. Maybe they thought I was just some kid who lost his mind for a night and happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. But I know what I saw. It wasn't a hallucination. I wasn't tired. I wasn't imagining things. That man was real. That head was real. I don't know where he was going, or why he was walking alone down a two-lane road in the middle of nowhere at 2 in the morning. I don't know what he was planning to do next, but I do know I saw him, and he saw me. After that, I started having nightmares. Not just about that night, but about roads. Dark roads with no lights. Roads that wind through woods and never end. Sometimes in the dreams I see him standing in the road, holding the head like he did that night. Sometimes he's walking toward the car. Sometimes he's already inside it. I haven't driven alone at night since. I avoid that stretch of highway entirely. Even if it means adding hours to the trip, I'll take a different route. I can't look at nighttime the same way anymore. The quiet doesn't feel peaceful now. It feels like something waiting. And the worst part, sometimes I wonder if I hadn't hit the gas, if I had slowed down or stopped, what would have happened? What if he'd looked up? What if he'd walked into the road? What if he hadn't been alone? I don't let myself think about it too long. All I know is that nobody should be out there walking alone at night with a head in their hands. And nobody should ever be told they imagined it when they know what they saw. Last summer, I went back to my parents' house during the holidays. I'd been living on my own for a while, renting a small apartment in the city for work and school, so it felt strange at first coming back to the house I grew up in. The creaks in the stairs, the way the air always felt just a little cooler in the hallway at night, the sound of the old pipes groaning when someone turned on the faucet. All of it was familiar, but I'd grown used to the constant noise and movement of the city. Here, at night, it was so quiet I could hear my own breathing, and sometimes even the faint hum of the fridge all the way from the kitchen downstairs. The room I was staying in used to be mine when I was a teenager. My parents had kept it more or less the same. Posters still hung on the walls, faded from years of sunlight, and the old wooden desk in the corner still had a scratch from when I accidentally dropped a pair of scissors during a late-night homework session in high school. My bed was smaller than what I was used to now, a twin with a mattress that sagged slightly in the middle, but it was fine for the week or two I'd be there. It was the third night back, sometime around 3 a.m., and I was sitting at my desk on my laptop. I wasn't doing anything important, just watching random videos and scrolling through some forums. My headphones were on, but the volume was low since I didn't want to wake anyone else in the house. My parents' room was downstairs, but my younger sister's room was just a short walk down the hallway from mine. The glow from my screen was the only light in the room. I'd turned off the main light because I liked the darker atmosphere when I was on my computer. The curtains were drawn shut, and the fan on my desk hummed softly, stirring the slightly stuffy air. It wasn't hot enough for air conditioning, but just warm enough to make the sheets uncomfortable if I tried to sleep. Then my phone lit up next to me. It was a call from my sister. Now, that struck me as odd immediately. She was just down the hallway, and if she needed anything, even if it was something dumb like asking if I'd seen her charger, she could have just walked over. The fact that she was calling me at 3 a.m. made me pause. I stared at the screen for a second, watching it buzz in my hand. I picked it up and swiped to answer, but as soon as I did, the call ended. No sound, no voice, nothing. Just a blank line for half a second, and then it was over. I waited, thinking maybe she'd call again, or maybe she'd come to my room. But nothing happened. The hallway stayed silent. No footsteps. No knock. Nothing. I figured maybe she had tried to call by accident. Maybe she was half asleep and hit the wrong button. Or maybe something else was going on. I got up, grabbed my phone, and opened my door. The hallway was dark, but a faint light from the moon pushed in through a window near the stairs, enough for me to see without turning the light on. The floor was cool beneath my socks as I made my way to her door. Just as I reached for the handle, I heard her scream. It was sudden and sharp, not drawn out like in the movies, but loud and panicked and full of raw fear. I didn't even hesitate. I pushed the door open so hard it bounced off the stopper on the wall behind it. She was sitting up in bed, blanket clutched to her chest, eyes wide. Her lamp was already on, and she looked like she'd just seen something she couldn't understand. I ran in, looked around the room, opened the closet, even glanced under the bed, but there was nobody there. The window was shut and locked from the inside. Everything was in its place. Clothes piled on her chair, her backpack on the floor, a couple of books on her nightstand. Nothing looked disturbed. Nothing looked out of place. Eventually, she stopped crying enough to talk. She told me she'd been asleep and woke up suddenly because she felt something. She didn't know what, just this overwhelming feeling that something was wrong. When she opened her eyes, she said she saw a dark shape, like a shadow, just inches from her face. No features, no movement, just something dark and close. And then she screamed. She said it was gone instantly, like it had never been there. But the panic hadn't gone with it. I was still standing near the door, trying to make sense of it. And then I remembered the call. I told her she had called me just a couple of minutes ago. That's what brought me to her room in the first place. But she looked confused and said she hadn't called anyone. Her phone wasn't even with her. She said it was still in her purse downstairs. I didn't say anything. I just left the room, went down the stairs as quietly as I could, and checked the purse on the kitchen table. Her phone was right there, screen dark, plugged into a portable charger. I picked it up and pressed the button. It was locked. I brought it upstairs, unlocked it with her thumbprint, and went through the call log. Nothing. No outgoing calls. No record of her calling me. I checked my phone again. The call was there. Time-stamped at 3:07 a.m. incoming call from her number. I had answered it. It lasted 2 seconds. We sat in silence for a while after that. She wasn't going back to sleep anytime soon, so I sat in the hallway outside her door, just scrolling through my phone, trying to find some logical explanation. I didn't find one. I tried to chalk it up to some weird glitch. Maybe her phone had done something on its own, like a but dial or a ghost touch from overheating, even though it hadn't moved from her bag. Maybe I was just tired and had imagined the whole thing, but I knew what I'd seen on my phone. The call was there. The log didn't lie. The next day, I tried to bring it up casually, but she didn't want to talk about it. She just said she hadn't felt comfortable sleeping in that room again and ended up crashing on the couch. I couldn't blame her. I didn't feel quite right either. There was this tension hanging in the house for the rest of the week, like the walls remembered something we couldn't see. I started noticing little things after that. Subtle stuff. A door that was open when I was sure I'd closed it. My phone lighting up for a call that never came. The Wi-Fi going out for a few seconds at the exact same time every night, around 3:07 a.m. At first, I ignored it. Everyone sees patterns where there aren't any, especially when they're already on edge. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right that night. Not in a supernatural way. I don't believe in that kind of thing, but in a more grounded, unsettling way. Like something or someone had been in the house and left no trace. That's what made it worse. The not knowing. The lack of evidence. If it had been a break-in, we'd have found signs. If it had been a prank, someone would have owned up eventually. But there was nothing. Just a phone call that shouldn't have happened, and a moment of terror that felt too real to be a dream. Before I left to go back to the city, I checked her phone one last time. Still no call log. No outgoing call to me at all that entire week. The only proof it happened was on my phone. Sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment late at night and I glance at my phone, I think about that call. I think about how easily someone can mimic a phone number if they really want to. How simple it is to mess with people using just a little bit of technology and timing. And how if someone wanted to test how long it would take to reach a room in a house after a phone call, all they'd have to do is wait for the middle of the night. I don't have an explanation for it, and I've stopped trying to find one. All I know is that I was wide awake, alert, and sober. I wasn't half asleep or dreaming. I answered a call that came from my sister's number. She screamed seconds later. Her phone was downstairs, and I still have the log. It hasn't happened again since then, but I've changed a few things. I don't sleep with my phone next to my bed anymore. I keep it across the room. I double-check my locks before I go to sleep, even in the apartment. And every now and then, I scroll back to that call log just to remind myself that I didn't imagine it. Because it's easy to forget how vulnerable we are when we're half awake, tucked under blankets in the dark, assuming we're safe just because we locked a door or closed a window. But something, or someone, was inside our house that night. And I'll never know how they got in, or why they called me first. A week after I got my CPR certification, I never thought I would have to use it so soon. I was 19, just starting to feel like I knew what I was doing in the world. I'd spent days in class learning the steps, practicing on those plastic dummies with no pulse or breath, just cold plastic faces staring back at you. The instructors had been serious but encouraging, telling us how important it was to stay calm and focused. I thought I understood it all then, but nothing could really prepare me for what actually happened. It was late afternoon, just before the sun started to set, and I was out with a couple of friends at a thrift store. We were hunting for Halloween costumes, trying to find something that would be cheap but still good enough to wear to a party later that week. The thrift store was one of those big, cluttered places with clothes everywhere and old furniture shoved into corners. The air was a mix of musty fabric and dust, and the fluorescent lights buzzed faintly overhead. We split up to browse, and I ended up in the dressing room trying on a jacket that was too big for me. Suddenly, it got really quiet around me. No laughing, no shuffling, no talking. It was the kind of silence that feels heavy, like the whole place was holding its breath. I heard someone call out, but it was muffled, urgent. I stepped out, and the silence was thick enough to cut through. Someone said there was a person passed out in the parking lot. My heart started beating a little faster. I raised my hand and told them I was CPR certified. I said I'd go check it out, and that someone needed to call 911 immediately. I grabbed my phone from my pocket just in case, but I was shaking a bit inside. Outside, the air was cool, and the sun was dipping low, casting long shadows. I scanned the parking lot, looking for someone on the ground, but I didn't see anyone. My eyes darted from one corner to the next, but there was nothing. Then someone else came running out and yelled that the person was in a car parked way out by itself, far from the others. It was a beat-up sedan, older model, with faded paint and a cracked windshield. It looked lonely out there, like it was forgotten. I ran over, heart hammering in my chest, and as I got closer, I froze. There she was, slumped over in the driver's seat, her face pressed against the glass. She looked like she was already gone. Her skin was blue and gray, the color sucked right out of her. The whites of her eyes were hidden by dark, bruised rings, but even those were turning blue from lack of oxygen. I'd never seen anything like it. She looked so fragile and wrong, like her body had given up on itself. I swallowed hard and didn't want to look away. There were signs of drugs all around, used needles on the floor, empty pill bottles scattered in the car's footwell, and a faint chemical smell that hit me before I even opened the door. The smell was sharp and bitter, like nothing I wanted to breathe in. I opened the car door carefully, and it creaked loud in the quiet parking lot. Her head lolled toward me, and when I turned her gently to check for a pulse, I saw tears streaking down her cheeks, dried and fresh at the same time. It was a small, human thing in a moment so stripped of hope. I called out for help, and a few of the people from inside the store came out to help. We carefully pulled her out of the car, her body limp and heavy in our arms. We laid her down on the cracked asphalt, and I pressed my fingers to her neck, searching for a pulse. The first person who tried wasn't sure, but when I checked again, I could feel the faintest flicker of something. It was there, barely there, but enough to keep trying. We started CPR. I leaned down, pushing hard on her chest, counting out loud in my head, the way the instructors told me to. I could feel my arms burning, my breath coming faster, but I forced myself to stay steady. Each compression was a desperate attempt to pump life back into a body that felt like it was slipping away. Around us, the world was quiet except for the dull thump-thump-thump of my hands on her chest and the distant sound of sirens. The ambulance came faster than I expected, screeching to a halt nearby. The EMTs rushed over, professional and focused, taking over from us without a word wasted. They moved with practiced urgency, strapping her onto the stretcher and continuing CPR as they loaded her into the back of the ambulance. I stayed by the side, watching them work. They brought in another ambulance, and soon there were 6 EMTs crowded around her, their faces grim. The cop who showed up told us later they gave her a drug called naloxone, something that can reverse heroin overdoses if given quickly enough. But he said it was too late for her. She was almost gone by the time we found her. The way he said it made everything feel heavier. They'd try to do what they could until they reached the hospital, but the chances were slim. I remember the car so clearly, the needles, the pill bottles, the smell. And then, the things that told us more about her life. A child's toy in the back seat, a car seat that looked almost new. She wasn't very old, maybe late 20s or early 30s. There were tattoos on her arms, 2 names inked in black script. I assumed those were her kids, the reason she still clung to life, the reason she fought even when it seemed hopeless. The image of those tears on her face stuck with me the longest. Even in that moment when her body was shutting down, there was still some part of her that was scared or sorry, or just so tired it couldn't keep going. It wasn't just a body in trouble. It was a person, someone's mother, maybe a sister or a daughter, someone who had loved and lost. After the ambulance left, the parking lot felt emptier than before. The sun was gone, and the cold was settling in. I stood there, numb and shaky, replaying everything over and over. The weight of it was like a stone in my chest. I had wanted to be the person who saved her, the one who made a difference with the training I'd just earned. But that night, I realized that sometimes, even the best training isn't enough. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the memory of her face, the way her skin looked like it had drained of everything, the tears frozen on her cheeks. I kept thinking about what her life had been like, what had led her to that lonely parking lot, alone in her car, fighting for breath. I thought about the toys and the car seat, and what her kids must have felt when they found out she was gone. I talked to my friends about it, and they told me I did everything right. I stayed calm, I acted fast, I didn't freeze up. But inside, I knew that no matter how many times I did CPR after that, nothing would erase the memory of her, the woman I tried to save, who probably never even had a chance. It was the hardest thing I've ever done, standing there with strangers, pressing on her chest, hoping against hope. And it changed me, not just as someone trained in CPR, but as a person who saw firsthand how fragile life is, how quickly it can slip away, and how sometimes there's nothing you can do but try. That night, I learned that saving someone isn't always about success. Sometimes it's about being there, doing what you can, holding on to hope even when it's barely there. And sometimes it's about facing the brutal truth that some battles are lost before they even begin. But you still have to try, because if you don't, no one will. And so I hold on to that. I hold on to the knowledge, the training, the hope. I keep it with me, not just to save others, but to remind myself that even in the darkest moments, there is value in trying. And that even when life breaks you, you find a way to keep going. It happened when I was about 10. I remember the night, so clearly it still makes my stomach knot up. My parents and my aunt and uncle had gone out with my grandparents for dinner, some fancy adult place we weren't allowed to go. It wasn't unusual. They did that kind of thing maybe once every few months, and it always meant a night of movies, junk food, and chaos for us kids. That night, all of my siblings and cousins were over. I think there were about 10 of us in total, give or take. A few were older, like in their early teens, and a few of us were still pretty young. I was right in the middle, old enough to want to be part of what the big kids were doing, but still young enough to be bossed around by them. The house was loud with the kind of laughter and movement only a group of kids with zero supervision can create. We were at my grandparents' house, a big one-story home that sat on the edge of a semi-rural neighborhood. They had this huge backyard that seemed to stretch forever when you were a kid, lined by a few sparse trees at the very end, and a weathered wooden fence beyond that. There were houses spaced out behind it, but with the trees and how the yard dipped a little at the back, it always felt like the end of the world out there. Inside, we were all gathered in the living room. The TV was playing some action movie, something we weren't technically supposed to watch, which made it more exciting. The younger ones were camped out with blankets and bowls of popcorn, while the older cousins were sprawled on the couches, arguing about what to watch next. The lights were mostly off except for a couple of lamps. It was one of those nights that feels warm and safe, like nothing bad could happen. Until it did. Out of nowhere, the entire house shook. Not a little shudder, not a creak. No, it felt like something had slammed into the ground behind the house. It was a jolt that knocked a couple of things off the shelves and made the windows rattle hard. At the exact same time, there was this blinding white flash, so bright it lit up the living room like it was noon. It didn't come from the TV. It came from outside, from the backyard. It felt like a bomb had gone off. There was this deep, thundering sound that didn't just echo. It pushed into your chest, like it moved through your bones instead of the air. I remember my ears ringing afterward. Some of the younger kids screamed, and without even thinking, we all ran. All 10 of us. No discussion, no plan. We just took off like a herd of deer, straight into the hallway that connected the bedrooms. We huddled there in the narrow space, backs against the walls or crouched on the carpet. I was shaking so hard my teeth were clicking together. I wasn't the only one. The older cousins tried to act brave, but you could see it in their faces. They were scared too. Everyone had felt it. Everyone had seen it. And for a long moment, none of us said anything. We just listened. But there was nothing. No second explosion, no sirens, no screaming from the neighbors. Just silence. Finally, the older ones started whispering. At first, they argued about whether we should call the police or not. One cousin picked up the house phone and even started to dial, but then stopped. Another said we should call our parents first. That's what we did. A few of the older ones tried their phones, and I remember them pacing up and down the hallway, whispering fast and urgently. I couldn't hear exactly what they were saying, but I knew they were trying to explain what just happened. I also knew none of the adults were taking it seriously. The parents must have thought we were overreacting, or that maybe we'd just heard thunder. But there had been no storm. After a few minutes, when no one else called, and when nothing else happened, we started to calm down just enough to think about leaving the hallway. But no one wanted to go alone. So we went as a group, slowly, carefully, like we were stepping into enemy territory. We turned off the movie and just sat there in the dim room, half expecting something to crash through the windows or the back door. That's when someone, maybe my cousin Tyler, suggested we grab something, just in case. Weapons, he said. Of course, we didn't have any real ones, so we armed ourselves with what we could find. I had a broomstick. Another cousin had a fireplace poker. Someone else grabbed a baseball bat, and one of the younger kids had a kitchen knife he wasn't even allowed to touch normally. We sat like that for a long time, trying to look brave, but really just sitting stiff and quiet, watching every shadow on the wall. It was the longest half hour of my life. Eventually, the headlights of a car pulled into the driveway. The front door opened, and in came the adults, laughing and chatting, totally normal. They found us in the living room, sitting like we were guarding a fortress. When we told them what happened, they didn't believe us. Not one bit. They looked outside, checked the backyard, even walked the fence line with flashlights. Nothing was broken. No trees were down, no burn marks, no signs of anything. They asked the neighbors. Nobody else had seen or heard a thing. No power surges. No sirens. Nothing on the news the next day. Nothing at all. But we all experienced it. All 10 of us. We weren't making it up. We couldn't have made that up. Not together. Not all of us. The way the house shook, the brightness of that flash, the sound. It wasn't thunder, it wasn't fireworks, and it wasn't our imagination. I've gone over it so many times in my head. For years, we kept bringing it up at family events, retelling the story, trying to make sense of it. We would laugh about how we grabbed weapons and hid like a bunch of scared animals, but underneath the jokes, we were always trying to understand. We wanted answers. Still do. Now that I'm older, I've tried to explain it logically. Maybe it was some kind of transformer explosion, but there was no power outage. Maybe a meteor hit nearby, but no one else reported anything. Maybe something underground, like a gas line, but again, nothing ever came up in the news. I've looked. I've searched for reports of anything strange that night in that area. There's nothing. Not a single thing that matches what we saw and felt. I remember walking the backyard the next day. The grass was fine. The trees were still. No holes in the ground, no scorch marks, nothing out of place. But I remember feeling it, like it had come from the sky and hit the ground with so much force that it made the whole earth shiver. That wasn't something you could imagine. Not the way it happened. Not all of us at once. And here's the thing. Even though I've gotten older and I understand more about how the world works, I still don't have an explanation. Whatever it wasn't small. It wasn't just anything. Something happened in that backyard. Something big enough to shake a whole house, to blind us for a second, to make 10 kids run in pure animal fear. It's been 10 years now. We're all grown or nearly grown. Some of the cousins are married. A few of us have moved away. But every time we all get together, that night always comes up. We laugh, but it's nervous laughter. None of us can explain it, and no one has forgotten. I still don't know what it was. Maybe I never will. But I know this, it was real, and no one will ever convince me otherwise. I had just turned 17 that summer. Got my license the same week school let out. For the first time in my life, I didn't have to ask for a ride or plan around anyone else's schedule. I could go wherever I wanted, whenever I wanted. That kind of freedom makes you feel bigger than you are, like you're finally stepping into your own skin. Back in high school, my friends and I had a stupid tradition. We made it a mission to find old abandoned houses, half-built ones, foreclosed homes no one touched in years, shells that developers had left halfway done, and we'd party in them. Not real parties with music and tons of people, but little get-togethers. Usually 5 or 6 of us, a couple of drinks someone's older brother would buy, maybe a Bluetooth speaker. We thought it was edgy and cool. It was dumb looking back, but we were kids, and it felt like adventure. There were a few good spots we kept in rotation. One had an actual fireplace that still worked. Another was so deep in the woods, it didn't even have an address anymore. But there was this one place I found by myself that felt different from the others. I passed it every night on my way home from work. I had a summer job bussing tables at this steakhouse about 20 minutes from my house. Long hours, crap pay, but it was better than sitting at home. The house sat just off a narrow two-lane road, tucked behind some trees but not hidden. You could see it if you looked. It was massive, way bigger than anything else in that area. Looked like some contractor had started building a dream home, but stopped halfway through. The roof was done, but the siding wasn't complete. No windows, just open holes with bits of tarp flapping in the wind. The front porch sagged a little, like it hadn't been measured right. There was a long gravel driveway, and a gate that was always open. I never saw any signs posted, no for sale, no trespassing. Just a quiet, unfinished shell of a house sitting out there like it was waiting for someone to finish it. Every time I passed it, I got this weird feeling. Not fear exactly, but curiosity mixed with unease. Like something wasn't quite right about it. The property stretched way back, too, acres of tall grass and patches of trees. The grass in front of the house was kept weirdly short, like someone had mowed it recently, but there was never a car parked out front. No mail in the box. No construction equipment either. Just an empty, silent house with a long, flat yard behind it. I told my friend Jake about it one night when we were hanging out. He loved that kind of stuff even more than I did, always pushing us to go deeper, sneak into scarier places. He practically begged me to take him there. So one Saturday, we made plans to catch a movie that evening, and I told him I'd swing by the place on the way to the theater just to show him. It was summer, so the sun stayed out late, but by the time we got there it was dusk. That kind of light where everything's a little too quiet, and the sky glows orange, but the ground's already gone dark. I remember the air smelled like hot pavement and cut grass. I had my headlights on, not bright enough to really light anything up, but just enough to cast long shadows. I pulled off the road and into the gravel driveway. The tires crunched slow. Jake leaned forward in the passenger seat, looking around like a kid in a haunted house ride. I let the car idle for maybe 10 seconds, just enough to soak the place in. The house looked even bigger up close. No door on the frame, just an empty space where one should have been. You could see straight through the front of the house to the rear. My headlights lit up the inside just enough to catch the shape of beams and support studs. No floors yet, just dirt. We didn't even get out of the car. Something about it felt off. I don't know how to explain it, but the air felt thick, like something was holding its breath. Jake didn't say a word, and neither did I. It was like we both understood, without speaking, that we should leave. I reversed out and turned back toward the main road. We were laughing a little, trying to play it off. We didn't even do anything, just pulled up, looked around, and left. But even that little taste had unsettled something. We were maybe a minute from the house when headlights popped up behind us. High beams blinding. A big truck, probably a lifted Ford or something similar. I checked the mirror. It was tailgating hard, so close I couldn't even see the license plate. Jake turned around in his seat to look and made a noise in the back of his throat. The truck didn't try to pass, just stayed locked on us, riding our bumper like it wanted to push us off the road. I tried to ignore it. We figured it was just some local getting mad at teenagers poking around. Maybe someone who lived nearby. I stayed calm, turned right at the main intersection by the gas station. But the truck didn't follow. It cut through the gas station instead, just drove over the lot like it was nothing, and blocked us off head-on. Tires screeched. My brakes slammed hard. The nose of my car almost tapped the truck's bumper. We froze. Jake whispered shit under his breath. The driver door opened, and this guy stepped out. Huge. Built like someone who lifted for function, not looks. Thick neck, heavy arms, solid gut but not sloppy. He walked straight toward my window. His boots thudded heavy on the pavement, and each step made my chest tighter. I rolled the window down halfway, because that's what you do when you're trying to look innocent. He leaned down, just enough for me to see his face. His skin was tan, not from the sun, but like he worked outdoors. Deep lines on his cheeks, a few days of stubble. His eyes were small, but they didn't blink much. He looked at me and then over at Jake, and then back to me. For a second, nobody said anything. No horns honked. No other cars passed. It was like the road had gone dead. This was usually a busy road, especially on a weekend evening, but now it was just us. Just 3 people and the hum of 2 engines idling. I told him we were just making a U-turn. That's all. We thought it was a driveway, realized it wasn't, and left. He didn't ask questions. Just looked at me like he was weighing the lie in his head. Then he smiled. Not friendly, not threatening, just a smile like he knew more than I did. He straightened up, nodded once, and walked back to his truck. We watched him drive off. He didn't say a word, just got in, reversed, and left like nothing happened. We sat there for a second before I turned the car around and headed toward the movie theater. We didn't say much the rest of the night. We made it to the theater, saw some dumb comedy we barely paid attention to, and then went home like nothing happened. But something had happened. That weird silence on the road, the way that guy appeared out of nowhere, the fact that no one else was around even though it should have been a busy stretch, none of it sat right. And that house, I never went back. Over the weeks that followed, I noticed more about it. The grass out front was always trimmed. Even after heavy rains, there were no puddles in the driveway, no signs of erosion. One time I slowed down just enough to glance in, and I could have sworn there were tire tracks that hadn't been there the night before. Jake and I never really talked about it again. I think he didn't want to. We all have those things we brush off instead of digging deeper. But I kept thinking about the guy, the way he looked at me, like he wasn't mad, like he was assessing a threat. Years later, I passed that road again while visiting family. The house is still there, still unfinished. No windows, no siding, but the lawn is short. The gate is closed now, and there's a new mailbox out front, brand new. Shiny, but no number on it. I parked down the road a bit and watched. 10 minutes, 15. No one came or went. The wind moved the tall grass in the back like waves on water. I thought about walking up again, just to see, but I didn't. Because here's the thing, some houses aren't abandoned. Some places aren't forgotten. They're just waiting, watching who's paying attention. I don't know what's going on there. I never saw drugs or weapons or anything like that. I never went far enough to find out. But I know that guy wasn't just a pissed-off neighbor. He was guarding something, and it wasn't his house. So yeah, don't mess with abandoned places. Don't let curiosity put you in a position you can't walk away from. We got lucky. I don't think we would have been if we had stepped out of the car that night. That house might look like an empty shell, but something lives there, and it doesn't want to be found. I'd been working at sea for years by the time it happened, mostly in the North Atlantic, hopping research vessels from one contract to the next. You get used to weird things out there, whether turning on a dime, strange creaks in the hull, endless days of the same faces and routines. But nothing ever hit me like what I saw that week in 2011. I still think about it when I'm lying awake at night or watching the sky from a deck in the middle of nowhere. 10 years on, it's never really left me. We were working north of the Azores, on a relatively quiet stretch of sea, about a week into the leg. The vessel was a converted fisheries research platform, steady in rough weather, with decent crew quarters and a lot of old gear bolted onto her decks. We'd been deploying hydrophones off the stern, logging current patterns and acoustic signatures for a government-funded marine biology study. Typical stuff, long hours, a lot of boredom broken up by bursts of work, and always the dull hum of the engines below. That night I was on watch, midnight to 4. The bridge was dim, all equipment lighting turned down to preserve night vision. I remember the sea was calm, rare for that time of year, and the sky had that heavy, low-hanging cloud cover that seems to press the world down a little. It wasn't stormy, just thick. No stars, no moonlight, just a dome of dark gray hanging over everything like a lid. It was around 2:30 a.m., I think. Time loses its sharp edges out there. I was standing just behind the starboard radar console, sipping lukewarm coffee, keeping half an eye on the displays and half on the portholes, not expecting much. No shipping traffic, no new weather systems coming in, nothing on sonar. Just the hum of electronics and the occasional creak of the vessel moving gently over the swell. The second watch stander was across the bridge from me, checking headings. The third was sitting back by the communications panel, going over the last log entry. Out of nowhere, the world exploded in green. It wasn't lightning. I know lightning. I've seen every kind, from white to blue to forked to sheet, and this wasn't anything like it. The whole sky lit up like someone had turned on a massive spotlight right above us. Bright neon green, almost electric, like the shade you'd see on a glow stick, but amplified 1,000 times. And it wasn't just the sky, it lit the sea, the clouds, the entire ship. Everything was bathed in that same violent, radioactive green glow. I had to shield my eyes with my arm. It was blinding, painful to look at. But what really froze me was the object itself. It wasn't falling. It wasn't like a meteor or space junk burning up. It came in at an angle, smooth and fast, maybe 30 or 40 degrees from horizontal. It cut through the low cloud cover like a scalpel, splitting it clean, leaving a glowing trail behind it like a wound in the sky. The clouds didn't roil or flare. They just parted, sliced open for a heartbeat, and then folded back in behind it. No sound. Not a single damn sound. Something that bright, that fast, should have torn the sky in half with a sonic boom. But there was nothing but silence. It struck the ocean about 200 meters off our port bow. I say struck, but it wasn't an impact the way you'd expect. There was no explosion, no plume, just this unbelievable light that kept glowing as the thing disappeared beneath the waves. It didn't flare out or fizzle. It just dimmed gradually, sinking deeper and deeper until it was just a faint glow below the surface. I stood there like an idiot, coffee cup in hand, unable to move. My heart was pounding. I looked at the others. They were frozen too, staring at the same spot. No one said anything. We just watched as the green light faded away beneath the waves, deeper and deeper until it was gone. Then the dark came back, thick and pressing. The normal red glow of the consoles felt pale, almost fake, after what we'd just seen. The bridge was dead quiet for another minute before someone finally broke it and logged the sighting. Not much was said. No one wanted to guess. We all knew we'd seen something that didn't fit into anything we were trained for. The rest of the watch passed in slow, stunned silence. No radar returns. No sonar hits. The sea was calm and empty again, like nothing had happened. When we were relieved at 4, the other watch team came up to find us pale and tight-lipped. One of them asked if we were feeling sick. We didn't even try to explain. What were we supposed to say? I didn't sleep well that day. My mind kept circling back to it. The light, the trajectory, the silence. I played it over and over again. I even went to the techs running the hydrophones and asked if they'd picked up anything strange. They hadn't. Not a thing. No impact. No spike. It was like the thing made no noise at all. Not in the air, not in the water. Just light. The next night was worse. Same time, around 2:30 a.m. The air felt wrong from the start. It was still calm, maybe even calmer than the night before. No wind, just a dead stillness that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. We were about 40 nautical miles from where we'd seen the object. The sea hadn't changed. Sky was still low and gray, the cloud layer hanging like a blanket. It started with a thud against the bridge window, then another, then 3 more. I thought it was hail, but it didn't sound right. It was heavier, more solid. I stepped forward and looked out through the portside glass. In the dim bridge light, I saw something slide down the glass and stick for a second before falling off the edge. Feathers. I saw feathers. Then the sky came alive. Hundreds of birds. Maybe more. All kinds, gulls, petrels, shearwaters, auks, and others I didn't even recognize. I've spent years at sea, and I've never seen that many birds, let alone at night, let alone so far from shore. They were everywhere, screaming, flapping, crashing into the ship. Some of them were in a panic spiral, slamming into the radars, the antennas, the rigging. They hit the deck like wet sacks, some dead on impact, some flailing until they stopped moving. The bridge windows rattled under the constant battering. Some came down the exhaust stacks. Others collided with lifeboats or got tangled in the comms wiring. I ran outside to the upper deck with a flashlight, trying to see what was happening. The beam of light caught birds mid-flight, blinded and crashing. Some were just hovering in confusion, flying in tight, erratic loops. A few landed on the railings, dazed, their chests heaving like they'd been flying non-stop for hours. One of them was bleeding from the beak, feathers matted with salt and blood. It looked up at me, and then just toppled over the edge. I stood there for maybe 10 minutes, just watching this chaos unfold. I've seen birds get disoriented before during storms, or when drawn to lights on deck. But this was different. This wasn't normal disorientation. This was something else. A panic, like they were fleeing something. like they didn't know where to go or what to do. Some of them circled the ship until they dropped from exhaustion, wings failing. Others kept flying straight into the ocean, never pulling up. The decks were covered in bird carcasses by morning. The engineers were furious. Some of the cooling vents were clogged with feathers and remains. The antenna arrays had dents in them from the impacts. The crew was shaken. Even the old-timers who'd seen it all were rattled. No one had an explanation. We logged it, photographed it, cleaned it up, and moved on. That's what you do at sea. You keep working. You keep the ship running. But the rest of the trip was quieter. People spoke in lower voices. The usual joking and ribbing died off. We kept scanning the skies, expecting another flash of green or another storm of birds. But nothing else happened. The sea stayed calm. The clouds stayed low. We finished our route, collected our data, and headed back to port. In the months after, I asked around. I talked to other sailors, marine biologists, even a couple of retired pilots. Some had seen strange lights before, green flashes, fireballs, even things diving into the ocean. But no one had a good explanation, and no one had seen the birds. That part stayed with me more than anything else. The light was terrifying, but the birds were wrong. They weren't supposed to be out there, that far, in those numbers, at that time of night. And they weren't just lost. They were scared. I still don't know what we saw. Maybe it was a meteor with some weird chemical composition that made it glow green. Maybe it was something military, something experimental, something not meant to be seen. Maybe it was just a trick of light and sea and weather. But I don't think so. It moved too clean. It glowed too bright. It was too quiet. And the birds, those birds didn't just get confused. Something sent them into a panic. Something made them lose their minds. I don't tell the story often. Sailors don't like talking about things they can't explain. There's a quiet agreement among us. You see strange stuff, you log it, and you keep going. But every now and then, when I'm back on shore and the sky gets that heavy gray look to it, I remember those nights. I remember the green light splitting the clouds and diving into the sea. I remember the birds raining down on our deck, lost and dying. And I remember the silence. That awful, deep silence that came after. Whatever it was real. I saw it with my own eyes. And if it happens again, I hope I'm not out there. Some things the ocean can keep. When I was a teenager, I used to camp alone out in the hills behind my grandparents' place. They lived in the middle of nowhere. No nearby neighbors, just fields and woods and the sound of wind moving through grass. There were no trails marked out, no campgrounds. I just found myself a spot and went. To get to the place I liked to camp, I had to cross a few fences and cut through some private land that my grandparents had some loose arrangement with the owner about. It was mostly pasture, used for cattle grazing, and while you always had to be cautious around livestock, I'd done it enough times to know the routine. Open the wire fence, slip through, and move slow so I didn't spook any animals. There was this one time though, this time I'm thinking of now, that things were different. It was the last time I ever camped out there. I had set off early in the afternoon. My pack wasn't heavy, just a tarp, sleeping bag, some food, and basic gear. As I made my way across the pasture about a mile out from my grandparents' house, I noticed something wrong. The cows were already acting jumpy. Their eyes were wide, and they were making these short, agitated sounds, not quite panicked, but close. I'd never seen a whole herd that twitchy before, especially not when I hadn't even approached them directly. They were clustered near the far fence, away from the main path I usually took, but they kept their heads turned, watching me the entire time I crossed. I gave them a wide berth and didn't think too much of it. Maybe a coyote had spooked them earlier or something. The rest of the hike was uneventful. The area I camped at was this flat patch of dirt surrounded by low brush and a few larger trees, just high enough to see out across the hills during sunset. I spent the afternoon setting up my small camp, got a fire going with some deadfall I gathered nearby, and roasted some simple stuff I'd packed. Nothing fancy, just food to keep warm and full. The night was still, quiet, no wind at all. Usually I could hear coyotes yipping off in the distance or some owls calling to each other, but that night it was just dead quiet. Still, it didn't set off any alarm bells in my head. It was just one of those extra calm nights, and I fell asleep under the stars. The next morning, I packed up and headed back the same way I'd come. That's when I noticed the smell. It hit me maybe halfway through the pasture. just before the last fence line before my grandparents' back field. It was awful, like something rotting, but also like chemicals. The best way I can describe it is if a skunk had rolled around in a septic tank and then died in a pile of manure. I covered my nose with my sleeve and started looking around for the cows. I couldn't see any. The entire herd was gone. It was a large pasture, maybe 20-30 acres of gently rolling grass with a few trees along the north edge, but not enough to hide a whole herd. Still, I figured they had moved to the other side or were back near the water troughs behind the tree lane. I kept walking, still nauseated by the stench. It was thick, clinging to the inside of my mouth and throat like the smell had weight to it. Just before I got to the fence, I saw something that didn't sit right. Some grass and brush were flattened in a rough trail, leading toward a shallow ravine I hadn't paid attention to before. It wasn't large, maybe 10 feet across and just deep enough to hide a person crouched down, but it had this look to it, like something had been dragged. I don't know why I did it, maybe just curiosity or trying to reassure myself, but I set my pack down on a flat rock at the fence line and followed that trail. I didn't have to go far. Less than 200 yards into the ravine, I found them. All the cows were there, maybe 15 or 20 of them, stacked in a disgusting, mangled heap. Each one had been killed deliberately, clean puncture wounds to the skull, right between the eyes. A bolt gun maybe, or something sharp and heavy. And then they were gutted. Some split open from neck to belly, others hacked apart like meat for processing. It wasn't like a wild animal had done it. I've seen coyotes take down deer, and it's messy, but this was precise. Surgical in some places, savage in others. Entrails thrown to the side, some torn open and leaking, others piled together like someone had started dissecting them and stopped halfway through. I couldn't believe it. I just stood there, stunned. The smell was overwhelming, and flies buzzed in thick clouds. I covered my face with my shirt and backed away slowly. I didn't want to touch anything. I didn't want to leave prints. Something about it screamed wrong. Like this wasn't just poaching or butchery. This was something worse. Like someone had enjoyed doing this. I turned and jogged back toward where I had left my gear. I just wanted to get out of there. When I reached the fence, my gear was gone. It had been no more than 5 minutes, maybe 6, and everything was gone. My sleeping bag, my tarp, my food, my knife, my little gas stove, even the water bottle I had hooked to the side. The rock I'd set it on was bare, not a scrap left behind. I spun in a slow circle, scanning the field. Nothing, not even the trace of someone walking away. No footprints, no rustled grass. I took a few steps forward and stopped. Every hair on my body stood up. There's a particular feeling your body gives you when you know something is deeply wrong. A deep pressure in your chest. A cold sweat that seeps out of nowhere. It's not fear, not yet. It's the moment before fear, when your brain hasn't caught up to what your body already knows. I didn't run. Not yet. I walked. I moved fast, but I didn't run until I cleared the pasture and got onto the gravel road that led to my grandparents' property. When I finally got there, I bolted the door behind me and sat on the floor in the kitchen for nearly an hour. I didn't tell them what I saw. I told them I cut my trip short because of the weather or something. I can't even remember what excuse I made. I just remember how my shirt stank of that foul smell, how I kept looking over my shoulder for days afterward. A few days later, I walked back up there with my grandfather. I told him I thought I saw something weird. When we got to the pasture, the cows were still gone, but the ravine was empty. No bodies, no blood, nothing, just bare dirt and dry grass. Like it had never happened. I didn't ask any more questions, and I never camped out there again. Years passed. I almost forgot about that whole thing until I visited my cousin up in the Montana/Wyoming area. She worked with the Forest Service doing hydrology work, and I thought it'd be fun to tag along for a few days. We were going to check some streams and snowpack data, basically making sure runoff wasn't contaminated. It sounded peaceful, riding out into remote areas, testing water, camping under the stars. It reminded me of my old solo trips. The first day and night were everything I'd hoped for. Clean air, long views across untouched landscapes. We rode horses through narrow paths, pitched camp near a cold, clear stream, and cooked dinner over a small fire. It felt good. Simple. Clean. On the second morning, she looked at me and said, "Want to see something weird?" She didn't elaborate, just led me off our path and into a narrow ravine that coiled between two ridgelines. We rode for almost 2 hours, winding deeper into country with no road access. No sign of civilization. Just woods, rock, and sky. Eventually, she dismounted in a clearing and told me to tie up my horse. She handed me our rechargeable radio and said, "Bring this." I followed her down a faint animal trail into the trees. It was quiet, not in a peaceful way. Quiet in a way that made my ears ring a little, like the sound had been turned off. That's when I saw the wire. It was maybe 10 or 12 gauge electrical wire, the kind you'd use for wiring up a house. It came straight up from the ground, then ran across low branches, dipped back down, and twisted its way through the brush. It was old, dusty, maybe even weathered from seasons of exposure, but it was intact. We followed it. Every few feet, it would drape over a rock or wind around a trunk. No breaks, no splices. After about 100 yards, it ended. There was a desk there, just sitting in a pocket of flat earth surrounded by pine. A heavy, old metal teacher's desk with a fake wood veneer top. No chair. No sign of anyone having been there recently. No tire tracks. No drag marks. The wire fed into a socket on the side of the desk, and next to it was a standard 2-plug outlet. My cousin took the radio from my hand, pulled out the cord, and plugged it in. The radio lit up. Static burst from the speaker. It was receiving power. I stared at the outlet, then at the wire, and then at the surrounding woods. No buildings. No signs of infrastructure. No humming of a generator. No solar panels. Just a working electrical outlet in the middle of nowhere. We didn't stay long. I didn't take a picture. I should have, but something about it felt off. Not dangerous, just wrong. Like it was something I wasn't meant to see. We hiked back to the horses in silence and rode out without talking. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept imagining the wire in the trees, snaking through the woods like a vein. I asked her once about it again later. She just shook her head and said, "I don't go back there." That was all she said. That was all I needed to hear. I never forgot that day. 2 moments years apart, 2 different places, but the same feeling. The same silence, the same emptiness, the same sense of something watching, listening, waiting. And both times, the only thing I knew for sure was that I didn't want to be there anymore. Some things don't need an explanation. Some things, I think, aren't meant to be found. It was supposed to be a routine delivery, just another hot tub job, but it quickly became one of the scariest moments of my life. One I still replay in my head sometimes, even though years have passed since that day. The memory's as clear as if it happened yesterday. The feeling of the cold wind, the weight of that hot tub leaning against me, the terrifying drop just inches behind my feet. Everything is burned into my mind like a nightmare I can't shake. The job took me to this fancy gated community near Branson, Missouri. Beautiful place, tucked away against rolling hills, expensive homes everywhere you looked. Big, modern houses with sprawling decks, multiple floors, and all the bells and whistles you'd expect in a neighborhood like that. The kind of place where every detail is meant to impress, but also made certain tasks, like delivering a massive hot tub, incredibly complicated. The house where the hot tub was going was a 4-story build, but the way it was built on the hill made the 4th floor actually the ground level on the driveway side. The other 3 floors were stepped down the hill on the other side, so from the street, it looked like just a single-story entry, but really, the house extended way down the slope behind it. This architecture detail meant that the hot tub had to go on the 4th floor balcony, but that floor was right off the driveway, so it seemed simple at first. It wasn't simple at all. When I pulled in, the place was a construction zone. Workers everywhere, materials scattered around, machinery humming. The driveway was busy, trucks coming and going, and the whole site had that chaotic feel of a project that was still in full swing. The construction workers were in charge of directing me where to put the tub. They told me I'd have to make a ramp down from the driveway, then into the yard below, then up another ramp to the porch. From there, I'd have to wheel the tub through the living room, out the back patio doors, and onto the deck where it would finally sit. It was a lot of work for just a delivery, but the kicker was the deck. It wasn't finished. Not at all. They'd installed only enough decking to make a narrow pathway from the patio doors to the far corner where the hot tub was supposed to sit. The rest of the deck was just open framing, no railings, nothing but empty space, and a sheer drop 4 stories down to the ground below. The thought of carrying a 900-pound hot tub across that was already nerve-wracking. The workers offered to help me. I appreciated that because I wasn't about to do this alone. We got the hot tub out of the truck and started the slow, careful journey to the deck. The ramp down to the yard was steep and rough, made from plywood sheets laid over dirt and gravel. The dolly's wheels sank into soft spots and slipped occasionally, making us stop and adjust. Every inch forward was tense, with everyone watching carefully. When we reached the porch ramp and finally the patio doors, we had to squeeze the hot tub sideways through the opening. It was a tight fit, and I had to maneuver the tub carefully to avoid damaging the frame or the walls. Once inside the living room, the floor was covered in protective sheets, but it didn't matter much because my focus was on keeping the tub balanced on the dolly and steady. The living room was spacious, but moving a hot tub through a house under construction is never easy. The dolly scraped against door frames and floor edges, and the workers kept an eye out for any hazards. We finally reached the back patio doors and wheeled the tub outside onto the deck. Now came the hardest part. The deck was this narrow, unfinished platform stretching out over the hillside. The section of decking was maybe 3 feet wide, just enough for the tub to cross, but no railing, no safety nets, nothing to prevent a fall. The sheer drop beneath was terrifying. I looked over the edge and saw boulders and dirt far below. I couldn't imagine falling that distance. It would be certain death. The plan was to lay the hot tub down flat on the deck, but the contractor wanted to leave it standing on its edge, which was riskier, but would supposedly make the next phase of installation easier for the plumbers and electricians. I told them it was harder to get the tub off the dolly while it was standing upright, but they insisted, so we began. I explained to them how I'd have to place wooden blocks under one side of the dolly, then tilt the tub toward me just enough to pop the straps holding it to the dolly. Once the dolly was free, I'd tilt the tub back upright, remove the blocks, and carefully lower it down onto the deck. I'd done this countless times before. It was routine for me, but never under such precarious conditions. The problem was, the deck was so narrow I barely had enough space to maneuver safely. I popped the strap securing the tub to the dolly and slid the blocks under one side. I took a deep breath, knowing that as I tilted the tub, my feet would be right on the edge of the deck with nothing behind me but empty air. My heart was pounding harder than I wanted to admit. I tilted the tub slowly, feeling its massive weight shift. My feet were just inches from the edge, maybe 4 inches at most. The tub leaned heavily against me, the weight pressing down on my arms and shoulders. 2 construction workers stood on either side, holding it steady, and 3 others worked to free the dolly from underneath. Another worker fiddled with the straps that were supposed to secure the tub to the house to keep it from tipping in the wind. Everything was tense but moving smoothly. Then it all went wrong. One of the workers who was trying to free the dolly got impatient. Without warning, he kicked the corner of the hot tub to dislodge it from the dolly. It worked, but at the worst possible moment. I wasn't ready. My feet hadn't shifted to a safer spot. I shouted that I was falling as the tub jerked suddenly. The 2 guys beside me caught the weight of the tub to keep it from tipping over, but no one could reach me. My arms flailed wildly, trying to grab anything to stop my fall. My body bent backward almost double, and I was fighting with everything I had to stay on that narrow deck. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the ground rushing closer, the boulders far below. I could feel the cold air rushing past as I slipped, my heels sliding off the edge. I was falling, and then suddenly I was flying forward. Something caught me. The strap the useless worker had been tightening, the one he'd been fiddling with the entire time, was wrapped behind me, stretched tight, and it slammed me against the bottom of the hot tub. It held me back from the edge, stopped me from falling those 4 stories to the ground below. The dolly was finally freed, the tub stood upright again, and I was left shaking, still clinging to the hot tub like a lifeline. My heart was pounding in my chest, sweat dripping down my back despite the cold air. That strap, which no one thought would make a difference at that moment, had saved my life. After catching my breath and making sure the tub was secure, I couldn't stop thinking about how close I came to death. The feeling of helplessness, the terror of falling, and the sudden relief when that strap held fast, it all stuck with me. That day, I realized that sometimes the smallest things can be the most important. I never forgot the guy who saved me either. He hadn't been the most helpful at first, messing with the strap and not seeming to focus, but when it counted, he pulled with all his strength and stopped me from plummeting to my death. I felt I owed him more than just thanks. So, I gave him and his family a trip to Breckenridge, Colorado for Christmas. It was a vacation I had been saving for my own wife and daughter, a surprise I had planned for them. But after that day, I knew the man who literally saved my life deserved it more. It was a gift I could give without hesitation, even if my family never knew about it. That experience changed me. I'm more careful now. I respect the weight of the things I handle and the dangers of the places I work. And I never take safety for granted, not for myself, and certainly not for the people around me. Every time I think about that deck, that drop, and the hot tub leaning against me, I remember how close I came to losing everything. And I remember the strength of a simple strap holding tight, saving a life in a moment when all hope seemed lost. That was one of the scariest moments I've ever faced. And it taught me to value every breath, every step, and every person who stands by you when things get dangerous. A few years ago, I went walking in the woods alone, something I did sometimes when I needed to clear my head. It was late September, just cold enough to make me keep moving, but not freezing. The leaves had started to turn, all yellows and browns, and the air had that dry, cracked feeling of early fall. I wasn't on a marked trail or anything. I liked to wander, cut through underbrush, find my own way. It made me feel like I was really away from everything, disconnected. That day, I'd gone deeper into the woods than usual. I remember I was about an hour out from where I'd parked, just moving aimlessly through the trees. The light was starting to slant, late afternoon, and I remember it getting quieter, like even the birds had packed it in for the day. I had just stepped over a fallen tree, one of those big old ones with soft, rotting bark, when I caught this smell. It hit me hard. At first, I thought it might be some sort of flowering plant. It was sweet, but not in a good way. It was thick, like it clung to the inside of my nose and throat, almost like burnt sugar mixed with something sour. I remember stopping, sniffing the air, trying to figure out what the hell it was. There was no wind, no animals making noise, just this horrible, sticky smell. Being the curious idiot that I am, I started looking around. The smell seemed to be strongest near a thicket of undergrowth, where a bunch of saplings and thorny bushes had grown together in a mess. I pushed through, getting scratched up in the process, and that's when I saw him. The body was lying curled up near the base of a tree, just behind the wall of brambles. For a second, I didn't even realize what I was looking at. It was just this pale, swollen shape in the dirt. Then my eyes adjusted and I saw the shoes. Sneakers. One of them had slid halfway off. I stepped closer, not really thinking, just trying to make sense of it. The smell got worse, so bad I almost gagged. There were flies. So many flies. He was bloated, the skin on his hands and face stretched tight in some places and peeling away in others. The color of him was all wrong, greenish-grayish with patches of black. His eyes were open, or at least the sockets were. One of them looked like it had been picked clean by something. The mouth hung open like he'd been trying to scream. I stood there staring for a minute, frozen. My stomach turned, and I threw up in the bushes behind me. After I got myself together, I fumbled for my phone and called the police. My hands were shaking so badly, I nearly dropped it. I gave them my GPS coordinates from a hiking app one had, and they told me to stay put. I remember the woman on the other end of the line sounding calm, like she'd heard it all before. She told me it might take a while for someone to get to me. I told her that was fine, but it wasn't. I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to sit near that body, but I couldn't just leave him, either. I found a fallen log about 10 feet away and sat down, wrapping my arms around myself to stop shaking. I tried not to look at him, but he was right there. I could still smell him, even with my shirt pulled over my nose. As the minutes dragged by, the light started to go. The trees got darker. Everything felt heavier, like the woods themselves were pressing in. I kept checking my phone, watching the battery drop slowly. The sun dipped below the horizon, and suddenly it was just me, the body, and the dark. I don't know how long I sat there. Time felt weird. Every sound made me jump, branches creaking, leaves rustling, small animals moving through the brush. I kept imagining they were footsteps. I started to think about who he was, what had happened, why he was out here. He looked young, maybe my age or a little older. Mid-20s maybe. Brown hair, what was left of it. He'd been wearing a hoodie and jeans, though they were soaked and torn and barely hanging on. I wondered how long he'd been here. Days? A week? Longer? And why had he come all the way out here? Eventually, I saw flashlights bobbing through the trees and heard voices. 2 officers and a paramedic found me. They looked at the body for a long time, didn't say much, just called it in. One of the officers came over and asked me some questions. I told him everything. He nodded, jotted down notes, didn't seem surprised by anything. They put up a small perimeter and waited for the coroner. I didn't stick around for that. They let me go once they got my statement, and I practically ran back to my car. I remember the feeling of getting in and locking the doors, like something had followed me out. Over the next few days, I kept checking the local news. Eventually, I saw a brief article. The body had been identified. A missing person, gone for about 3 weeks. No foul play suspected. Cause of death was suicide. No other details. I thought that would be the end of it, but it wasn't. That first night, I had a nightmare. I was back in the woods, standing over the body, except this time he was sitting up, looking at me. He didn't say anything, but I could feel something from him. Anger, like I'd done something wrong. I woke up sweating. The dreams kept coming. Not every night, but often enough. Sometimes he was lying there, staring. Other times, I was the one lying on the ground, and he was standing over me. Once, I dreamed I was trying to run, but I couldn't move my legs. He was right behind me, always silent, but always angry. I stopped going into the woods for a long time. Couldn't bring myself to do it. I started to avoid parks, even tree-lined streets. The smell haunted me. Even now, certain things trigger it. A trash bin left in the sun too long, roadkill, sweet perfume mixed with sweat. It always turns my stomach. After a few months, I tried talking to someone, a therapist. I told her what had happened, how I kept seeing him in my sleep. She said it was trauma, that it would take time, that it was my brain trying to process what I saw. She gave me some exercises to do, grounding techniques, breathing. I tried them. They helped a little. Still, the dreams kept coming. They weren't every night anymore, but they never fully stopped. Sometimes they were vague, just flashes of the woods or the smell. Other times they were vivid, like I was right back there. The worst ones were when he looked at me, when he seemed aware of me. I never saw his face in real life, not clearly. But in the dreams, I always did. It was like my brain had filled in the missing parts. Sometimes I wonder if I saw his driver's license photo somewhere without realizing. Maybe on the news article or the police report. Maybe my brain latched onto it. I started avoiding sleep. Not all the time, but on nights when I felt it creeping up on me. I'd stay up watching TV, reading, anything to keep my mind busy. Eventually, exhaustion would win. I'd sleep, and sometimes he'd be there again. Once, I tried to look up more about him. I found a few posts on a missing person page. His name was Jake. His family had been looking for him. He had a sister. There was a photo of them together, smiling. That stuck with me for a while, made it feel more real. He wasn't just some corpse in the woods. He'd had a life. That part made it worse, in a way, knowing he had people, that someone had loved him, that they had to find out he died alone, out in the dirt, half-eaten by animals, that I had seen him like that. Sometimes, I wondered if he really wanted to be left there. If that place, far off the trail, was chosen on purpose, secluded, hidden, maybe it was supposed to be his final, private place. And I had ruined that. Of course, that's just speculation. I didn't know him. I still don't. All I know is what I saw, and what I keep seeing. Over the years, the dreams slowed down. Less frequent, less vivid. Sometimes, months go by without one. Then one night, he's back. A flicker of his face, a flash of that twisted body. I always wake up with my heart pounding. I still don't go walking off trail. I stick to the paths now. I try not to think about what's just beyond the brush. What else might be hiding, just out of sight? I never saw a therapist again after that first year. I figured there wasn't much more to say. Nothing she could tell me that I didn't already know. It happened. I saw it. It stuck with me. That's just the way it is. These days, I can talk about it without shaking. I don't throw up when I think about it. I still don't like the smell of sweet things mixed with rot, but I can handle it. Mostly. Writing this down feels strange, like calling him back up again. I know I'll probably dream of him tonight. That face, those eyes, that smell. It always happens when I talk about it too much. But I guess part of me wanted to let it out, to lay it down somewhere. Maybe if I do that, he'll finally go. Maybe not. But either way, this is the truth. No ghosts. No demons. Just a guy who went out into the woods and never came back. And another guy who found him and couldn't stop seeing him after. That's all there is to it. My house sits farther back in the lot than the others on the street. Most homes in this neighborhood sit fairly close to the sidewalk, maybe 20 feet back. But mine, it's almost 40 feet from the curb to the front steps. The driveway runs alongside the house, but the sidewalk, oddly enough, doesn't lead directly to the front door. It stretches alongside the front of the house, running the entire length of the living room before finally meeting the small front porch. That porch is barely big enough for a chair or two, just enough space to say you have one. The whole setup is strange. I've never really liked it. The house has these massive living room windows that face the yard, but they don't open. They're fixed glass, meant for light, not air. When the sun is up, it floods the room with warmth and color. But once the sun goes down, it's like sitting in a fishbowl. Anyone can walk up and look in, and I'd never know. No curtains either. I'd always meant to get some, but never got around to it. During the day it felt fine, almost pretty. But at night, those windows made me feel like I was putting on a show for the dark. When my family left for vacation, I didn't go. I had work. It wasn't a big deal. They'd be gone for the week, and I'd have the house to myself. That first night alone, I figured I'd make the most of it. I bought a six-pack on the way home and figured I'd crash out on the couch in the living room. It was a Friday. I didn't have work the next day. I drank more than I meant to. I wasn't hammered, but I was buzzed enough that when it got dark and the house started to feel bigger and emptier, I just stayed put on the couch. The back hallway that led to my bedroom felt long and cold. It always did when I was by myself. I could have made the walk back there, but I didn't want to. Something about the quiet gave me the creeps. So I left the TV on low and pulled a blanket over myself right there on the couch, directly under those huge glass windows. It wasn't a comfortable sleep, but the alcohol helped. I woke up sometime later. It wasn't the TV that woke me. That was still on, humming softly. It wasn't a sound I could place. I just opened my eyes and felt instantly wrong. Something was off. My arms were cold. My legs were cold. The blanket had fallen off. The air in the room felt heavy and still, and I had this deep, bone-deep chill. I sat up a little, not all the way, just enough to glance at the cable box. The time said 3:08 a.m. That's when the banging started. It was loud and sudden, like someone had slammed their fists against the glass right above me. I froze. The couch was pushed back against the wall, right beneath the windows. The sound came directly above my head. One heavy pound, then another, then another. 3 in quick succession. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just stared straight ahead, heart pounding, eyes wide, too scared to look up. My mind kept trying to come up with explanations. Maybe a tree branch, but there were no trees near that window. A bird? At 3 in the morning. A rock, but it sounded too heavy, too rhythmic. I finally looked up. There was a figure outside the window. A person, standing there, standing still. Then, fists lifted, they banged on the glass again. I flinched but didn't move. They were staring down at me. I could only see part of them from where I lay, the torso, arms, and the outline of a head. I didn't know how long they'd been standing there before I woke up. The glass didn't break. These windows were thick. Probably the only thing I appreciated about them in that moment. But it also meant I couldn't hear anything. No voice, no breathing, just the dull, pounding thud of fists on glass. It stopped. I still didn't move. I lay there, stiff as a board, hoping maybe they'd walk away. Maybe they'd think I wasn't really awake. Maybe they'd get bored. I didn't want to reach for my phone. It was charging on the floor next to the couch, but to get it, I'd have to lean forward and reach down. I didn't want to move. Then the front door started shaking. Another set of bangs, louder this time, came from the front door, just 10 feet away. The door has a small window in it too, but I couldn't see it from where I was. Someone else was out there. Or maybe the same person had moved. I didn't know. All I knew was that now the banging was coming from 2 directions, right above me and directly in front of me. I remember the sound of my heartbeat. I could hear it in my ears, loud and painful. My breathing was shallow and fast. I kept telling myself to move, to get up, to grab my phone, to call someone, but I couldn't. My body wouldn't listen. The pounding continued. Window door, back and forth like a rhythm, like they were working together. I couldn't see who was at the door. I didn't want to know. At one point, I think I blacked out, not from alcohol but from pure fear. My head spun, my vision narrowed, and everything felt far away. When I came to, maybe a minute later, the pounding was still going. Still that same back and forth hammering of fists on wood and glass. Still no words, no yells. Just that sound. It went on for over 40 minutes. I didn't move once. I just lay there, gripping the blanket, staring at the TV, praying the sun would rise. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. No slow fade, no retreating footsteps. Just silence. I waited. 10 minutes passed. Then 20. I still didn't move. My body felt like it had been drained of all its energy. I was exhausted but wired, like every nerve in me was still firing. Finally, when the cable box said 4:15, I reached down slowly, hand shaking, and grabbed my phone. I had a signal. I thought about calling the police, but what would I even say? They were gone. I didn't have cameras. I didn't have a description. I didn't even know how many people were out there. I didn't call anyone. Instead, I sat up and finally looked out the window. The porch light was still on, casting its weak yellow light across the sidewalk. Nothing was there. The yard looked the same. The street was empty. My neighbors' houses were dark. I stayed on the couch until the sky turned gray. When the sun came up, I finally stood up, legs weak and stiff, and walked to the door. I unlocked it and slowly opened it. The morning air was cool and quiet. I stepped outside and looked around. There were no footprints. The grass was a little damp from dew, but nothing looked disturbed. I walked around the side of the house, looked at the windows. No cracks, no smudges. Just spotless glass staring back at me. I couldn't explain it. I didn't want to try. That day, I called a friend to come stay the rest of the week. I didn't go into much detail. I just told him something weird happened, and I didn't want to be alone. He didn't take it seriously. He laughed, said I was probably just seeing things. Maybe it was a raccoon. Maybe a drunk guy lost his way. But the way he laughed told me he wasn't coming. I didn't sleep in the living room again. I didn't sleep much at all, to be honest. Every night, I stayed in my room with the door locked. I moved a dresser in front of it. I kept the window closed and locked. I barely ate. I barely showered. I waited for my family to come home, counting down the hours. They got back 4 days later. I didn't tell them. I couldn't. It sounded crazy, even to me. I just said I was glad they were home. A week later, I bought curtains for the living room. I never slept in there again. I checked the locks 3 times before bed now. I keep a bat next to my bed. I got a motion light for the front yard. I haven't seen anything since that night, and I hope I never do. But sometimes, just before I fall asleep, I think about the sound of those fists hitting the glass. I wonder what would have happened if I'd moved, if I'd stood up, if I'd tried to talk to them, or if they'd broken through. Sometimes I wonder if they'll ever come back. And I know if they do, I won't be sleeping in that room. That night is still one of the most unsettling experiences I've ever had, even though years have passed since it happened. It's the kind of memory that never really goes away, no matter how much time tries to dull the edges. I can still feel that cold creeping over my skin, that darkness pressing in on me like it wanted to swallow me whole. Back then, I was in high school. I had this good friend who lived a couple of houses down from mine. His place was in this older, quiet neighborhood where most houses had been there for decades. The kind of place where the streets were lined with tall trees, and you could hear the leaves rustling even when everything else was still. His house was like many others around it, an old craftsman style, built maybe in the 1950s. It had that solid, homey look that made you think families had lived there for generations. Just next door to his was this house that had been up for sale for as long as I could remember. Nobody had lived in it for more than 6 months without suddenly moving out, usually in the middle of the night, without telling anyone. The real estate signs would go up and down, but the house always stayed empty in between. People in the neighborhood whispered about it sometimes. Nobody ever said anything directly, but the way they talked made it clear that the house gave everyone the creeps. Things would go missing. Neighbors would hear strange noises, or there'd be unexplained lights flickering behind the curtains, but no one could explain it. At least not in a way that made any sense. It was just a creepy house, and because it sat empty so often, it became this weird curiosity for us. One night, my friend and I were hanging out. It was winter, the air was cold, but there wasn't any snow yet, just that damp chill that seemed to get inside your bones. We were bored, just sitting around his room, scrolling through our phones, trying to find something to do. Eventually, he suggested we check out the empty house next door. He said it had been empty for weeks now, maybe months, and since it was right there, why not explore it? He always had a bit of a thrill-seeker streak, so I figured why not? It wasn't like we had anything better to do. We went around back, and he showed me this dog door built into the side of the house near the kitchen. It was small, but just big enough for him to crawl through. The door itself was locked from the inside, but somehow he managed to unlock it. I can't remember exactly how he did it, but he must have found a spare key or figured out a way to jimmy it open. He slipped inside through the dog door and helped me crawl in after him. The inside of the house was like walking into a time capsule. It looked like no one had touched it for a long time. Dust covered the furniture, and the air smelled stale, like a closed-up room that hadn't been aired out in months. The wallpaper was faded, and the linoleum floor creaked under our feet. The kitchen was the most interesting part. The built-in breakfast table was still there, set right against a big picture window that looked out onto the street. The electricity was off, but through the window, the streetlight cast a pale yellow glow that seeped inside, giving the room just enough light for us to see each other's faces. We sat down on the floor across from the table. It felt strange just sitting there, like we were intruding on someone else's space, even though no one had lived there for a while. We talked about random stuff, school, music, stupid jokes, anything to break the silence. It was just two kids hanging out in an empty, creepy house, doing something we knew we probably shouldn't. I remember thinking how quiet everything was inside. No cars passing, no dogs barking, no sounds from neighbors. Just us and the muffled hum of the streetlight outside. Suddenly, without any warning, my friend screamed. It wasn't a normal scream. It was full of panic and pure terror. The sound ripped through the quiet, and in that instant, something happened to me. My vision went black, but not like closing my eyes or fading to darkness. It was like everything went completely blank. No shapes, no light, no color, just nothing. But it wasn't just my sight. My whole body felt like it was plunged into this sickly coldness that started at my head and spread down to my toes. It was freezing, but not the kind of cold that you can shake off with a jacket or a blanket. It was a deep, bone-chilling cold that felt like it was seeping into my very soul. The air around me felt heavy and sticky, like I was trapped inside a thick, invisible fog that wouldn't let go. I started screaming too, but the sound barely felt real, like I was shouting underwater. I could feel my friend's hand suddenly grabbing mine with an urgent, forceful grip. He was pulling me, dragging me hard toward the door. I didn't want to move. I was frozen, paralyzed by that crushing cold and darkness. But his grip was strong, and eventually, I had no choice but to follow. Slowly, my vision started to return. The blackness faded, and I began to feel warmth creeping back into my body. I realized we were outside under the streetlight, the cold night air biting at my skin. It was December, and it should have been much warmer inside that house than out here. The cold I'd felt wasn't normal. It wasn't just winter air. It was something else entirely. I looked over at my friend, who was still holding my hand, his face pale and shaking. He looked scared, really scared, and that scared me even more. I could barely catch my breath, still trying to make sense of what had just happened. He told me later what he'd seen. While we were sitting there talking, he said something had crawled out from under the table. It was this black figure, the vague shape of a girl, but without any real form or features. Just this dark, moving shadow that somehow managed to sit on top of me. I started groping around blindly, my eyes wide open but unable to see, like I was trapped in that same blackness I'd felt. My friend freaked out and pulled me out of the house as fast as he could. We never really talked about it much after that, but the memory stayed with both of us. Whenever the story comes up, it still sends chills down my spine. I've never felt anything like that blackness or coldness in my life before or since. It wasn't just an absence of light or warmth. It was real and physical, palpable and almost sticky, like it was trying to hold on to me and drag me back inside. For days afterward, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. Every time I walked past that house, my heart would race and my skin would crawl. I even started having trouble sleeping. I was scared to get out of bed in the morning, scared of what I might find if I opened my eyes. That empty house wasn't just a creepy place anymore. It was something else, something dangerous. Even now, years later, I can't pass that house without a tight knot forming in my stomach. I avoid looking at it if I can, and I never go near it alone. The neighborhood has changed a lot since then, but that house remains, sitting empty, waiting for the next person to move in, and maybe never move out. I don't know what that black thing was, or why it came out that night, but I know one thing for sure. I don't want to find out. The early morning air was cold and damp, and the thick mist hung low, making everything around me seem blurry and unreal. It was about 5 o'clock, the sky barely shifting from dark to the faintest shade of gray. The streets were empty, quiet except for the distant hum of a car somewhere far off, or the soft crunch of my own shoes against the cracked pavement. I was walking to my usual bus stop, eating a banana I'd peeled just a minute before. The skin of the banana had that faint bruise I'd noticed yesterday, but ignored. I held the fruit loosely in one hand, my other clutching my bag. My mind was somewhere else, debating something trivial, like whether I'd get my usual Starbucks before or after the commute, or maybe skip it entirely to save money. I was dressed like I always was on these early mornings. Loose, baggy pants, a big jacket pulled tight around my neck, a hat pulled down low. I looked like a kid from the 90s, all oversized clothes and quiet steps. I liked it that way. It made me feel safe. I liked to blend in, avoid attention. As I neared the corner where my street bent sharply, the dim streetlight flickered above me, casting a thin, yellow glow on the wet pavement. To my left, a narrow alleyway disappeared into the shadows. The mist curled around the bricks, making it look like a secret passage into a darker world. I barely noticed it. Then, out of the corner of my eye, a figure stepped out. At first, I thought it was someone like me, someone going the same way or just passing through. But as the figure moved closer, I saw the black mask covering their face, the way they moved with a kind of stiff purpose. My body wanted to keep walking, to not look, to pretend nothing was happening. But my brain caught up in an instant when a sharp voice cut through the quiet. "Put down your fucking purse," the man shouted. I froze. The banana slipped from my fingers, the sticky smell lingering in the air as I turned to face him fully. He was tall, his black mask hiding everything but his eyes, cold, sharp, watching me like prey. My heart hammered inside my chest so hard it was like it wanted to burst out. I could feel it in my throat, my hands shaking slightly despite myself. There was a gun, pressed firmly against my temple, its cold metal biting into my skin through my hat. The world spun a little. The mist thickened. "Put down your bags," he repeated, voice low and angry. I nodded quickly, trying to stay calm, trying to keep my voice steady even though I wanted to scream or run. Okay, I'm putting them down over here." My hands trembled as I moved my things slowly onto the wet ground. My mind was racing, adrenaline flooding every nerve. I knew I needed to find a way out, but my body felt frozen, caught between fight and flight. "Walk over here," he ordered, his gun still steady on me. "Get down on the fucking ground." Okay, I'm coming," I said, trying to sound cooperative, hoping to buy myself some time. I moved slowly toward him, feeling the rough concrete under my shoes, the cold mist sticking to my skin. My hands still smelled faintly of banana, a small, useless detail in the midst of this nightmare. When I got down, I dropped to my knees and then my chest, hands pressed flat on the wet ground, eyes on the cracked pavement. I tried to keep my voice soft, trying to reason. "Look, see, I'm on the ground. My stuff is over there. Please just take my stuff." But the man didn't like that. His voice shot out, louder, sharper. "Shut the fuck up, okay?" He climbed on top of me, the gun pressing harder into my head. I could feel his weight, the hard edges of his boots digging into the back of my jacket. My breath caught. I wanted to scream, but couldn't. And then something shifted. I can't explain it, but it was like a switch flipped inside his head. Maybe it was my voice, or the way I moved. Maybe he noticed the pitch of my speech, or saw something in my face. Whatever it was, it made him hesitate. He got off me suddenly, standing up tall, gun still in hand. He pointed down the alley behind him and said, "Come with me." I swallowed the rising panic in my throat. I remembered the news, the stories about assaults happening recently in the neighborhood, even in the daytime. That alley was dirty, narrow, and full of trash and shadows that could hide anything. My stomach twisted. Inside my head, voices argued. One voice screamed, "No way you're going down there without a fight." Another whispered, "But he has a gun. What can you do?" And then the man's voice, sharp and commanding, echoed in my mind. "Follow me." I did the only thing I could. I talked. I said, "I'm coming. I'm following you," hoping to keep him calm, hoping to buy time. He believed me. I took a step back toward the sidewalk, one careful, quiet step. Then another. And that's when he turned. He turned his body and the gun toward the alley. That was my moment. I took a deep breath and tucked my head low, bracing for what might come next. Then I ran. I ran faster than I ever had before in my life, my feet pounding against the cracked pavement, heart threatening to explode. The cold air burned in my lungs as I sprinted down the street, trying not to look back, but knowing I had to. I heard a scream, a high-pitched wail tearing out of my mouth without my control. Pure fear and desperation. I ran 6 blocks, then 7, until my legs burned, my lungs burned, and the sweat chilled on my skin. I turned toward home, heart still racing like a wild animal, desperate to put distance between me and that dark alley. When I finally reached my apartment, I slammed the door behind me, locked it twice, and slid down the wall, trying to calm my shaking hands. I called the police, voice barely steady as I told them what had happened. They came, checked the alley, but he was gone. No trace but my banana peel, slowly browning in the damp alleyway. Days passed. Weeks passed. The adrenaline didn't leave me. Every noise outside my window made me jump. Every shadow in my room looked like him. I replayed it all over in my head, the what-ifs and the what-could-have-beens. But mostly I was grateful. Grateful I was still here, still breathing, still able to tell the story. I never walked down that street at dawn again. Thanksgiving morning, 2015. I was at my in-laws' place in northwest Montana. Their house sits way off the grid, deep in the mountains, about 60 miles south of the Canadian border. The kind of place where there's no cell reception, no TV, just miles of wilderness surrounding you. They're comfortable survivalists. If that makes sense, they live simple, don't care for towns or modern distractions. My wife was homeschooled there, so you get the picture. It's a quiet, isolated life, tucked away in the trees. That Thanksgiving, I decided I'd go for a morning deer hunt. The area is perfect for it. Their property borders national forest land on 3 sides, so it's wild country out there. Deer, elk, bears, you name it. It's exactly the kind of place hunters dream about. My father-in-law had insisted I leave the house just before dawn, even though I knew deer usually don't move until 8 or 9 in the morning. But I went along with it. Better to keep him happy than argue about timing, especially since I was a guest in his home. So I got up while it was still dark, bundled up against the cold. No snow on the ground yet, but the air was sharp and biting, the kind of cold that makes your breath fog in front of your face. I grabbed my rifle and headlamp and slipped out quietly. The trail I was following was narrow and crowded with thick underbrush and trees. My headlamp cut a small circle of light in the darkness, about 10 feet ahead, but beyond that was just black. The forest was silent except for the occasional snap of a twig underfoot, the crunch of dead leaves frozen crisp by the cold. The plan was to hike about 20 to 25 minutes until I reached a small, curved valley where there had recently been a logging project. The logging cleared out a lot of the dense forest, leaving slash piles, big mounds of broken branches and stumps, scattered around. It made for a good hunting spot because the deer would come out to feed in the open space. From that vantage point, I could see about a mile down the valley. The hike was steady but quiet. The trail was rugged, twisting through the trees, crossing little frozen streams that cracked softly beneath my boots. I felt the cold gnawing at my fingers and toes through my gloves and boots, but I tried to ignore it. It was still dark, and the woods felt enormous and empty around me. The silence wasn't just quiet. It was a deep kind of stillness that seemed to press against your skin, as if the whole forest was holding its breath. When I reached the logging road, the trail opened up a little. Slash piles stood out against the bare earth like giant tangled nests, dry and sharp against the dim light of dawn. I found a good spot at the edge of the valley and sat down, resting my rifle across my knees. The cold seeped through my jacket, but I stayed still listening. My eyes scanned the clearing, the bare trees lining the edges, the rocky ground covered in broken branches and scraps of bark. The sun was starting to rise, softening the sky from black to a pale gray blue. The forest began to come alive with the quiet sounds of early morning. A bird calling somewhere far off, the rustle of leaves in a light breeze. But there was no sign of deer yet. I kept watching. Then, about 200 yards to my right, I spotted movement near one of the large slash piles. At first, it was just a flicker, something shifting between the branches. I brought out my binoculars to get a better look. That's when I saw it. A deer lying on its back, its legs stiff and splayed in the air. It was covered in dirt and blood, twisted awkwardly among the pile of branches. My stomach tightened, and the hair on my neck stood on end. Something about it felt very wrong. Then, suddenly, the deer disappeared into the tangle of wood and branches. My eyes darted around, trying to understand what I was seeing. A moment later, a mountain lion stepped out from the pile. Its nose was red, stained with fresh blood. The cat was big, muscles taut beneath its tawny fur. It moved slowly, sniffing and scraping at the ground around the area where the deer had been. For a few minutes, it just prowled around the pile, but it wasn't calm. The mountain lion kept pausing, lifting its head and sniffing the air, walking in tight little circles. It felt like it was sensing something nearby, maybe me. I could feel my heart pounding, a cold sweat breaking out despite the chill. I knew these cats were territorial and could be dangerous if they felt threatened. I didn't want to be anywhere near it, but I was frozen for a moment, unsure of what to do. Then, I remembered my rifle. Without thinking too much, I fired a warning shot into the air, hoping to scare it off. The echo cracked through the valley, startling the stillness. The mountain lion jumped, turned its head sharply, and then bounded away into the woods. I watched it disappear into the shadows between the trees. Even though it had left, the fear didn't go away. I felt exposed and vulnerable out there in the middle of nowhere with no backup. Slowly, carefully, I started to make my way back to the house. I kept my rifle ready and fired a few more shots into the air, just to be safe and loud. The woods seemed darker now, the silence heavier. The hike back was the longest and most terrifying walk I've ever taken. Every sound, every shadow seemed to hold something waiting for me. The cold bit at my face and hands, but I barely noticed. My focus was on getting out alive. When I finally reached the house, I felt an immense relief. I was safe again, surrounded by walls and warmth. I kept my cool when I walked back inside, but inside I was shaking. I told my wife about what happened. No one doubted the danger. It was clear the mountain lion had been close and angry. The rest of the day was quiet, the story sitting heavy in my mind like the cold mountain air outside. That hunt didn't give me a deer to bring home, but it left me with a story I'll never forget. The raw, sharp edge of wilderness and the reminder that out there, you're never really alone. The mountains, the forest, and the creatures that live in them have rules all their own. And sometimes, when you step into their world, you find out just how small you really are. Last weekend, I went solo camping deep in the wilderness, taking my dog with me for company. I'd been planning this trip for weeks, just me, my dog, and nature, far away from the noise and stress of everyday life. I chose a spot about 10 miles from the nearest dirt road, and probably more than 40 miles from the closest house, or any sign of civilization. The isolation was exactly what I wanted. I arrived early afternoon, and spent the next several hours hiking through dense woods until I found a small clearing surrounded by tall pine and fir trees. The ground was soft with pine needles and moss, the air crisp and cool even in early fall. I set up my tent carefully in the middle of the clearing, making sure it was sheltered from any wind that might blow through. After pitching the tent, I gathered some dry wood and started a small fire in a stone ring I found nearby. The fire crackled quietly, casting warm orange light against the dark green backdrop of the forest. My dog, a medium-sized shepherd mix, lay near the fire, occasionally lifting his head to sniff the air or look toward the tree-line. He seemed calm and content, happy just to be outside exploring with me. The sun was starting to set, turning the sky a deep shade of purple and orange. Birds and crickets sang their evening songs, and the occasional rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush created a comforting symphony of wilderness sounds. I was feeling good, relaxed in the quiet, peaceful atmosphere. It was around 8:30 p.m. when I first heard it. At first, I thought it might be my imagination, some kind of natural sound carried by the wind. But then I realized it was a siren. Not just any siren, but the kind of long, eerie, wailing siren you hear in movies during disasters or emergencies. It reminded me instantly of the siren from Silent Hill, that shrill, slow, wavering sound that fills the air with a sense of dread. It was loud, too, definitely loud enough to echo through the trees and across the clearing where I was sitting. I froze for a moment. My dog perked up, ears alert and body stiff. The fire crackled quietly, but the sudden sound of the siren cut through the usual night noises like a blade. The sky was clear, stars shining bright above, and the air was still. The usual nighttime forest noises stopped for a moment. No birds, no insects, no rustling leaves, just that low, haunting wail from the siren. I looked around, trying to make sense of it. The area I was in hasn't had a tornado or any severe weather warning in decades. It's the kind of place people go to get away from all that chaos, not a place with emergency sirens blaring in the middle of the night. I didn't have a cell signal, so I couldn't check for any warnings or alerts. The siren stopped after a few minutes, leaving me tense and uneasy. My dog moved closer to me, his body pressed against my leg, and I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. I told myself it was probably just a test of some nearby town's emergency system. Maybe the sound carried further than usual because of the calm, clear air. Still, it was strange, almost wrong. In that place and time, the silence returned, but the atmosphere felt different. The woods around me seemed darker, heavier somehow. I tried to shake it off, leaned back on my backpack, and stared up at the stars. My dog settled down beside me again, but I couldn't relax. The silence around me was no longer peaceful. It felt like it was holding its breath. Not long after, maybe half an hour or so, the siren sounded again. This time it was shorter, but no less unsettling. The sound echoed across the trees in a way that made my skin crawl. I listened closely to the forest after it stopped, but only the usual nighttime sounds returned. Crickets chirping, an owl hooting far off, leaves rustling softly in the light breeze. I sat by the fire until it died down to embers, but I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I could still hear that siren wailing inside my head. The night stretched long, and I stayed alert, watching shadows move in the dark. The siren sounded 2 or 3 more times over the course of the night, always the same haunting sound, always cutting through the calm of the wilderness. When dawn finally came, it felt like a relief. The sky slowly turned pale blue, and the forest woke up with birds singing and squirrels scurrying through the trees. My dog was tired too, but eager to get moving. I packed up my gear quickly, eager to get back to civilization. On the hike back, I kept replaying the night's events in my head. Once I was home, I did a lot of research. I looked for any information about emergency sirens in that area, any tornado warnings, weather alerts, or strange events. Nothing. There wasn't even a system in place for tornado sirens anywhere near where I'd camped. No town or county website mentioned tests or alerts for that night, and the weather reports showed calm skies with no storms or emergencies. No one else reported hearing anything like it. I even checked social media and local forums. There was nothing. The more I looked, the more puzzled I became. I can't explain what that sound was or where it came from. It didn't seem natural, but it wasn't anything I could find on any records. The eerie feeling I had while sitting in that clearing late at night, surrounded by nothing but trees and stars, has stayed with me since. It was the kind of unsettling experience that you want to forget, but it sticks in your mind because it doesn't fit any explanation. Now, every time I think about going back there, I hesitate. The wilderness has always been a place of peace for me, but that night reminded me how strange and unpredictable it can be. Even in the quietest, most isolated places, something can happen that shakes you to your core. The silence around that fire wasn't just empty. It was waiting, watching, like the forest itself was holding back a secret I wasn't meant to hear. I don't know if I'll ever go back to that spot, but if I do, I'll be ready for whatever comes next. Because sometimes the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters. They're the unexplained moments that remind you how little control you really have, even when you're alone with just your dog in the middle of nowhere. When we first moved into the house I grew up in, everything felt big and new and a little strange. The house was an older one, with creaky floors and long hallways that seemed to stretch forever. I was just a kid, around 6 or 7, and the kind of kid who got lost easily in big places. I loved my room. It had a big window where the sun came in every morning, and a little shelf full of my Legos, all sorted by color and size. I could sit for hours building little worlds out of those tiny blocks. But something started happening that I couldn't explain, something that made me feel uneasy every time it happened. It started small, almost like a whisper at first. I'd be playing quietly in my room, totally focused on building some elaborate spaceship or castle, and then I'd hear my name being called. It was usually my dad's voice, or at least I thought it was. / my name. It would say soft but clear from the opposite end of the house. The strange part was, The sound always came from my parents' bedroom, which was at the far end of the hall. The hallway itself was long and narrow, and because the house was old, sounds echoed in weird ways, bouncing off walls and floors. Still, this wasn't just an echo or a random noise. It was my name. At first, I thought it was normal. Maybe Dad needed something and just called out. So I would get up, carefully step through the hallway, trying not to make too much noise on the creaky floorboards, and walk into their bedroom. But every single time, when I asked, "What do you want?" my parents looked at me like I was a little silly and said, "We didn't call you." They were calm, but they looked serious. This happened about once every couple of days. Sometimes I thought maybe my brother was playing a trick on me from his room, which was closer to theirs, but I never caught him in the act. Other times, I wondered if maybe I was imagining it because I wanted attention or was feeling lonely. The house was big, and sometimes the silence was loud, you know? It was a quiet house with only 4 of us living there, so hearing my name called out was both comforting and weird at the same time. One time, I remember, I was sitting on the floor in my room, building a little Lego car, when I heard my dad call my name clearly. I stopped what I was doing and looked at the door. I could hear the faint sound of his voice, low and soft, just like he does when he calls me from downstairs. I put down my Legos, got up, and slowly walked to their bedroom. When I opened the door, both my parents were there, sitting on the bed reading. I asked them again if they had called me, and both shook their heads, smiling a little but still serious. I didn't say anything more, but inside, I was confused and a little scared. The house felt different at night. The shadows were longer, and the sounds seemed sharper. The house would creak and settle, and sometimes the wind would whistle through the cracks in the old window frames. Sometimes when I was in my room and the house was quiet, I would hear the soft calling again. My name, whispered from far away, like it was coming from the walls themselves. It wasn't loud or scary, but it was strange. It felt like something or someone wanted me to come somewhere, but I never knew where or why. One night, this happened in a way that made me realize no one was joking or trying to trick me. I was about 8 years old then. I was sitting on the floor building a spaceship with my Legos, the little colored bricks scattered all around me. The house was quiet, except for the faint sound of the wind outside. Suddenly, I heard my dad call my name from his bedroom again. I got up, careful not to step on any Lego pieces, and started walking toward their room at the end of the hall. The floorboards creaked under my feet, and the hallway seemed longer than usual. When I reached the doorway of their room and looked inside, I saw both my mom and dad sitting on the edge of their bed. They were talking quietly to each other, neither one looking at me or speaking to me at all. I asked, "Did you call me?" And both said no. I was confused and about to turn around when I suddenly heard my mom's voice calling my name. This time, it wasn't from the bedroom or the hallway. It was coming from the living room on the other side of the house. It was her voice, soft but clear, calling for me to come. I froze for a moment, standing in the doorway, looking at both of them. It didn't make sense. How could my mom be calling me from the living room when she was right there, sitting on the bed next to Dad? I felt a chill run down my spine, but I didn't say anything. I just slowly walked back toward the living room to see if she was there or needed something. But when I got to the living room, no one was there. The house was empty, silent except for the hum of the old refrigerator in the kitchen nearby. After that night, I didn't talk about it with anyone. It felt too weird, too hard to explain. I thought maybe I was going crazy or hearing things, but I wasn't sure. The calls kept happening sometimes, and I learned to just ignore them and not go looking for whoever was calling me. Years later, when my brother was diagnosed with partial narcolepsy, I thought maybe I had some kind of oral hallucinations too. Narcolepsy can cause people to hear things that aren't there, like voices or sounds. I got myself checked by a doctor, just to be sure. The tests were normal, completely fine. No sign of narcolepsy or anything unusual. So I still didn't know what was calling my name all those years, and honestly, I still hear it sometimes when I come back to visit the house. Now, as an adult, I look back at those experiences with a strange mix of curiosity and unease. The house is still there, though my parents have moved away. I still go back sometimes for visits, or just to be in that place where I grew up. And when I stay overnight, sometimes late at night, just before falling asleep, I hear my name again. It's soft, almost like a whisper traveling through the walls, coming from one end of the house to the other. It's not scary in the way you might think. It's not like a scream or something violent. It's just there. a quiet, almost gentle calling, like the house itself remembers me and tries to reach out in its own strange way. I've thought about it a lot. Could it be the house settling, sounds traveling through the old pipes or heating system? Maybe the way the wind moves through the cracks and bends the air just enough to carry voices from one room to another? Maybe my ears pick up little sounds and turn them into something familiar, like my name, because it's what I expect or want to hear. Or maybe it's something else. Something that can't really be explained, but also isn't supernatural or unreal. Just a strange, real thing that happens in old houses, in quiet moments, when you're alone with your thoughts. Whatever it is, it's part of the house now, and part of me too. I'm not afraid of it anymore. I've learned to listen without trying to find answers, to accept that some things just happen, and not everything needs a reason. The house called my name, and maybe in its own way, it still does. Not that I spend a lot of time in seclusion or camping for that matter, but there was this one time many years ago when my ex-girlfriend and I decided to go camping at this spot I knew about. It wasn't a place most people went to. It was kind of off the beaten path, halfway down a cliff. I know that sounds dangerous, but it really wasn't as bad as it seems. The area was more like a ledge or a broad shelf on the side of the cliff. It was big enough for a small camp, and it was quiet and private, which was why I liked it. We didn't tell anyone we were going there. It was supposed to be a secret spot, a kind of escape from everything else. We arrived in the late afternoon, after a short hike from the road. The sun was still up, shining low in the sky and casting long shadows over the rocks and trees. The air was cool but not cold, and the smell of pine mixed with damp earth filled the quiet space. The cliff face rose high above us, rough and jagged, while below the drop-off stretched out into a thick forest, the trees dense enough to block any view of what lay farther down. The only sounds were the distant call of birds and the occasional rustle of leaves when a breeze blew through. We picked a flat area to pitch our tent, a place that felt safe enough, but hidden enough not to be noticed by anyone passing by. The ground was covered with a layer of dry needles and small twigs, and a few patches of moss. There were some scattered stones around, and I cleared some of the bigger ones away to make space for the tent and our gear. It wasn't fancy, just a simple two-person tent, nothing special, but it was enough for what we needed. As we set up, the sun continued to dip lower, the light fading slowly and casting an orange glow on everything around us. I could see the ridge of the cliff behind us casting a long shadow over the camp, the forest below starting to darken in the evening light. My ex was busy unpacking our small cooler and setting up a little camp stove to make dinner, while I collected some dry wood for the fire. The plan was simple. We would eat, have a small fire, maybe talk a bit, and then sleep. Dinner was quick, just some canned chili heated up over the stove and some bread. Nothing special, but it tasted better out there than it ever did at home. After eating, we sat close to the fire, the flames crackling softly and sending up little sparks into the night. The firelight danced on the rocks and trees around us, making strange shadows that moved with the flicker. We didn't say much, just sat quietly and watched the fire burn down. When it was finally time to crawl into the tent, the air had turned colder and the night was fully dark. The sky was clear, and I remember looking up through a small gap in the trees to see a wide patch of stars. The silence was heavy, but not unpleasant, just the normal quiet you get when you're far from civilization. I zipped up the tent and settled down beside her. She was already half asleep, her breathing slow and steady. I tried to fall asleep too, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone out there. There were sounds I didn't recognize, twigs snapping somewhere in the dark, faint rustling through the underbrush, and occasional low groans or creaks, probably just the trees settling or some animal moving. But then, I heard something different, something closer. At first, I thought it was the wind brushing against the tent, but then I noticed a soft scraping sound, like something brushing against the outer fabric. It was faint, but it definitely wasn't the wind. It was almost like nails or claws lightly scraping, maybe from a small animal or something bigger. I could hear the sound moving slowly around the tent, stopping for a moment, then starting again somewhere else. I froze. My heart started to race, and I couldn't bring myself to move or even breathe loudly. I looked over at her. She was completely out cold, unaware of what was going on. Part of me wanted to unzip the tent and look outside, to see what was making the noise, but I was too scared. What if it was a wild animal? What if it was something worse? So I stayed still, barely daring to blink, listening to the slow, uneven rustling that moved around us in the darkness. It went on for what felt like an eternity, but probably wasn't more than a few minutes. Then it stopped, just like that. The silence returned, thick and heavy, and I lay there wide awake, feeling trapped in the small space. Eventually, exhaustion won out over fear, and I drifted off to sleep. When morning came, I woke to the pale light filtering through the tent's fabric. My ex was still asleep, peaceful as ever. I sighed, relieved that we were both okay, and told myself that maybe it had just been a raccoon or some other animal curious about the smell of our food. Nothing to worry about. But when we stepped outside, the strange feeling came back. There, just behind our tent, was a neat semicircle of stones, about 10 in total. They were arranged carefully, almost deliberately, like someone had spent some time placing them there. The rocks weren't huge, maybe the size of a fist or two, but their presence was unmistakable. I looked at the circle again, then back at the camp. There was no sign of footprints or anything else around, just the stones lying in that half-circle formation. It was too precise to be random, and too deliberate to be an accident. I wondered how long the rocks had been there, and whether the scraping noises the night before had anything to do with it. The whole thing made me uneasy. The isolation of the place, the noises, and now this circle of stones, all of it felt like a warning or a message. It wasn't a story about ghosts or monsters, just something real and unsettling. I had the sinking feeling that whoever or whatever had come close to us that night wasn't just some harmless animal. Maybe it was someone watching us, or someone who didn't want us there. We didn't stay another night. We packed up quickly, not saying much, and headed back the way we came. The hike out felt longer than before, my mind stuck on the strange events of the night. When we finally reached the road, I looked back once, toward the cliff and the forest, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the cool air. That camping trip was a reminder to me that sometimes the wilderness is best left alone. Not because of ghosts or monsters, but because people or things we don't expect can be out there. And sometimes the simplest signs, like a circle of stones or a rustling noise outside a tent, are enough to tell you that you're not as alone as you think. I never went back to that spot again, and I never forgot that night. We planned this trip for weeks, deep in the Sequoia National Forest, far from any hint of civilization. The campground we chose was about as remote as it gets. Getting there meant driving on a narrow, rough dirt road that twisted and dipped for over an hour. It wasn't really a road, more like a path carved into the side of a mountain, barely wide enough for one vehicle, with sheer drop-offs on one side and dense forest pressing in on the other. No guardrails, just loose gravel and dirt that kicked up dust as we drove carefully, inching along like it was a test of nerves. I kept thinking, if the car slipped off here, no one would find us for days. When we finally arrived, the sun was dipping toward the horizon, casting long shadows through the towering sequoias. The campground was quiet, almost eerily so. Only 2 other people were there. The campground host, an older man who nodded politely but didn't say much, and an older woman camped a little ways off, sitting outside her tent with a small dog curled up beside her. The dog looked calm, but there was something about the woman's eyes that made me think she'd seen more than she was letting on. We picked a spot near a cluster of trees with enough open ground for our tent. The air was cool but still held the dry smell of pine needles and earth. We set up our camp quickly, the tension of the long drive still lingering. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were the only ones for miles in any direction, that this forest was vast and wild, and we were just small, temporary intruders in its endless depths. Dinner was simple, canned chili warmed over the small camp stove. The sun finally set, leaving a faint glow behind the mountains, but the darkness came fast and thick. It felt heavy and absolute, the kind of darkness where the trees become shadows that lean in closer, where every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig sounds sharper and closer than it should. We settled in our tent, trying to get some rest, but the night kept us awake in shifts. Branches snapped here and there, the distant call of an owl echoed through the trees, and the wind whispered through the needles overhead. Nothing out of the ordinary for camping in the wilderness, but every little sound kept me alert. Then, around 11 p.m., things started to change. There was a noise outside, the unmistakable sound of something rifling through the trash cans near the campground's entrance. These weren't the bear-proof bins you see in more developed parks. just old metal cans, bolted down but not locked. Whatever it was persistent, digging and tossing things around. I beeped the car horn a few times, hoping to scare it off, but the noise just stopped briefly before starting again, louder and more frantic. It didn't seem like a bear, at least not a normal one. Bears usually make a mess if they get into garbage. Cans topple, trash scatters. But when I finally went outside with a flashlight, the trash cans were still standing upright, the lids still chained shut. No sign of claw marks, no torn bags, nothing. Whatever had been digging had been careful. That was unsettling. Then, from the meadow about 100 yards from our camp, a place we'd seen wild cattle grazing earlier that day, came a terrible sound. At first, I thought maybe the cows had been attacked by some predator, a bear or a mountain lion, and were screaming in pain. The sound was horrible, a desperate, bloody scream that pierced the night. But just as I was bracing for the worst, the screaming stopped and was replaced by something else, a howling sound, but unlike any animal howl I've ever heard. It started low and deep, a slow, rising sound that stretched higher and higher, almost like a sliding musical note. It was loud enough to rattle my chest, the vibrations felt in my bones. It was primal and raw, terrifying in a way that words barely capture. That howl echoed off the trees, stretched across the meadow, then faded into the darkness. I didn't say anything, but inside, my heart was pounding. My girlfriend and I both stayed quiet, listening to the forest grow strangely still, as if it was holding its breath. Then the noises began again, branches snapping violently, as if something enormous was tearing them off trees. Knocks and thuds echoing, like someone banging a heavy stick or rock against the trunks around us. At one point, I thought I saw something huge moving just beyond the tree line, large enough to shake the ground as it passed. I flashed my flashlight toward the tent window and caught a glimpse of a massive shape running by, faster than I expected something that size could move. That thing didn't make any normal animal sounds. It didn't sound like a bear or a cougar or coyotes. It was something else, something that didn't belong. The noises finally died down after what felt like hours, but before silence returned, the deep, rising howl came again, farther away this time, drifting off deeper into the forest. I didn't sleep. I lay awake, listening to the forest settle, my mind racing with questions. What had we just heard? What had been near us? There was no way to explain it rationally. Not with bears or coyotes or anything we knew. When the sun finally began to rise, the forest changed. The shadows shrank away, and the world looked safer in daylight. But I still had to know. I got up and walked around the campground with a flashlight, inspecting the trash cans. Nothing was knocked over. No garbage spilled on the ground. The chains were still tight. If a bear or cougar had been there, it should have left a mess. Then I looked for tracks. Near the edge of the meadow, in the soft dirt, I found footprints, but they weren't animal tracks. They were unmistakably human. Barefoot, slightly larger than average, but nothing exaggerated like some giant mythic creature. Just human footprints. I'm not a believer in Bigfoot or any of those legends. I've laughed at the stories, shrugged them off. But these prints, this noise, the way that creature moved, it wasn't human, but it wasn't any animal I know either. The old woman who had been camping nearby was gone by mid-morning. She packed up quietly and left fast, almost like she'd seen something too. We didn't want to be the only campers left in that place, so we packed up quickly, not waiting for the sun to get too low. The road out felt even more dangerous, the forest pressing in on all sides like it wanted to trap us there. On the way home, my girlfriend pulled up videos of supposed Bigfoot sounds on her phone. Most were silly or clearly fake, but one from Ohio sounded exactly like what we'd heard that night. That long, deep, rising howl. I don't know what we came close to that night in Sequoia National Forest. I don't have any wild theories or tall tales, but I know what I heard. I know what I saw, and I know I'll never forget how it felt to be out there, so close to something wild and unknown, something real enough to shake the ground and make your blood run cold. I'm not sure I'll ever go camping in a place like that again. I set out turkey hunting with my partner well before dawn. We started hiking under a sky so dark it felt like the night had swallowed every bit of light. No stars, no moon, just pure blackness. We had planned this for weeks, getting up in the middle of the night, moving quietly through the woods, trying not to spook anything before the first light. We moved slow, careful not to rustle leaves or snap twigs beneath our boots. Our goal was to reach our spots well before sunrise, giving us the best chance at hearing the turkeys waking up and beginning their calls. It was just past 4 a.m. when we finally found our positions. I was about a quarter-mile away from my hunting partner, far enough to be out of sight, but close enough to hear each other if we raised our voices. We kept our lights off to avoid being spotted by any game. The woods were pitch black around me, and all I could hear was the quiet rhythm of my own breathing, the occasional rustle of dry leaves in the wind, and the distant sounds of the field waking up slowly. Every few seconds, the faint rumble of distant thunder echoed through the sky, and the heat lightning flashed silently, lighting up the horizon in quick, pale bursts. It was then that I started to notice something else. Footsteps. Human footsteps. They weren't coming from one clear direction, but seemed to circle around me, shifting from the left to behind me, then far to the right, almost random. At first, I thought it might be my hunting partner moving closer, or maybe another hunter wandering nearby. But the sounds didn't make sense. The footsteps were soft but deliberate, not like an animal, but like a person walking carefully through the underbrush. They were slow, methodical steps, not rushed or panicked. I kept still, trying to catch any glimpse of movement, but the darkness swallowed everything. No flashlight beam, no torch, no glow from a phone or lantern. I considered flicking on my own light, but didn't want to spook whatever was out there. The footsteps kept coming closer, fading, then moving around me again. Suddenly, from just about 10 feet behind me, I heard a voice. It was quiet but clear. It called my name in a tone that I recognized immediately. It was my hunting partner's voice. Hey, lawless syntax. The voice was calm and familiar. I even caught the faint smell of coffee and Marlboro Reds on the wind, the exact scent my partner always carried. Sup? I called back softly, hoping to hear a reply. But there was nothing, no movement, no answer. I flicked my lighter to catch a glimpse of whoever was there, but all I saw was the thick, dark forest around me. No figure, no outline, no shadow. Just the empty space behind me. I called out again, a little louder this time, repeating my greeting. The footsteps circled again, but still, no one answered. My voice felt stupid, breaking the silence. The woods, usually full of natural sounds in the morning, felt completely dead except for those footsteps. After a few minutes, I shouted for my partner, expecting a quick response. This time, a voice came back, distant but clear. It sounded like it was a quarter-mile away, from where I knew he was supposed to be sitting in his tree stand. His voice was calm, telling me he was still there. The rain started then, light at first, falling softly in the distance, the kind that barely dampens the leaves but makes the air heavier. The heat lightning continued to flash on the horizon, lighting up the field in pale, ghostly bursts. A few of the flashes caught a tall tree near the edge of the field. It looked like a human figure standing there, tall and still. But as the lightning blinked off, the tree was gone. Just the dark shapes of other trees, nothing human at all. The footsteps didn't stop. They kept coming from every direction, sometimes behind me, sometimes off to the side. They sounded like slow, steady walking, never quick or panicked, just constant. I tried to shake off the feeling creeping up my spine, the kind of discomfort you get when you know something isn't right, but can't put your finger on it. When the sky began to lighten, the first faint signs of dawn peeking over the horizon, I realized I had been standing there frozen for a long time. My back ached from leaning against the tree. My legs were stiff from standing still. I was unnerved, and the footsteps hadn't stopped. I was done with waiting and decided to take a break, even if it meant walking that quarter mile to my partner's tree stand. I moved carefully, not wanting to make noise, but wanting to get out of the thick darkness behind my spot. The quarter-mile walk felt longer than usual in the half-light of dawn. My ears were tuned to every sound, the rustle of leaves underfoot, the snap of a twig, the constant distant footsteps that never quite matched my own pace or direction. When I finally reached my partner's tree stand, I called up to him, asking what he wanted, if he had moved or come over at any point during the night or early morning. He sounded confused, almost concerned. He told me that he hadn't left his spot once and hadn't walked up to me at any time. I was silent for a moment, trying to process what he said. If it wasn't him, then who or what had been walking around me? Who had called my name in his voice? And why had it smelled like his cigarette and coffee? There was no sign of anyone else in the area when I looked around. No footprints, no torchlight, Nothing but the same quiet forest and the early morning light filtering in through the trees. We packed up soon after. The unease hung thick between us as we walked back to the truck. The usual sounds of birds starting their morning songs felt off. Too quiet, like the woods were holding their breath. Neither of us spoke much on the way out. Even now, thinking back on that morning, I can still hear those footsteps circling me in the dark, and I remember that voice, so familiar, so real, calling my name when no one was there. The forest was alive in a way I hadn't experienced before, but not with animals or wind. It was something else, something unexplainable but very real. I don't know if someone was out there walking around in the dark, or if my mind was playing tricks on me. All I know is that I never want to be out there alone in the dark again, not without knowing exactly who's around me. That morning wasn't just a hunting trip. It was a reminder that some things in the woods don't belong to nature, and you might never see them, but you'll feel them. I'd never thought of myself as the kind of person who'd be terrified in the bush. I've been bushwalking all my life, really. From when I was a kid, I was out there with my dad, trekking through the Blue Mountains in New South Wales. It's a place I know well, almost like a second home. The smell of the eucalyptus, the crunch of dry leaves underfoot, the way the sun filters through the canopy. These things are familiar, comforting even. That's why I love it so much. Being surrounded by the bush, feeling like you're part of something bigger, something wild and untouched. Most of the time, I don't mind walking alone. I'm careful, carry a couple of knives, always bring my satellite phone, and I know the risks. I'm aware that as a woman out there alone, there's always some danger. But the bush has its own rhythm, its own rules, and I've learned to respect them. I thought I knew it well enough to do an overnight solo trip without trouble. It was about 5 years ago when I decided to do it. I wanted to push myself, to see if I could manage an overnighter by myself. I planned the walk for a track I'd done many times before, so I felt confident. The first day went smoothly. I met a few groups on the track, hikers heading the other way, friendly enough exchanges, but mostly just passing nods. The weather was clear, a little cool but not cold. The light was soft in the afternoon as I walked, and I found a spot to camp that felt private enough. Maybe 30 meters off the track, tucked behind some tall trees and thick ferns. I spent some time clearing away the ferns to make a flat patch just big enough for my small one-person tent. I liked the challenge of making a little space in the wild without disturbing too much. As I set up camp, the bush was alive with the usual evening sounds. Birds settling in, the rustle of possums in the branches, insects starting their nighttime chorus. It was peaceful in that way the bush can be when the sun is low and the day's activity slows down. But as night crept in, I noticed a strange sound. At first, I thought it was just a branch snapping, or maybe a wallaby moving past. But the noise was different, like a bounding, fast movement close by. It didn't sound like footsteps on the track. It sounded like something running through the bush, fast and heavy. But what unsettled me most was how quick it was. Too quick. It didn't sound like a person, not even close. And in the bush around here, the undergrowth is thick and tangled. You can't just sprint full speed without slowing down or tripping. The ground is full of roots, rocks, and dense ferns that make fast running almost impossible off the trail. I lay there in my tent, listening, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck rise. The sound passed by, heading away, but it was too fast for anything human or normal animal. Still, I tried to convince myself it was nothing, probably just some birds or a falling branch. I drifted off to sleep, though I kept one ear alert. Morning came with its usual quiet light. I had breakfast and packed up my gear. The walk was peaceful at first. I passed a couple of hikers going the other way, stopped to say hello, but after that I was alone again. The bush seemed calm and unchanged, but the uneasy feeling from the night before lingered. I tried to shake it off. About half an hour later, I heard something that froze me in place, a sharp crack of a stick breaking, coming from behind me, off to my left, deeper into the bush away from the track. I stopped walking and turned slowly to look. At first, I thought I might see a person, a lost hiker or someone who had wandered off the path. But what I saw wasn't human, not even close. There was a figure standing a good distance into the bush, partially hidden by the trees, but I could see enough. It was tall, really tall, maybe 9 feet or more. Its skin was a dark gray or brownish color, smooth and dull, with no fur or obvious texture. The head was huge, much bigger in proportion to its body than a human's, with enormous black eyes that reflected the morning light. There was no visible mouth or nose, just that blank, staring face. Its arms and legs were long and lanky, too long for anything I'd ever seen in an animal or a person. It stood there completely still, watching me. My heart slammed in my chest so hard I thought it might break through my ribs. I felt tears come to my eyes, but I couldn't look away or move. My legs felt frozen, like they were locked in place by some invisible force. The fear wasn't just in my mind, it was physical, overwhelming. It felt like my whole body was screaming at me to run, but I was stuck. Time stretched out. The stare between me and that creature lasted forever, though it was probably only a few seconds. The dread grew, building up inside me until my vision blurred, and I could see my heartbeat in the veins pulsing in front of my eyes. That's when I broke free. I bolted. I sprinted down the track as fast as I could, tears streaming down my face. I didn't look back, didn't stop to catch my breath until I found other hikers ahead, moving in the same direction. They saw me and asked if I was okay, but I just shook my head and asked if I could walk with them. I needed to be with people, safe. It took me months before I dared go back into the bush again. When I did, I never went alone. I couldn't shake that fear, and I didn't want to face whatever that thing was again. I tell myself it was something unexplained, maybe an animal I didn't know, but I don't think so. It didn't move like an animal. It looked alien, like something not from this world. The way it stood there, watching me, was like it was studying me or waiting. I still dream about it sometimes, the shape in the shadows, those black eyes that seem to see right through me. And even now, when I'm out in the bush, I can't help but wonder if it's still there, watching, waiting for the next person to wander too far from the path. Every time I stay at my grandma's house, there's this sound I can't ignore. Footsteps. It always starts the same way. I lie in bed, the house quiet, the darkness thick around me, and then from somewhere upstairs I hear it, slow, casual footsteps. They begin at one side of the room and move across, stepping steadily. Then they stop. Twice a night, maybe more, the steps come and go like clockwork. I hear them, clear as day, but I've never been able to explain what they are or why I'm the only one who seems to notice. It all began when I was about 14. Up until then, I always slept in the same room with my grandparents on the first floor. But one day, they decided to start sleeping in separate rooms. My grandma stayed in the bedroom she'd had for years, and my grandpa moved down the hall to another room on the same floor. That's when they told me I'd be sleeping alone in a different room, also on the first floor. A smaller room, right beneath the stairs that led to the second floor. I remember feeling uneasy the first night I stayed there alone. The house itself is old, built decades ago. The walls creak and settle in ways that sound like a storm is brewing even when the air is still. The floorboards groan under footsteps, and shadows shift in corners, deepening with every passing hour. I've always been afraid of the upstairs. I can't explain why exactly. It's an instinct, a gut feeling. Just the thought of climbing that creaky staircase by myself made my heart race. Even now, at 23, I won't go up there alone. There's one room upstairs that stands out the most. It's a long, narrow bedroom at the end of the hall. When you open the door, you see two closets facing each other on the left and right walls, with a bed roughly in the middle of the room. At the far end, opposite the door, there's a window that looks out over the backyard. The room feels claustrophobic, almost like a tunnel, with the closets making it narrower and darker. When I was younger, my grandparents told me a story about that room that stuck with me. They said the sons of the previous owners claimed to see something strange, a gorilla, they called it, coming out of the closet at night. This gorilla, would dance around the room and then disappear back into the closet. I never took the story seriously, just an old family joke or a way to keep kids from snooping around. But after I started sleeping in that small room downstairs, right below that scary upstairs room, I began to think about it differently. One night, lying in bed in my new room, all the lights in the house turned off and the quiet pressing in on me. I was wide awake. The air was still, but my skin was crawling with that old familiar fear. Then I heard it. Thump, thump, thump. The sound came from upstairs. It started at one end of the narrow room, the one with the closets, and moved across the floorboards with steady, slow steps. I could hear it getting closer, moving directly above me, then continuing all the way to the far end by the window. The steps stopped. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. I was frozen with fear. I knew what I'd heard. Those were footsteps, slow and casual, like someone was just walking across the room, taking their time. Not running, not sneaking, just walking. I couldn't stay there. I quietly slipped out of bed and made my way down the hall to my grandpa's room. I told him what I'd heard, voice barely above a whisper, and he said the house was old and creaked sometimes. But to make me feel safer, he turned on the dining room light, which cast a warm glow through the hallway and into my room. I tried to settle back under the covers, hoping to fall asleep. But it wasn't over. Not long after, the footsteps started again. This time, they began at the far end of the upstairs room, by the window. They moved slowly back across the room, over me again, stopping just at the door. I lay there, frozen and wide-eyed, convinced the footsteps would fade away and I'd finally be left alone. Instead, I heard something else. The stairs creaked as the footsteps began to come down. 1 step, 2 steps, 3, 4, 5. Then silence at the landing. Then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And silence again on the first floor. I was paralyzed, staring at the doorway of my room where the dim light from the dining room spilled in. My head swam with fear, my vision blurring like I was about to pass out. I pulled the blanket tightly over my head, trying to block it all out. But then something new. Scratching. From inside my room. It wasn't soft either. It was loud, deliberate scratches on the front of my grandpa's gun case that sat right by the wall. I could hear the wood being scraped, the door tapping ever so slightly against the frame with each scratch. The sound made my blood run cold. I wanted to scream, but the words got caught in my throat. After a few seconds, I forced out a loud, sharp scream. Moments later, my grandpa burst into the room. Relief flooded me, but it didn't last long. He still brushed it off as nothing, told me old houses made noises. That night, I did what I thought was the only way to keep safe. I draped a sheet over the side of the bed, creating a small tent, and crawled underneath it. I wrapped myself tightly in a comforter, put on headphones, and turned my back to the door. I told myself it didn't matter if there was something in the room with me. I just didn't want to see or hear it. The next morning, my grandpa told my grandma about the night before. She just smiled and said, "That's silly. Your cousin woke me up once when she stayed here. She said she heard footsteps too." I didn't ask for details, but it was clear this wasn't just me. I spent the rest of that week sleeping under the bed. Every night, the footsteps came. Twice, sometimes more. Always slow, always steady. But I never heard the footsteps come down the stairs again. Since then, I've stayed at my grandma's house countless times. The footsteps never stopped. They've become something I expect, like the ticking of a clock or the hum of the refrigerator. I've learned to live with them, but I still sleep on top of the bed, back turned to the door, headphones on, hoping the noise will drown out the sound of whatever walks above me. I don't know what those footsteps are, or who or what makes them, but I do know this: they're real, and they're right above me, every time I stay there. And as much as I've tried to ignore them, I don't think I ever will. The upstairs at my grandma's house will always be off limits to me. I don't want to go up there alone. I never will. Because whatever those footsteps are, they don't belong to me, and they don't seem to mind that I'm right below. That night still sticks in my mind every time I think about it. Even though I wasn't the one there, I swear, it feels like I was right beside him. The way he told it, you could practically feel the cold biting through the walls of that old farmhouse in Tipperary, how the silence of the countryside stretched out like a thick blanket, heavy and endless. He'd been out there on the farm for a couple of weeks by then, just minding the ewes while they lambed. It was mid-February, and the cold was something else. Not the kind of cold you get when you're wrapped up in a proper coat in the city, but the kind that creeps into your bones when you're stuck in an ancient, drafty house with no insulation, windows rattling against the wind like they might blow right off their hinges. The farmhouse was miles from anywhere, no neighbors for at least a good few miles in every direction. The road leading up to it was just a narrow dirt track, turning into nothing but fields and hills the further you went. He said the house smelled old, damp and would smoke, with that lingering scent of sheep and hay from the barn out back. The floorboards creaked and groaned whenever he moved, making the place feel alive, almost like it was breathing with him. At night, the wind moaned through the cracks in the walls, and every little sound was loud. The drip of melting ice, the scurry of rats behind the walls, the distant bleats of ewes calling to their lambs. It was the kind of place where silence itself was a kind of noise. He wasn't there by choice, really. Just the kind of job that pays well enough to keep him going for a while. To pass the time, he'd bring a bottle of whiskey to take the edge off the cold. 2 small drams before bed, just enough to warm his throat and slow the thoughts in his head. Every night, before he laid down, he would check his shotgun, the one he'd brought with him, just in case. It was old but reliable, a single-barrel break-action model that his grandfather had passed down to him. The gun was heavy in his hands, cold and solid, a piece of home in a place that felt so far removed from anything familiar. Rocky, the sheepdog, was always there too, an old black and tan collie who was loyal as they come. Rocky would sleep at the end of the bed, curled up by his feet, eyes half closed but alert, always ready to protect. That night, 2 weeks into his watch, it was colder than usual. The frost was thick on the windows, and the wind was relentless, rattling the glass as he lay there, whiskey warming his insides, gun close by. He said he drifted off to sleep with Rocky snoring softly, the sound of comfort against the vast quiet outside. But then, close to 3 in the morning, everything changed. He was jolted awake by a strange noise, a cry from outside, sharp and wild, echoing across the empty fields. It wasn't the usual sheep bleating or a fox yapping in the distance. No, this was something deeper, more primal. He said it sent a chill down his spine, freezing his blood faster than the cold air ever could. It was a stag calling out for a mate, a deep, guttural sound that carried far across the night, wild and haunting. He sat up, heart pounding, eyes trying to pierce the darkness outside the window. Then, before he could even take a breath, there was a deafening bang, an explosion that shattered the stillness like a thunderclap. The shotgun had gone off. In the chaos of waking, frightened and disoriented, he must have knocked it over in his half-conscious state. The heavy gun fell to the floor, firing a shot that sent a blast through the quiet. The recoil and noise startled Rocky so badly. The dog scrambled in panic, blindly crashing into the window. The glass exploded outward, scattering shards across the room and into the darkness outside. The cold air rushed in, biting at his skin, and for a moment, all he could do was lie there, frozen, clutching the blankets like they were the only thing keeping him safe. He swore the fear was so sharp and overwhelming that he wet himself right then and there. Not proud of that, but honest about it. After the initial shock passed, the reality of what had happened started to settle in. Rocky was gone through the broken window. For a second, he was terrified for the dog. What if he'd broken a leg or worse? But then, from outside, he heard the soft padding of paws retreating into the night, scared but alive. The rest of that morning was spent piecing together what had happened. The cold farmhouse was a wreck, glass everywhere, a hole in the window frame, a shotgun on the floor, and an exhausted, scared man sitting in the middle of it all, trying to steady his nerves. He realized the strange cry outside was nothing more than a stag calling across the countryside, a sound that was natural but terrifying in the dead of night when you're alone and vulnerable. The explosion wasn't an attack or something sinister, it was a simple accident. And the window smashing was just a panicked dog, scared out of his wits by the unexpected gunfire. After that, he patched up the window as best he could with some old boards from the barn, checked on Rocky, who seemed fine despite the ordeal, and settled back down, this time leaving the gun firmly on the floor out of reach. He never lost his respect for the quiet dark of that place, or the wild animals that roamed those hills. But he also learned something about fear, how it can twist reality in a moment, turning an ordinary night on a sheep farm into a terrifying ordeal. No ghosts, no fairy tales. Just the cold, the silence, the wild calls of animals, and a shotgun that fired when it shouldn't have. And a dog that would never look at a gun the same way again. I remember my grandmother telling me this story many times, and she swore by it until the day she died. It was during the darkest days of the war, when London was nothing but shattered buildings, shattered lives, and the constant sound of sirens and bombs falling from the sky. My father was just a baby then, barely months old. She never forgot that night. Neither will I. She was living in a small house in London with my grandfather, but one of the worst raids had destroyed their home completely. The roof was gone, the walls were crumbling, and there was nothing left but rubble. So she had to find somewhere else to stay. A friend of hers who lived not far from the center, in a slightly safer part of the city. It wasn't much, but it was a roof, and shelter was precious. The friend's house was old, the kind you could tell had been around for a long time. It had those creaky wooden stairs, narrow and winding up to the top floor. The rooms were small, the wallpaper peeling in places, the air thick with the smell of damp and old wood. She was given a room on the very top floor, right at the end of the hallway. It looked out over the back alley and a row of burnt-out buildings. Not much to see, but it was quiet compared to the streets. My grandmother would take my father upstairs at night, holding him close because the city noise was loud and frightening, even for a baby. The house was quiet except for the occasional groan of the old timbers settling, and the distant thuds and whistles from bombs falling somewhere miles away. It was tense, but you learned to live with it. You didn't have a choice. One night, as she was carrying my father up the stairs, something stopped her cold. Halfway up the staircase, just around the bend where the steps narrowed, she saw a figure standing there. It wasn't a shadow or something vague. It was a person, a man maybe, but she couldn't make out any details clearly. The shape was solid, just standing still on the stairs. She didn't hear any footsteps, no sound at all. It was like he was waiting. The figure's presence was so sudden and so unexpected that my grandmother froze. She couldn't explain it, but something inside her told her that it wasn't safe to go up to that room. She had no idea who the figure was or why he was there. Her heart pounded. For a moment, she just stood there clutching my father tighter. Then, without looking back, she hurried down the stairs again, careful not to trip in her haste. She didn't tell anyone what she had seen at first. She just decided that she and my father wouldn't sleep upstairs that night. Instead, she insisted on sleeping in the sitting room downstairs. The sitting room was larger, with a fire that her friend kept burning low to keep the chill out of the house. Her friend was annoyed, but she didn't argue. The war had made people tense and tired, and no one wanted to make a fuss over things they couldn't explain. So they moved the baby's cot into the sitting room, closer to the fire, where it was warmer and brighter. My grandmother kept watch all night, holding my father close, listening to every noise from outside. Later that night, there was a sudden explosion, louder and closer than any other. The ground shook beneath them, and dust and debris rained down from the ceiling. The bomb had landed just a few houses away, but the force of it was enough to collapse the roof over the room my grandmother had been meant to sleep in. The walls shook, and the house groaned, but thankfully, the sitting room was spared. If she and my father had stayed upstairs that night, my father's cot would have been buried under the rubble. He would have been killed. My grandmother never stopped thinking about that, how a single moment, a strange feeling, a sudden impulse, had saved her baby's life. The roof over the top floor was destroyed completely. The next morning, they saw the damage in daylight, broken beams, shattered glass, and the twisted remains of what had been my father's cot. It was a miracle he was safe. My grandmother never knew who or what the figure on the stairs was. It was never explained. There was no ghost, no spirit, no fairy tale. Just a moment of instinct and a decision to move that saved a life. She told me that story over and over, always with the same quiet certainty, that sometimes in war, it's not just bombs and guns that keep you alive. It's the strange, unexplained moments that make all the difference. After that night, they didn't try to sleep upstairs again. They stayed downstairs where it was safer. The war went on, and the city was battered for years, but that night remained etched in my grandmother's memory as the night fate saved my father's life. Even when the bombs stopped falling and the war was over, she never forgot the feeling she had on those stairs. The way everything had shifted in an instant. The moment when a figure on the stairs told her, without words, that she should move, that the room above was not safe. She told me she believed it was her instincts speaking, that sometimes your mind senses danger before your eyes can see it. Whatever it was, she was grateful for it, and so was I, because without that moment, I wouldn't be here. When I was about 7 years old, my two older brothers and I spent a lot of time playing outside near a place that was sort of an unofficial motocross track. It wasn't a real track with fences or signs, just a rough patch of dirt and hills where people sometimes brought their dirt bikes to ride. For us kids, it was like our own little wild world. We ran around, climbed over mounds of dirt, raced up and down the hills, and generally just made a mess. One day, for some reason, we decided to dig a tunnel in the dirt. I don't remember why exactly. Maybe we thought it would be cool to make a secret underground passage, or just wanted to see how deep we could go. Being the smart and resourceful kids we thought we were, we grabbed some shovels and started digging near the side of a big dirt hill. It took a long time, probably a few hours, because the dirt was packed tight and dry. We dug slowly, moving the dirt out of the way, trying to make the tunnel about 2 feet high so we could crawl through it, and about 6 feet in length. It wasn't fancy or anything, just a rough tunnel carved into the side of the hill. I was the smallest, so I was the one who went in first, crawling into the dark space we made. The dirt around me felt dry and crumbly but stable enough. At least it seemed that way. I was right at the very front, digging and moving dirt out of the way when suddenly, without warning, the whole tunnel collapsed. I didn't even have time to think or react. 1 second, I was staring into the dark dirt ahead, and the next, I was buried under a heavy wall of earth. Everything went completely black instantly. It wasn't like closing your eyes. This was deeper, darker than any black I'd ever known. The air around me felt like it had turned into a thick furnace. The heat was intense, like being trapped in an oven, but worse because I was stuck and couldn't move. The dirt pressed down on me from all sides, crushing me, pinning me in place like a statue made of mud and earth. I couldn't wiggle an inch. My whole body was trapped, squeezed tight under the weight of the dirt. At first, I thought I could hold my breath and wait for someone to find me, but the dirt was too heavy, and every breath became harder and harder. I started to panic. My chest felt like it was being squeezed by invisible hands. My hands were up near my face, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't move them to clear the dirt away. The soil was heavy and thick and completely blocking any air. I started to breathe in dirt without meaning to, and I began coughing. That coughing was the worst because every time I coughed, it hurt my stomach and made it even harder to breathe. The panic made my head spin. My whole world was spinning red and black. The blackness of the tunnel mixed with flashes of deep red that I now think was blood rushing to my head because of the pressure. The heat made my skin burn, even though I was buried underground. My mind couldn't understand what was happening. I didn't know what was real anymore. In my fear, my young brain convinced me that I was going to hell, buried alive in a furnace underground, trapped with no way out. It was the worst kind of fear, the kind that crushes your soul and makes your heart beat so fast it feels like it might explode. I don't know how long I was trapped down there. Time lost all meaning in that dark, hot prison. Minutes felt like hours, and hours felt like days. My body was screaming for air, for space to move, but there was none. My mind drifted in and out of panic, and a strange kind of numbness, like I was slipping away but trying to hold on. I felt my body start to give up, and with that came a horrible mix of hopelessness and desperation. Then, suddenly, I felt something grab one of my feet. At first, I thought I was imagining it, but the grip was real and strong. My brothers had been digging frantically to reach me. They hadn't left me there. They were fighting against the dirt to pull me out. Their hands clawed through the heavy soil, pushing dirt aside and pulling me toward the light. It was a struggle, but slowly, I felt the weight ease as they pulled dirt away from around me. Fresh air began to reach my nose, and the terrible heat started to fade. After what felt like an eternity, I was finally pulled out of the dirt. I was covered in sweat and dirt, my clothes soaked, and I was shaking from shock and cold air. I was free, but I was also scared and weak. We never told our parents what happened. I just went home and got hosed down in the backyard. My parents never knew the terror I went through, and maybe it was better that way. The memory stayed with me, though, like a dark shadow in the back of my mind. Every time I think about it, I can still feel the weight of the dirt and the burning heat of that moment. It taught me how close you can come to losing everything without even knowing it. That day, I learned how fragile life can be. It's scary to think about what could have happened if my brothers hadn't come so fast, or if the dirt had been heavier. It wasn't a fairy tale or some story with monsters. It was real, raw, and terrifying. Just 3 kids playing, digging, and almost losing one of us to the earth itself. And yes, I pissed myself. It was the only thing I could do. The dirt didn't care. The heat didn't care. But I was alive, and that was all that mattered. Back in 2004, I was a 17-year-old country girl, fresh out of high school and stepping into the city for the very first time to start college. Everything was so new, so exciting, and honestly, I was pretty naive about what the city was really like. I grew up in a small town where people mostly knew each other. The streets were quiet at night. and the scariest thing you had to worry about was a skunk getting into the trash. So, when I got to the city, I felt like I was on top of the world, until that night. It was late, around 1:30 in the morning on a Saturday. I had been out with some classmates earlier, just hanging out and getting to know people. But by the end of the night, I was ready to head back to my dorm. I figured, hey, I'm a college student now. I can handle walking back to my dorm on my own. What could possibly go wrong? I didn't really know the area, but I thought the streets would be okay. I was tired, sure, but I thought walking would clear my head and help me calm down before bed. I stepped out into the cool night air and started walking. At first, the street was lit okay, just normal city streetlights and a few cars parked along the sides. But as I kept going, the neighborhood changed quickly, and I didn't notice it at first. The streetlights became few and far between, and many were broken or flickering weakly. Trash was piled up on the sidewalks, empty bottles, crumpled fast food wrappers, old newspapers. The smell was something else too, a mix of garbage, stale smoke, and something rotten I couldn't quite place. The houses along the street were old, falling apart. Paint peeled off the wooden siding, windows were cracked or boarded up, and the porches sagged like they'd been left to rot for years. I could hear shouting from inside a few of them, loud, angry voices that didn't sound friendly at all. I tried not to think about where I was, just told myself to keep walking straight until I reached a busier area or found a well-lit street. After a few minutes, I realized I was completely lost. I didn't recognize a single building around me, and every turn I took seemed to lead me deeper into this rundown area. My heart started to race a little, but I told myself to stay calm. I kept my head down, avoided eye contact with anyone, and just kept moving forward. Then I heard the sound of an engine behind me. At first, I thought maybe it was just a car passing by, but it slowed down and stayed behind me. I quickened my pace, but the car matched me step for step, its headlights dim and yellowish, like the car itself was old and beat up. I stole a glance over my shoulder, and there were 5 men inside, all looking rough and mean. Their faces were hard to read in the dark, but their eyes caught the little light there was, and I could tell they were watching me. My skin crawled. I tried to think of what to do, but my brain froze. I was in a nightmare, and I didn't know how to wake up. The car pulled up beside me as I approached an intersection. It stopped right in the middle of the street, blocking my path. I was frozen in place, my legs refusing to move. I could feel their eyes on me, and the car doors creaked open slowly. My mind was screaming at me to run, to scream, to do anything, but I stood there, rooted to the spot. I didn't have a plan. I wasn't brave, just terrified beyond words. Then, suddenly, a porch light flicked on in the house just past the car. A man stepped outside, carrying a small bag of trash. He looked completely normal, just some guy taking out his garbage, nothing heroic about it. But the moment he walked out, the car engine roared, the doors slammed shut, and the car sped off, disappearing down the street. I dropped to my knees and started shaking, tears streaming down my face. I didn't know how long I'd been standing there, but it felt like forever. The man noticed me, came over, and without saying much, helped me up and led me inside his house. He gave me a soda, something simple, and sat with me while I tried to explain what had just happened, even though my words were jumbled and shaky. His roommate came home a little later, and together they walked me all the way back to my dorm, making sure I got there safely. They didn't ask for anything in return, didn't try to make me feel like I owed them. They just wanted me to be safe. They even invited me to come see their stand-up comedy show sometime, but I was underage and too scared to go. I never saw those men again. I don't even remember the names of the guys who helped me that night, but I never forgot the feeling of terror and relief, the way my whole body shook with fear, and then finally calmed when someone showed up out of nowhere. I was lucky, extremely lucky. Looking back, I know it was a stupid, dangerous thing to do. Walking alone, lost, in that part of town, late at night, I was young and dumb. But that night changed me. It taught me to be careful, to respect my own safety, and to never take the city lightly. If it hadn't been for that man taking out his trash at 1 a.m., I don't want to think about where I'd be now. Maybe I'd be another scary statistic, or worse. But because of him, I got to finish college, go home to my family, and tell this story. I'm not that naive country girl anymore. I'm cautious. I listen to my gut. And I never walk alone at night, no matter how safe I think I am. It was just about dusk when we started calling it a night. The sun had slipped behind the thick line of trees, leaving the sky a dark shade of blue that promised nightfall was imminent. We'd been out hunting all day, a group of guys who'd known each other for years, spread out across the island, each about 100 yards apart. The air was cool and heavy with the smell of pine and damp earth, the kind of smell you only get deep in the woods. I was perched up in a tree stand, my hands gripping the rough bark, eyes scanning the shadows as the light faded. The other guys had been slowly making their way back to camp over the past half hour, and now it was my turn. I didn't want to rush it. Climbing down from a tree in the dark is no joke. You have to be careful. One wrong step, and it's not just a bruise. You could seriously hurt yourself. I was almost halfway down when I heard it. A snap. Just a small twig breaking underfoot, but in the quiet woods, it sounded like a gunshot. My heart stopped for a moment. I froze in place, barely breathing. I told myself it was probably a deer or maybe a raccoon, something normal, but the sound put me on edge. I didn't want to spook whatever it was, so I stayed still, eyes straining in the dim light to catch any movement. The woods around me were alive with the soft rustling of leaves and the occasional call of a bird settling in for the night. Minutes passed. My muscles started to tense up, and the cold was starting to sink in. Just when I thought I might try to get down again, it happened. A howl, loud and sudden, ripped through the air. It was the kind of sound that cuts through you deep and raw, something you don't forget. It was right where the twig had snapped, close enough that I felt the sound in my chest. The noise vibrated through the wood, through the air, making every hair on my neck stand up. I've hunted this island for 10 years. I know every sound these woods make, every animal's cry. But this howl, it wasn't like any coyote or fox I've ever heard. Coyotes make sharp yips and barks, sometimes a high-pitched yowl, but never that deep, blood-curdling howl. And wolves. We don't have wolves here. Not on this island, not in this part of the country. It didn't make sense. My phone buzzed like crazy in my pocket. Messages from the others, all asking if I'd heard it. I typed back quick. Yeah, I heard it. It's close, maybe right under my tree. The others had heard it too, scattered around the island, and none of them could figure it out either. The whole group was on edge, whispering about what it could be, but no one had any answers. After what felt like forever, the woods went silent again. No more howls, no more movement. Just the wind rustling through the leaves. The darkness pressed in from all sides. I sat still, trying to steady my breathing, feeling the weight of the night and that terrifying sound hanging in the air. Eventually, I forced myself to move. I grabbed my knife, the one I always carry when I'm hunting solo, just in case. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I climbed down the rest of the way, my muscles shaking from cold and adrenaline. The ground felt solid under my feet, but every shadow seemed to shift and move. My flashlight cut through the blackness in a narrow beam, illuminating thick trunks and tangled underbrush. I kept my eyes peeled, trying to stay calm. I started making my way toward the camp, toward the other guys. The path was uneven, roots and rocks hidden in the dark ready to trip me up. I moved slowly, carefully, listening for any sign that whatever had howled was still around. But there was nothing, just silence. I called out quietly now and then, just to let the others know where I was. They answered from a distance, and soon we were all together, gathered around the small fire that had been left burning at camp. Everyone was relieved to see me, and I could tell they'd all been thinking about that howl too. We spent the rest of the night around the fire, weapons close, eyes scanning the shadows beyond the light. Nothing came back. No more sounds, no movement, just the quiet crackle of the fire and the occasional whistle of the wind through the trees. The night stretched long, every rustle making us jump, every shadow twisting into shapes we hoped weren't real. The next morning, we searched around where the howl had come from. We found no tracks, no fresh prints of anything large enough to make that sound. No broken branches or signs of an animal's passage. Just the normal signs of the forest waking up. Squirrels scampering, birds calling, the smell of wet leaves and moss. We talked about it over breakfast, but no one could come up with a real explanation. It was a wild, raw howl, like nothing we'd heard before in these woods. We considered all the possibilities, maybe a stray dog, maybe some rare visitor, but nothing fit. The island's been hunted for decades, and we know the animals here inside and out. Since then, I've thought about that night more times than I can count. Every time I'm out in the woods and hear a strange sound, my mind drifts back to that howl. It's a reminder that no matter how well you think you know a place, nature can still surprise you. That night changed how I feel about these woods. Not because I believe in anything supernatural, but because it showed me there are things out there we just don't understand yet. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, that raw sound echoing in the dark, so close I could feel it in my bones. We never saw what made it, never heard it again. But it's out there, somewhere, and it made me realize that even in places you know well, there are mysteries that don't have easy answers. That's the thing about the wild. Sometimes, it's not about what you can see or catch, but about what you can't explain. I was out hunting once about an hour's drive south of Canberra. The place we went to was a property we had known for nearly 20 years. I had spent so much time there over the years, hunting, camping, hiking, since I was a kid, barely 5 years old. The land felt like a second home to me. I knew every tree, every rocky outcrop, and every path through the light eucalypt forest that spread over the hills. I'd seen the signs of feral pigs in the area the day before, fresh tracks and overturned earth, and I decided to head out solo early the next morning to have a closer look. The air was cool, fresh with the smell of damp earth and eucalyptus leaves. Morning light filtered through the canopy in long, golden beams. The ground was soft beneath my boots, covered in dry leaves and twigs that cracked faintly with each step. I moved slowly and carefully, scanning the ground for fresh pig tracks, broken branches, or anything unusual. The bush was alive with quiet sounds, birds calling, insects buzzing, and the occasional rustle of a wallaby hopping away. I was heading toward the top of a small hill, a familiar spot with light eucalyptus forest and scattered granite boulders. The trees here were tall but spaced enough that I could see through the trunks to the sky beyond. Sunlight cast shifting shadows over the rocks, giving the landscape a patchy, mottled look. The smell of the bush was stronger here, damp moss on the boulders, wildflowers hidden in the undergrowth, and the faint earthy scent of animal trails. As I approached the crest of the hill, I stopped and scanned the area ahead. That's when I saw it. Peering down toward me, standing still and watching, was a large figure. It was tall, humanoid in shape, with dark, shiny eyes that caught the sunlight. Its body was covered in thick fur that blended in with the mottled brown and gray of the surrounding rocks and trees. At first, I froze. My heart pounded hard enough to feel it in my ears. For a long moment, I just stared back, locked in place by what I was seeing. The figure didn't move. It stood quietly, watching me like I was some strange animal on its territory. Its face had hominid features, broad, flat nose, a heavy brow, and a jaw that looked powerful. The fur was uneven and patchy, blending with the shadows and light. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before in the bush, or anywhere really. I nearly crapped myself. My mind raced, 1,000 thoughts flashing through. The stories about the Yowie, the Australian version of Bigfoot, popped into my head unbidden. I was an experienced bushman, but this was something else entirely. My hands trembled slightly as I slowly reached down to my rifle resting by my side. I had a .223 with a 9x scope slung on my back. The rifle was heavy and familiar, a comfort in this moment of shock. I moved cautiously, every step careful, as if making a wrong move might startle the creature or make it disappear. I took a deep breath, sliding my hand along the rifle's bolt. Slowly, I closed it with a soft click and raised the gun to my shoulder, bringing the scope to my eye. I adjusted the focus, trying to get a clearer look without making too much noise. That's when I realized what it was. A big old kangaroo. The angle, the combination of light and shadow, the mottled color of the fur. All of it had tricked my brain into seeing something far stranger. The kangaroo's black eyes held a steady gaze, unblinking, as if it was just as curious about me as I was about it. The shape of its face, the way it stood tall and still, gave it a strange, almost humanoid appearance in the quiet of the forest. We both held our positions for what felt like minutes. The kangaroo finally twitched its nose, gave a slow blink, and then turned away, bounding off into the thicker bush beyond the rocks. I lowered my rifle slowly, my heart still racing but now calming down as the adrenaline faded. I sat down on one of the granite boulders, wiping sweat from my forehead despite the cool morning air. My hands were still shaking, and my mind replayed the moment over and over. I had wanted to run, to get away as fast as possible, but instead I'd stayed, slowly raising my rifle and checking what I thought was some unknown creature. I chuckled quietly to myself, feeling a mix of relief and embarrassment. The rest of the day was quiet. I continued my search for feral pigs, moving through the bush with a new sense of caution and respect for how easily the mind can deceive you in the wild. The sun climbed higher, warming the forest floor and drying the dew. Birds flew from tree to tree, and the occasional rustle in the undergrowth kept me alert. It took hours for the adrenaline to wear off completely. Even as I made my way back down the hill toward the truck, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see that tall, dark figure again. But the bush was empty, silent except for the natural sounds of the forest. That day stayed with me, a reminder that even in places you think you know well, the wild can surprise you. And sometimes, the things that scare us the most are just shadows shaped by light and the imagination. I didn't see anything else unusual that day, no more signs of feral pigs or other animals. But I drove home with a story I'd never forget, one I told only to close mates. The truth was simple but strange enough. The bush played tricks on me, and that kangaroo looked just a little too much like something out of a story. And that's how it was just me, the forest, and a big kangaroo pretending to be something far more mysterious. I knew this guy, let's call him Jake, who'd spent most of his adult life living without a home. Not by choice, not really, but that's how it ended up. He drifted from town to town, sleeping wherever he could find some cover. A lot of nights he'd be out in the woods, tucked away from the busy streets and the cops. I met him through another guy, and they'd become friends, two men surviving on the margins, sharing what little they had. Jake wasn't like some of the other folks you see in the streets. He kept to himself, mostly quiet, and wary of anyone trying to bother him. He and his buddy, we'll call him Sam, found a spot deep in the forest, a couple of hours' walk from the nearest town. It was a place where they could sleep without being kicked out, where no one would be poking around to make trouble. It wasn't much, just a small clearing under some thick pines, with a bit of dry brush for a fire if they needed one. Sam always carried a worn-out sleeping bag, the one thing he insisted on keeping safe. It was old, tattered, but it was his only real comfort. One cold morning, Jake decided to head into town early. Before the streets got busy, before anyone was up and about, he wanted to grab some booze and cigarettes. He figured if he could get there quick and be back before anyone else was stirring, it'd be smooth. Sam stayed behind, curled up in his sleeping bag, catching a few more hours of rest. Jake's walk was long, 4 hours there and back. The forest was still dark and quiet when he set out, with only the soft sounds of birds waking up and the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. The path was rough, muddy from last night's rain, roots sticking out, making every step tricky. He kept his head down, shoulders hunched against the cold. When he got to town, it was still early. Most stores weren't open yet. The off-license was one of the few places that opened early, and he was lucky it was nearby. Inside, the fluorescent lights flickered above, and the clerk barely glanced at him. Jake bought his usual, cheap beer, a pack of cigarettes, something to take the edge off the night ahead. The walk back was heavier, lugging the plastic bag with his purchases through the woods. The sun was higher now, filtering through the canopy in dappled patches on the ground. The forest that felt quiet before was now alive with the sounds of birds, insects, and the occasional snap of twigs underfoot. When Jake finally reached their clearing, something was wrong. The air smelled different, thick and acrid, like something burning. His heart sank before he even saw it. There, in the middle of the clearing, was Sam's sleeping bag. It was burned nearly to a crisp, blackened, twisted, with bits of ash and charcoal scattered all around. The ground beneath was scorched, like a small fire had taken hold and died. Jake stepped closer, dread rising like a stone in his stomach. He saw the remains, Sam, burned alive inside that bag. The flesh was charred, the skin blackened and peeling away. There was no way to tell what had happened exactly, but it was clear someone had come in the few hours Jake had been gone and done this. The shock hit Jake in waves. His legs felt weak. The forest, which had once felt like a refuge, now seemed cold and hostile. There was no blood around, no sign of a struggle outside the bag, just the cruel finality of the fire. He looked around, searching for any clue. Footprints, discarded items, anything that could tell him who or why. But the clearing was silent. The woods seemed to close in, the trees standing like silent witnesses. Jake sat down on a fallen log nearby, the plastic bag with his booze still in his hands, forgotten. His mind raced, trying to make sense of what happened, but there was no logic to it. Sam had been there, safe, sleeping in his bag, and now he was gone, destroyed in fire. The sun climbed higher, but the warmth didn't reach Jake. He stayed there for hours, staring at the ashes, the bitter taste of loss filling his mouth. When he finally stood, he knew things wouldn't be the same. The woods weren't safe anymore. That spot, once a shelter, was now a reminder of something terrible, something cruel. And Jake, with no home and nowhere to go, had lost the one person who'd kept him grounded in this endless drift. He left the forest that day, carrying more than just his bag of booze, carrying a grief that would never leave. It was something my mother told me not too long ago, but the story itself happened about 10 years back. Even though it's been so long, it still sticks with me. I think what makes it so unsettling is how real it feels. There's no nonsense about ghosts or anything magical. It's just this strange, hard-to-explain situation that our family still talks about quietly from time to time. My cousin, she was about 17 or 18 years old at the time. She was always such a lively girl, smart, full of energy, and really close to my dad's sister, our aunt. They had this really close relationship, almost like sisters in a way. My cousin used to babysit my aunt's kids all the time. The kids were really young, no older than 4 years old, just little toddlers who adored their babysitter. She was basically part of the family. Everyone trusted her completely. The house my aunt lived in was under construction when everything happened. It was one of those big projects, walls being knocked down, new rooms added, windows replaced, a mess of noise and dust. The construction started a few weeks before my cousin's accident, and of course, continued after she passed away. My aunt was juggling a lot: work, the construction chaos, and the kids, all while trying to keep everything as normal as possible. Now, here's where things start to get strange. One day, while my aunt was at work, she got a call from one of the construction workers. He was calling to complain about a teenage girl who kept showing up at the site. The guy said the girl was wandering around the house, just walking through the rooms and on the property. He said it had been happening repeatedly. She showed up several times over the past few weeks, always at different times of the day. At first, my aunt thought maybe it was a mistake or someone from the neighborhood curious about the construction. So she asked the worker to describe the girl. What he told her sent a chill down her spine. The girl had long brown hair, wore a red baseball cap, denim dungarees, and a white jacket. It was the exact outfit my cousin had been seen in the last time anyone saw her before the accident. My aunt couldn't believe it. She showed the workers a photo of my cousin, and they all agreed the girl they were seeing looked exactly like her. That was when the story really hit home for all of us. I remember feeling a tight knot in my stomach when my mother told me, even though I was hearing it years later. Our family never really believed in ghosts or paranormal stuff. We were practical people, hard workers, down to earth, not superstitious. So this story didn't fit into any of the categories we understood. It was just strange. But what really made it stick wasn't just the sighting itself, it was how it went on. The workers kept seeing the girl. They tried to talk to her, but she never said a word. They described her as walking slowly, sometimes stopping by the unfinished windows, looking out as if waiting for something or someone. She never caused damage, never tried to steal anything. She was just there, like part of the place. After a few weeks, though, the sightings suddenly stopped. The girl disappeared just as quietly as she had arrived. I remember thinking about that a lot, trying to figure out how it could make any sense. There was no way it could have been my cousin, not really. She had died weeks earlier in the hospital after the crash. Everyone had seen the body. It was real. But the image of that girl walking the construction site was so vivid to the people who saw her that it left no doubt in their minds. My aunt told me that, in the days after the workers' calls, she felt an overwhelming sadness when she visited the house. The place felt heavy, as if the air itself was thick with memories. She said she kept finding small things out of place. A toy here, a picture frame moved slightly, footprints in the dirt near the porch that couldn't have been made by the workers. None of it was threatening or violent, just reminders that someone had been there. At first, my family thought it might be someone playing a cruel prank, but there was no one around the neighborhood that matched the description. No teenage girls who looked like my cousin or wore those clothes. The workers were honest people. They had no reason to lie or make something up. Everyone agreed it was too consistent to be coincidence. I sometimes wonder if it was just people's minds trying to piece together grief and loss. Maybe the workers had heard about my cousin's death and, out of respect or sympathy, their eyes tricked them into seeing what they expected. But that doesn't explain how they described her clothing so precisely, or the fact that so many different workers saw the same girl at different times. My aunt never asked the workers to stop calling if they saw the girl again, but after a few weeks, there were no more sightings. The construction finished, and the house was finally livable. When my aunt and her family moved in, everything was normal, but that strange feeling never quite left. The whole thing made me think about how we process loss and memory. It wasn't about ghosts or spirits, not in the way stories usually go. It was about a family trying to hold on to someone they loved deeply, even after she was gone. The house, the construction site, they all became places where that love lingered, in a way that was hard to explain but impossible to ignore. That story still makes me uneasy, but I guess it's also a reminder. Sometimes, the hardest things to understand aren't about magic or ghosts, but about the very real ways people hold on to those they lose, even when there's nothing left but a memory and a feeling that someone's still there. I was stationed in Germany during the early 1980s, assigned to an armored unit in the US Army. It was one of those long postings that somehow becomes a blur, a collection of drills, schedules, cold nights, and early mornings. But there was one particular winter that carved itself into my memory like it didn't belong with the rest of it. It was during one of those big NATO exercises they called Winter Reforger. Basically, a massive mock war. Two sides, all military, all over the countryside, playing war games with real equipment. A lot of noise, a lot of movement, and a lot of cold. That year, my buddy McAllister and I were assigned to a tank. We weren't in a combat zone per se, but we were stationed out in the middle of nowhere, holding a position. I don't remember why exactly, but there was some sort of delay with our unit's movement. Maybe there was miscommunication, or the higher-ups were trying to regroup or resupply. Whatever it was, we were told to stay put and wait. We were about 2 clicks from the nearest small town. Not a big place, just a few houses, some cobblestone streets, and the typical charm those old German villages tend to have. No one was around the area we were holding, and after a couple days of nothing but cold rations, freezing wind, and sitting around, boredom started setting in hard. We were in our early 20s, restless, and stupid in that way young soldiers often are. McAllister joked one morning about walking into town and seeing if we could grab a bottle of apple corn. It's this German apple-flavored liquor, sweet and strong. I laughed, then stopped laughing when I realized he was serious. After a quick back and forth, we agreed to go. The tank wasn't moving, and we weren't going anywhere fast. We figured we could walk down, get a bottle, come back. No one would even notice. So we threw on our coats, grabbed our gear just in case, and set off. It was late afternoon. The air was crisp, and our boots made dull crunches against the frozen ground. The path into the town wound through a patch of trees, with old stone walls lining parts of the road. No cars passed us. It felt weirdly quiet, like everything was muffled. We joked about how it felt like we were in a movie, heading into some quaint European town to get booze, like it was the most important mission of our deployment. When we reached the edge of the village, we saw a kid on a bicycle. He looked maybe 10 or 11, riding slowly, just sort of drifting along like kids do when they're bored and don't really have a destination. He had one of those knitted hats with a pom-pom on top, and he wore a coat that looked too big for him. McAllister raised a hand and called out. The kid stopped, looked at us, and we walked up to him. I asked if he knew where we could buy a bottle of apple corn. He nodded quickly and pointed down a side street, mumbling something in German. We didn't understand most of it, but the pointing was clear enough. We thanked him, and he took off slowly on his bike again. We turned down the street he'd indicated and started walking. A few minutes later, we saw a bar. It was on the corner of 2 narrow streets, the kind of place that looked old and well-worn. The windows glowed with yellow light, and there was movement inside. Through the frosted glass, we could make out people sitting at tables, some standing near the bar, a waitress carrying a tray. It looked warm and alive inside, a real contrast to the cold stillness outside. But something didn't sit right. The kid hadn't mentioned this place. It was literally right along the path he told us to follow. If he knew the area well, which he clearly did, why wouldn't he tell us to stop here? Still, we figured maybe he thought of another place, or maybe this bar didn't sell bottles to go. Who knew? Curiosity and the promise of warmth pulled us toward the door. We went in. As soon as we stepped inside, everything stopped. I mean everything. People froze mid-drink, mid-conversation, mid-step. Even the woman behind the bar who was drying a glass stopped with the towel in mid-motion. Every head turned toward us. Every single person in that place stared right at us. No one said a word. The silence was crushing. All we could hear was the faint sound of the door swinging shut behind us and our own boots on the old wooden floor. I remember the heat from the fireplace hitting my face, the smell of cooked meat and smoke lingering in the air. McAllister and I looked at each other, unsure what the hell we had just walked into. Then, like a switch had flipped, everyone went back to what they were doing. Conversations picked up mid-sentence, laughter resumed, glasses clinked. It was as if we had just been edited into the scene, and nobody noticed anymore. A bit uneasy, we approached the bar and asked for a bottle of apple corn. The woman behind the bar, who must have been in her 40s, gave us a tight smile but shook her head. She said something in German, then reached down and poured us each a shot from a bottle. She slid them across the bar, smiling the whole time. McAllister lifted his and toasted silently before drinking. I did the same. The liquor burned going down, but had a strong, sweet aftertaste. It was good, actually. We figured maybe this was their way of being hospitable. We tried again to ask for a bottle, this time gesturing and pointing, but again she just shook her head and poured us another shot. Then someone behind us invited us to sit. A large round table near the fireplace had a few older men at it, along with some women who looked like they could be their wives or daughters. They waved us over, smiling. We hesitated, but figured, why not? Maybe if we hung around for a bit, they'd be more willing to sell us a bottle. We sat down, and immediately, one of the men slid a bowl in front of us. It was filled with what looked like some sort of stew. Big chunks of potato, sausage, cabbage, all swimming in a thick broth. Another bowl came around with bread, then another with something like sauerkraut. Everyone took some, passed it along. McAllister grabbed a bit, but I was already full from earlier and just wanted to get the bottle and get out. I passed the bowls on without taking anything. I tried again to signal to the bartender, pointing to the bottle, holding up money. She just smiled, poured another shot, and pointed to the table like she wanted us to keep sitting and eating. It went on like that for a while. More food came around. They kept pouring shots. They laughed, they talked to each other, not to us. No one asked us questions or really interacted with us, but they kept trying to feed us and give us drinks. After maybe half an hour, I started feeling uncomfortable. The initial weirdness of the place had worn off a bit while we were eating, but now it came creeping back. Something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it. I looked around and noticed that no one else had come in or gone out since we arrived. The windows were still fogged up, but there weren't any footsteps or signs that the cold from outside was leaking in. It was like the place was sealed up tight. McAllister leaned over to me and said something like, "I think we should bounce." I nodded, and we stood up. A few people looked up, gave us little waves, but no one tried to stop us. We made our way to the door and stepped out into the cold night. Outside, the town was quiet again. No cars, no voices, just the wind. We started walking, not sure where exactly we were heading now. We figured we could try to find the place the kid originally met, see if they had a bottle we could take back. As we turned down a different street, we saw the boy again. Same kid, same hat, pedaling slowly toward us. We waved him down. We asked him about the bar, gesturing back toward where we'd come from. He stared at us, wide-eyed. The blood drained from his face. He stammered something, then said in English, "You went to that place?" Then he turned his bike around and pedaled off as fast as he could. No explanation. Just gone. McAllister and I stood there like idiots, trying to figure out what had just happened. We looked at each other, then turned around and headed back to the bar. We didn't say a word on the walk back. Something had shifted. That boy's reaction spooked both of us more than we wanted to admit. When we got back to the street where the bar was, we both stopped dead. The building was dark. No lights. No sounds. The windows were no longer fogged up. We walked up and looked through the glass. Inside, the chairs were all upside down on the tables. Cobwebs hung in the corners. Dust coated the floor. The shelves behind the bar were empty. No bottles. No glasses. Nothing. We checked the door, but it was locked. We walked around the building, looking for another entrance. Everything was sealed shut. We even checked the street signs, the nearby houses, to make sure we hadn't gotten turned around somehow. But it was the same bar, the same street, same everything. Except now it looked like it hadn't been open in years. We didn't hang around. We found another bar about 10 minutes away. It was small and mostly empty, just a couple of old guys watching a tiny TV in the corner. We bought a bottle of apple corn, thanked the bartender, and got the hell out of there. We walked back to the tank without saying much. Both of us kept looking over our shoulders, listening for something that wasn't there. That night, we sat on the edge of the tank, passing the bottle back and forth in silence. We didn't talk about the bar. Not that night. Not for a long time. It wasn't until years later, after we were both out of the army, that we brought it up again. And even then, it didn't make any more sense than it did back then. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe we got turned around and found a different bar. Maybe the place had been abandoned all along, and we imagined the rest. Maybe it was some weird setup or prank, though God knows why. But every theory we came up with fell apart under scrutiny. All I know is what I saw. I know that we walked into a warm, noisy bar full of people. I know they all stared at us. I know they refused to sell us a bottle and kept giving us food and drinks. I know that the boy freaked out when we mentioned it. And I know that when we went back, the place was dead, like it had been shut down for decades. Whatever happened. Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. When I was 8, my family moved from the busy, crowded streets of urban South Florida to a really small town way up north. It felt like stepping into one of those old Goosebumps books I used to read, quiet, strange, and a little bit eerie. The kind of place where people locked their doors not just because of crime, but because there were things that made you uneasy if you stayed up late enough to notice them. Our new house was a modest one-story thing with peeling paint and a sagging porch. It sat right on the edge of a dense patch of woods. These weren't the tame, landscape parks I was used to. This was real forest, thick with gnarly old trees, tangled underbrush, and shadows that moved even when there was no wind. Over the 15 years since we moved there, a lot of weird stuff happened. Enough to make me question what was normal and what wasn't. People in that town talked in whispers about things no one wanted to name out loud. Nothing outright supernatural, but little oddities here and there, things that couldn't be explained easily. But the weirdest of all those moments happened years later, when my sister came back to live with my parents. At the time, my sister was almost 30, married, with a newborn baby. Her husband was deployed to Afghanistan, and she was left alone in a trailer deep in the woods with the baby. The loneliness must have been crushing. She didn't want to raise the kid by herself, so she packed up and moved back in with Mom and Dad. At first, everything seemed normal. The house was the same as always, creaky floors, the smell of old pine furniture mixed with my mom's cooking. But after a while, my sister started noticing strange things happening in her bedroom. It began with the headboard of her bed slamming. Not every night, but often enough to make her uneasy. She told Mom about it, but she shrugged it off as the house settling or the wind pushing the windows. That part made sense. Old houses do weird stuff. Then came the night she woke up because she felt something tickling her. She said it was a light, playful sensation, like someone brushing their fingers over her skin. But when she opened her eyes, no one was there. The room was dark except for the faint glow of the baby monitor across the room and the steady breathing of her son. She told me later that she had this sinking feeling. Something was in the house, but not the kind of visitor you could see or talk to. It wasn't a ghost or a monster exactly. More like an unseen presence, watching and maybe curious. One night, the situation escalated. My sister screamed and woke my mom. When Mom rushed in, she found the bed shaking violently. Not just a little jitter or a creak from an old mattress, but the whole thing rocking hard, up and down, side to side, like a boat caught in white water rapids. My sister was clinging to the headboard, eyes wide with terror, while the baby slept soundly, oblivious. Mom stayed calm, but I know inside she was shaken. She'd been through a lot, raising all of us and dealing with her own battles, so she was used to handling tough situations. She stayed with my sister until the bed finally stopped moving, rubbing her back and whispering to her to calm down. After that, the strange things didn't stop. One night, while my sister was nursing the baby, something grabbed her ponytail and yanked her head sharply to the side. It wasn't hard enough to hurt, but it was sudden and aggressive. My sister froze, her heart pounding, eyes wide as she looked around the dark room. Mom came in right then and spoke firmly to whatever it was, not in fear, but like a parent scolding a child. Mom said something along the lines of, "You were here before us, and I understand you're curious, but you will not touch the baby or my family anymore." After that, the incident stopped completely. Looking back, none of it makes sense in a simple way. There were no apparitions, no creepy voices, no fairy tale monsters. Nothing that fit neatly into the stories you hear about hauntings or spirits. Instead, it felt like something else, something real, something present in the old house and woods that we just don't understand. The move from South Florida to that small northern town was a shock in itself. I still remember the first time I saw the house. The neighborhood was quiet, quieter than anything I had ever known. No streetlights for blocks. Just the sound of cicadas and frogs, and the occasional hoot of an owl. At night, the woods behind the house seemed to breathe, like the trees were alive in a way that felt different from city trees. The house sat at the edge of those woods, just close enough that shadows would sometimes flicker on the windows. My sister's room was at the back of the house, right next to the woods. It had a big window that looked out over the trees. I remember when she first moved back, she kept the blinds open, saying she liked to watch the stars and listen to the night sounds. I think that's when it started. The headboard slamming was subtle at first, just a sudden bang or a sharp thump that woke her up at night. She told Mom, but no one paid much attention. The house was old. It settled. The wind blew hard, sometimes through the trees and the windows. It was all normal, or at least explainable. But then the tickling started. She described it as if someone was running a finger lightly over her skin while she lay in bed. It was strange and made her skin crawl. She'd open her eyes, but no one was there. The baby was quiet in the crib. What made it worse was the feeling that she wasn't alone. Like the room was occupied by something unseen, something watching. It wasn't scary at first, more like an uncomfortable, unwelcome presence that made her skin feel prickly and her heart beat faster. The night the bed shook was the turning point. I wasn't there, but Mom told me everything. My sister woke Mom screaming. Mom went in and saw the bed rocking violently, the baby monitor crackling with static. It was so intense, the whole bed was moving like a small boat caught in waves. Mom grabbed my sister and held her tight, and after a few minutes, the shaking stopped. Mom never said what she thought it was, but the way she stayed calm and took charge told me she believed my sister and wasn't about to let whatever it was scare us all away. That strength made a difference. After that, my sister wasn't scared so much as determined to protect her baby. The last incident was the ponytail yank. My sister was nursing the baby late at night when something grabbed her hair and yanked sharply. She froze, then called for Mom. Mom came in and spoke firmly, like scolding a misbehaving child. She told the presence that it was not allowed to touch the baby or them anymore, that it could look, but not touch. After that, the strange thing stopped. We never figured out what caused all of it. The house was old and creaky, but none of it seemed like simple mechanical noises. The headboard slammed hard, the bed shook violently, and something tugged on hair. No wind or loose boards could explain that. Some people say old houses hold onto energy, memories or feelings of those who lived there. But we never believed in ghosts or spirits. What we believed was that the house, or maybe the woods behind it, held something alive and unknown. Something that had been there long before us, and would be there long after we left. After my sister and her baby moved out, nothing strange ever happened again in that house. Mom told me sometimes it felt like the presence was respectful, like it recognized the baby was new and fragile, and once we set the boundary firmly, it backed off. Living in that small town, with its quiet streets and dense woods, I learned that some things don't fit into easy explanations. The world has corners and shadows we don't understand, and sometimes those places brush up against our lives in ways we can't fully explain, but that feel very real, very physical. For my sister, moving back to Mom and Dad's house was a relief and a lifeline during a tough time. The strange experiences tested her, but also showed how strong she was, how fiercely she protected her son, even from things that weren't fully visible or understandable. Now, when I look back, I don't think about ghosts or monsters. I think about a house and a family learning to live with the unknown, setting boundaries where they needed to, and never giving up on protecting each other, no matter what. The woods still stand behind that house, thick and dark. I never went far into them, not really. But I know whatever was there was part of the land, part of that quiet small town's history, something real but silent. And sometimes, at night, when the wind shifts just right, I can almost hear the creak of that old bed rocking gently in the dark. But now I'm grown. I understand that some things don't need names or stories. They just exist. And all we can do is live with them, respect them, and keep our families safe. I remember the summer and fall I worked with my uncle painting houses, like it was yesterday, even though years have passed. My uncle was always busy in those months. He'd take on a bunch of painting jobs all at once, juggling them to keep the money coming in. It wasn't glamorous work, but it was honest and steady. He had a beat-up old truck with his business name painted on the side and a phone number underneath it. The back of the truck was always loaded with ladders, buckets, brushes, rollers, tarps, and every other kind of paint supply you could imagine. I tagged along sometimes when he needed an extra hand, which was usually more than enough to keep me occupied during those months. I wasn't doing anything else productive, so the pay was good and the work was simple. Painting houses might sound boring, but it was decent work. You were outside most of the time, moving around, and it felt like you were actually accomplishing something. That particular fall was rough. The rain seemed endless. I don't think a single week went by without some kind of storm rolling through. We had to stop painting over and over, waiting for the paint to dry and the weather to clear. It made everything drag on much longer than expected. My uncle, being the good businessman he was, juggled multiple houses at once to keep things going. But it meant I ended up working more than usual because he called me almost every day for help. I was fine with it. The pay was good, and I didn't have much else going on. One day, near the end of that wet spell, my uncle got a call from the woman who owned one of the houses he'd been painting all summer. It was an old Victorian in a quiet part of town, the kind of house you'd see in a period movie, tall, with lots of small windows and fancy wooden details on the outside. The couple who lived there was nice enough, though they seemed to be going through some family problems. The man was an author, spending most of his time locked away in his study in the attic, trying to finish his next book. The lady told my uncle that her husband was struggling to concentrate with the scaffolding still up around the house. She wanted to know if they could come back right away and finish the job. They'd originally hired my uncle months ago, but because of the weather and their own issues, it hadn't been completed. My uncle was honest about the weather causing delays, but they were polite and persistent. Not wanting to lose a client, my uncle said he'd make finishing their house a top priority. The job wouldn't take long, maybe a day or two. We agreed to meet at the house mid-afternoon. I remember the day clearly. It was late fall, but warm for the time of year, except for this chill in the air that didn't quite make sense. It wasn't cold, but it wasn't warm either. It felt like the kind of chill that sinks into your bones, the kind that makes you feel uncomfortable without knowing why. The sky was overcast and gray, and there was this strange calm hanging over the neighborhood, like everything was holding its breath. The kind of calm that feels too still, like something is about to happen, but you don't know what. When we pulled up, the house looked just like I remembered it. The front was freshly painted, clean and bright, but the back still had the old peeling paint. My uncle and I moved to the back to finish what was left. I was 17 at the time, and while I'd climbed scaffolding plenty of times, heights always made me a little nervous. Still, I didn't want to seem weak in front of my uncle, so I told him I wasn't scared at all. He smiled, pleased, and told me to climb up to the third floor to finish the upper section of the house. The scaffolding was rickety but sturdy enough. I hauled my supplies up, cans of paint, brushes, rollers, and a utility belt my uncle had let me borrow with extra tools and rags. The wind was light, but steady, and every now and then a cold gust blew through, making me shiver despite the warmth of the day. I set my gear down carefully at the top, then cracked open a can of paint and started brushing the faded wood, applying the first coat as I always did. Everything about the work was normal at first. The smell of fresh paint, the rhythmic sound of the brush on wood, the soft creaking of the scaffolding under my feet. The dull gray sky above and the quiet of the neighborhood below made the whole scene feel like a painting itself. But as I worked, I reached the part of the house with the small oval window just above the third floor. That window looked straight into the attic, which I knew was where the author spent most of his time. I was dipping my brush into the paint and about to paint the trim above the window when I glanced up and locked eyes with the man inside. He was staring right back at me, his face expressionless, completely blank. There was no warmth, no anger, no sadness. Nothing but an emptiness that sent a cold wave through me. I've never seen a face so utterly devoid of feeling. I stood frozen, brush halfway to the wall, unable to look away. Then, without any warning, he pulled out a pistol that had been resting on the desk in front of him. I could see it clearly in his hand. He lifted it slowly to his temple, still staring right at me, never blinking or breaking eye contact. And then he fired. The sound of the gunshot cracked sharply through the still air. I gasped, heart hammering in my chest. I tried to scream, but it caught in my throat. Stunned and terrified, I took a step back, and I didn't realize I was on the edge of the scaffolding. The next thing I remember was falling. Time slowed, every second stretching out like a bad dream. The ground came rushing up at me. My body tumbled uncontrollably through the air. I landed hard in a thick bush below, which thankfully broke my fall enough to save my life. I was in pain, a broken ankle, bruises, scratches, but it was the shock that hit me hardest. My uncle had heard the shot and looked up just in time to see me fall. He rushed over, panic in his eyes, helping me as best he could. We called an ambulance, and I was taken to the hospital for treatment. The physical injuries healed quickly, but the mental scars took much longer. I had nightmares for months. I couldn't stop seeing that man's blank face, the way he looked at me without any feeling at all as he ended his life. I went to counseling to help process the trauma, but some things just stick with you forever. Later, I learned more about the man from my uncle. He was deeply depressed, struggling with writer's block and personal problems with his wife. Drinking too much whiskey, facing pressure from all sides, and unable to find relief in his work or life. His wife moved out shortly after the incident, and the house was left abandoned, the painting job unfinished. To this day, that house still stands empty on the quiet street. I try not to drive by it. I'm scared that if I do, and I look up at that attic window, I might see that same empty face staring back at me, cold, emotionless, and haunting in a way that no ghost or spirit could match. It's a reminder that some pain is real, raw, and all too human. Even after all these years, that day stays with me. The way the sky looked, the eerie silence, the chill in the air. The weight of that man's despair, frozen forever in a moment I never wanted to see, but never could forget. It's a story I carry with me, a dark memory of a quiet house on a gray day, and a warning about the invisible battles people fight behind closed doors. About 4 years ago, something really strange happened to me, and I still think about it often. It was one of those rare days off where I didn't have to rush anywhere. I woke up late in the morning, 10:21 to be exact. I remember the time so clearly because it plays a big role in what happened that day. Usually, I don't pay much attention to the exact minute when I wake up, but that day I glanced at my clock right after opening my eyes, and it said 10:21. I figured I had slept in longer than I thought, but it was a relief to have the luxury of a slow morning. I got out of bed feeling the cool floor under my feet, the soft carpet just past the edge of my bed. The room was dimly lit by the sunlight filtering through the blinds, casting faint stripes across the floor and walls. The air was quiet except for the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen and the occasional chirp of birds outside my window. I headed to the bathroom, took my time there, lingering a little longer in the warmth of the shower, letting the water run down my back, scrubbing and brushing my teeth thoroughly. Normally, I'm quicker in the mornings, but I was in no rush that day. Once I finished and got dressed, I went back to my bedroom. I remember picking up my phone from the nightstand, unlocking it, and looking at the time. It was 10:25. I was immediately surprised because it felt like more than 4 minutes had passed since I first woke up. It didn't add up. I had spent quite a while in the bathroom. I checked my old-fashioned alarm clock on my bedside table to confirm. It also said 10:25. Both clocks agreed, but I still felt like something was off. I shrugged it off, assuming I'd just misread the original 10:21 in my half-asleep state. Downstairs, I turned on my PC, which sat on the kitchen counter, and switched on the TV. The morning news was playing quietly in the background, something I usually do when making breakfast or just hanging out on a day off. I went to the microwave to heat up some leftover rice from last night's dinner. As I opened the microwave door and looked at the digital clock on its front, I froze. It was also showing 10:25. I pulled out my phone to double-check the time again. The phone still read 10:25. That was when I started feeling uneasy. It made no sense that I'd checked the clock upstairs, walked downstairs, turned on my computer and TV, got a glass of water, and started cooking eggs, all in less than a minute. Even if I had been quick, I knew I hadn't moved that fast. I stood in front of the microwave, stared at the clock, and counted silently to 60. I thought maybe the microwave clock was broken, stuck at 10:25. 20 seconds into my count, the microwave clock finally ticked to 10:26. That meant it had been 10:25 for quite a while before I looked at it. I finished cooking, plated my breakfast, and sat down at my computer like I usually do on days off, ready to eat and browse a bit. Then I looked at the PC clock on the screen. It said 10:20. My heart skipped a beat. I pulled out my phone again and checked. 10:20. Not 10:26, not 10:25, but 10:20. My mind reeled. I felt a rush of confusion and mild panic. How could the microwave say 10:26 and the phone and PC say 10:20 at the same time? I decided to start writing everything down, hoping that maybe keeping a record would help me make sense of this. I pulled up the small clock toolbar on my PC and watched the second hand sweep around the clock face. At first, everything seemed normal. The seconds ticked by, the minute changed from 10:20 to 10:21, then 10:22, and so on, just like a real clock should. For a while, I watched the clocks all seem to move forward correctly, seconds passing, time going on. But then, things got strange again. When I wasn't watching the clocks, even just for a few minutes, the times would jump backward. The phone, the PC, even the internet clocks would show times that didn't make sense. 15 minutes after the initial confusion, my phone and computer showed 10:14. Later on, they dropped back to 10:13. Then suddenly, they popped back up to times in the 10:20s. The clocks were moving backwards and forwards without any pattern, as if time itself was glitching in and out of sync. I checked every clock I had, the oven, the microwave, my bedside alarm clock, my phone, the PC, the TV's clock, even the little clock on my microwave. Every one of them was acting oddly, except when I stared directly at the PC clock or my phone clock for extended periods. It felt like time was normal only while I was paying attention, and the moment I looked away, all the clocks slipped out of order. I spent what felt like an hour or maybe an hour and a half obsessively watching these clocks. Sometimes they ticked along normally while I focused on them. Sometimes they slipped back in time or froze for minutes at a time. I tried to stay calm, to rationalize what was happening. Was there something wrong with the power supply? A surge causing all my clocks to malfunction simultaneously? But that didn't make sense either. The PC and the phone are powered differently, and the internet clock isn't local. I even looked outside. The sun was steady in the sky, slowly moving westward as it should, casting the same familiar patterns of light through the windows. The birds still chirped, the refrigerator hummed, the air conditioner kicked on and off as usual. Outside, time seemed to be moving normally. People drove by on the street, walking their dogs, riding bikes. None of them looked odd. No one seemed frozen or rushed. Their watches, if I could see them, probably worked fine. I took my phone outside and compared its clock to a few cars' dashboard clocks and street clocks, and they all matched up with the time on my phone, which was still jumping around. I checked the system time on my PC and cross-checked it with the internet clock. The internet clock, which I trusted the most, was all over the place. Sometimes it would match my PC. Sometimes it would jump back 5 or 10 minutes, then suddenly jump forward again. The same was true for my phone. I refreshed the time constantly, hoping the weirdness would just end. During this whole time, I was pretty isolated in my thoughts. No one around to talk to, no one to explain what I was seeing or help make sense of it. I wasn't scared, but I was definitely unsettled. I felt like I was stuck in a strange loop, a glitch in reality that made me question something I had always taken for granted: time. It wasn't like when you lose track of time after binge-watching a show or getting lost in a book. This was different. This was clocks literally not agreeing with each other or themselves. It was as if the normal flow of time was breaking down just inside my house, or maybe inside my brain. At one point, I noticed the clocks started settling down. The phone, the PC, and all other clocks began to agree on the same time again. They ticked forward steadily, without jumping back or freezing. It was slow and steady, like the clocks had decided to cooperate again. I sat back in my chair, exhausted and confused. I ate my breakfast quietly, the silence of the room feeling heavier now than before. I didn't want to think about what had happened. I felt tired, and after a while, I went about my day normally, as if nothing was wrong. But in the back of my mind, the experience lingered. Over the next days and weeks, I checked my clocks obsessively, but everything was normal. The clocks on my phone, computer, microwave, and alarm clock all matched perfectly. No more weird jumps, no more frozen seconds. I thought maybe I was imagining things, or maybe my mind had been tired or stressed, messing with my perception of time. But that didn't explain the physical clocks all showing impossible times, especially the microwave and oven clocks that weren't connected to the internet or each other. I never told anyone about it. Who would believe me? It sounded ridiculous, but I remember that day vividly. I remember that feeling of time slipping and twisting in a way I never thought possible. Looking back, I realize I remember that exact moment, waking up at 10:21, because it was the calm before the storm, the time before everything went weird. That day, all my clocks went insane. They didn't just malfunction or stop working. They broke the very order of time, sending it jumping back and forth like a faulty recording. I've never experienced anything like it since. No glitches, no broken clocks, no weird time loops. Time has moved steadily forward every day since then, like it's supposed to. But sometimes, late at night when I'm alone, I find myself glancing at the clock, half expecting it to freeze or jump backward again. The way it all unfolded, that strange hour when time lost its meaning inside my home, still haunts me. It was a reminder that even something as constant as time can become unpredictable, fragile, and strange. And sometimes reality itself can feel like it's just barely holding together. That day remains a mystery I may never solve. It was just one day, one glitch in time, but it was enough to shake my understanding of the world and how stable it really is. And I'll never forget 10:21, the exact minute everything began to go wrong. When I think back to those years, it's hard to even hold all the pieces in my head at once. My uncle was a big presence, the kind of guy who could fill a room just by walking into it, even before he got sick. Before the cancer, before everything went sideways, he was someone I saw mostly through my mom's eyes. Funny, sometimes loud, always sharp. I remember them laughing at the kitchen table when I was little, sharing inside jokes and little teases. The kind of sibling closeness that made you think they were invincible together. But all of that changed when the cancer started eating away at him. It started slow, or at least it felt that way to me. I wasn't even a teenager yet, just old enough to be watching everything from the corner of the room, trying to understand it all. My mom didn't talk to me much about what was going on, not in detail. I think she wanted to shield me, but I could see it in her face. Every time she came back from visiting him, her eyes looked more tired, her smile less steady. And then, when he had to move back into the house, we were there a lot. I didn't know what brain cancer really meant, not in any medical sense. I just knew that something in him was slipping away. There were good days and bad days, but the bad ones were what stuck with me. He'd say awful things to my mom, things that didn't make sense sometimes, and things that did cutting, mean things that felt like they were pulled out of a dark well somewhere inside him. Once, I remember we were in his living room, helping him sort through some mail and bills. My mom was gently trying to put his documents in order. He snapped at her, suddenly, like a switch flipped. "Why do you have to be so stupid? You can't even stack papers right." I didn't know what to do. I just stood there, holding my breath. My mom didn't yell back. She didn't even flinch. She just kept sorting. That's when he started accusing her of stealing his cups. "Where are all my cups? You've been taking them. I know it's you. You think I don't notice." It made no sense. There were cups in the kitchen, more than enough. I saw them, but he was convinced. He kept muttering about it, going on. And through it all, my mom kept her face calm. When we got in the car later, she didn't say anything at first, just drove. I could see her hands were shaking on the steering wheel. It was hard for me to understand back then. They had always been so close. He used to call her his little sidekick. I'd seen old photos of them building tree houses and fishing, goofing off in Halloween costumes well into their 20s. And now here he was, treating her like an enemy. I know now that dementia can twist a person like that, wrap their mind in fog, and make them lash out. But at the time, it was just scary. It made me uncomfortable being around him. I didn't know what version of him we'd get each time we went over. He died in the winter. I remember the way the air smelled the morning after. The kind of still, frozen quiet you get when snow's on the ground, but hasn't started to melt yet. I remember my mom crying, not the kind of loud sobbing you see in movies, but this quiet, collapsed kind of crying, like all the air had gone out of her. I didn't really know how to help. I just sat near her and kept quiet. I think that's when I realized how deep her grief ran, how much of her pain was about losing the brother she used to know, not just the man we had seen over the past year. Life moved on slowly. I went back to school. My mom went back to work. We didn't talk much about that year. Not the visits, not the outbursts, not even the good days. It just became this stretch of time we both sort of walked around in conversation. And then about a year later, something happened that pulled it all right back to the surface. We came home from running errands one Saturday afternoon. It was fall, I think. The leaves were halfway gone from the trees. I remember the wind that day, dry and cold. We walked into the house, carrying grocery bags and kicking off our shoes. Everything was normal until my mom noticed the answering machine blinking. It was one of those little tape recorders, the kind with tiny cassettes that clicked when you rewound them. We hadn't gotten around to upgrading to anything digital yet. The machine was blinking red, 3 new messages. We didn't think anything of it at first. My mom pressed play while she unpacked the bags. The first message was from my uncle. We both froze. It wasn't a new message, not really. We'd heard it before, probably back when he left it the first time. He was asking if she could bring over more of his meds. He sounded tired, but mostly coherent. My mom's face went pale. She stood there, one hand still on a loaf of bread, staring at the machine. "We've heard that one," she said after a moment. I nodded because I remembered it too. But something about hearing his voice again, a year after he died, made my skin crawl. The second message started to play. It was him again, but this one we hadn't heard before. His voice was rough, like he'd been crying or coughing. He spoke slowly, like he was choosing every word carefully. He said my mom's name. Then, I shouldn't have said that earlier. That was it. A pause. Then the message ended. The machine clicked off. We just stood there. My mom looked like someone had punched her. She walked over to the machine, rewound it, played it again. Same words, same voice, same click. I shouldn't have said that earlier. We listened to it 4, maybe 5 times. Neither of us spoke. I felt like the air in the room had thickened. My stomach turned over in this weird, slow way. I looked at my mom and saw something in her face I hadn't seen before. Not just sadness, but confusion. Shock. After a while, she sat down. I did too. The rest of the groceries were still on the counter, slowly warming up. We didn't even talk for a long time. Just sat there, listening to the heater kick on, the fridge humming in the background. Eventually, I asked her how it could have happened. How a message like that could suddenly show up a year later. She didn't know. The tape wasn't new. We hadn't touched the machine. We hadn't even used it much since he died. It was just there. I tried to figure it out for a long time. I remember digging out the manual for the machine, reading through it like I was going to find some hidden answer in the wiring or instructions. I thought maybe it had recorded over a blank spot that had never played before. Maybe the tape had jammed before and just unspooled that part now. Maybe. But the timing, that's what got to me. It had been almost exactly a year. Almost to the week, maybe even the day. I started looking at the calendar, trying to find a reason. An anniversary of some kind. A weather pattern. Static interference. I don't know. I kept thinking there had to be something to explain it. Something real. My mom didn't try to solve it. She never rewound the tape again after that day. A week later, she got rid of the machine. Just unplugged it and threw it in a box. We got a new phone with voicemail built in. But I never forgot the sound of his voice on that message. The way he sounded when he said it. Like he meant it. Like there was just enough of him left, that version of him I'd seen in those old photos, to feel sorry. And I guess that's the part that stayed with me the most. Not the fear or the confusion, but that moment of softness. That one message, cutting through all the mess and anger and sickness. Like a thread reaching out from a person who was already gone. No ghosts. No magic. Just a tiny crack in whatever system we all live in, letting one last thing through. After that, things felt a little different. Not fixed, just quieter. Like the story had an ending now. One I could hold on to. My mom never said much about it again. But I caught her looking out the window more often. her face unreadable. And I knew she remembered it too. I remember it so clearly, even though it's been years. I must have been around 10 or 11. I was off school that day, sick with something. I can't remember if it was a cold or stomach bug or what, but it was just enough that my parents thought I should stay home and rest. The kind of illness where you're not miserable, but you're not well enough to go out either. My parents both had work, and neither of them could get the day off. They didn't make a huge deal of it. They just gave me the usual reminders, the same ones I'd heard whenever I stayed home alone. Don't open the door for anyone. Don't answer the phone unless it's them. And if anything feels weird, call them straight away. I nodded like always. I felt grown up staying home alone. We lived in an old sandstone house. One of those tall Victorian-style buildings with high ceilings, creaky floorboards, and heavy doors that always slammed shut if you weren't careful. The front room was right by the entrance, with a large bay window that looked straight out onto the main road. Across the street was a row of shops, a convenience store, a chippy, a charity shop, and a few others. Always some foot traffic, people walking by, sometimes stopping to chat. That day, I settled down in the front room with a blanket and watched TV. Daytime telly, cartoons mostly, the kind you only saw during school hours. I had a warm juice on the little table next to me and a packet of crackers I'd been slowly picking at. At first, everything felt fine. Quiet. Comfortable. I could hear the occasional bus driving past, the odd voice outside, but nothing out of the ordinary. Still, after a while, I started to feel a bit weird about how open the window was. Anyone walking past could see right in. It wasn't like anything had happened. It just felt awkward, being visible like that while I was sitting in my pajamas wrapped in a blanket. So I got up and pulled the curtains partially closed. Not all the way, just enough so it didn't feel like I was on display. That's when I saw him. A man. He looked to be in his late 40s or early 50s, with a thick gray beard and glasses. He had on a green knitted jumper that looked stretched out and old, like he'd been wearing it for years. The kind of clothes you'd find in a charity shop window from the 80s. He wasn't doing anything wrong, just walking down the street like everyone else. But something about him made me pause. I didn't know what it was. Maybe the way he walked, slow, too slow, like he was watching every shop he passed. Or maybe it was that he didn't seem to be heading anywhere. He didn't look rushed or relaxed. He just looked out of place. I let the curtain fall back into place and sat down again, brushing it off. I told myself I was being silly. Loads of people walked by. The man didn't do anything wrong. Maybe he was just taking his time. Maybe he had bad knees or something. I went back to the cartoons. About 10 minutes passed. Then something made me glance at the curtain again. I wasn't expecting anything. I think I was just restless. But when I peeked out, my stomach dropped. It was the same man. Same green jumper, same slow walk. But this time, he was walking in the same direction as before. He looped back around. My heart thudded a little, but I tried to stay calm. Maybe he lived nearby. Maybe he forgot something and went back to get it. I pulled the curtain shut a bit more and turned the volume down on the TV so I could hear better if someone came to the door. I didn't move from the sofa, just watched the screen without really paying attention to what was happening. I was too focused on the sound outside. I could hear footsteps sometimes, cars going by, occasional laughter or talking from people passing the shops. But nothing too strange. Then I looked again. Another 10 minutes had gone by. And there he was again. Same man. He'd stopped now, right at the edge of our driveway. He wasn't looking at the road or the shops or anything. He was looking directly at the window. At me. I froze. He stood there for maybe half a minute. Not moving. Just staring. Then he slowly walked up the path toward the front door. I couldn't see him as clearly now. Our heavy front door had a stained glass panel that blurred things, but I could see his shape, his movement. He paused and looked into the window beside the door as he passed it. Then he knocked. It wasn't loud, just 3 short knocks. I didn't move. My heart was hammering in my chest. I remembered what my mom said. Don't answer. Don't even make a sound. I didn't. After a moment, he knocked again. A little louder this time. Then there was silence. I sat there, not daring to breathe, trying to hear if he was still there. Then I heard a sound that chilled me. Banging on the window. The bay window I had been sitting in front of. The one I'd drawn the curtains on. He was right there, banging on the glass and saying something, but I couldn't make it out. The glass muffled his voice. I couldn't tell if he was angry or trying to sound friendly. I didn't care. I wanted him gone. Then I saw it. The look on his face changed. Like a realization hit him. He stopped banging. He looked to the side, then back at the window. His eyes narrowed. I felt sick. I knew exactly what he'd thought of. The back door. Our back door was never locked during the day. We had a dog, and he liked to go in and out as he pleased. The door had a simple handle and a lock that you could turn with a key from the inside. My parents always meant to change it to something more secure, but they hadn't got round to it. Without even thinking, I shot up from the sofa and ran through the house to the kitchen. The back door was at the far end. I slid across the old wooden floor in my socks and reached the door just in time. The handle turned. He was there. I grabbed the key that was always left on the hook and twisted it in the lock. It clicked just as he started banging on the door. I dropped to the floor, curled up right there in the corner between the fridge and the cabinet. He banged again, hard. The whole door rattled. He tried the handle again, rattled it, pushed, kicked. Then I heard him moving around, trying the windows, one by one, tapping, then banging. Then silence. I didn't move. I didn't even cry. I just stayed there, listening to every sound, every creak in the house, every passing car. I felt frozen. My stomach was knotted. I kept thinking he'd find a way in, that he'd smash a window or climb through somewhere I hadn't thought of. Time passed so slowly. I didn't dare look at the clock, but it felt like hours. Realistically, it was probably about half an hour before I realized he was gone. Maybe more, maybe less. But I stayed on the kitchen floor, still and quiet, until I heard the familiar clink of keys at the front door. My mom's voice calling out, cheerful, unaware. I didn't even answer. I just sat there. When they came in and saw me, I think they thought I just had a bad stomach or was feeling faint. I told them what happened. At first they didn't seem to believe me. Then they checked the back door, saw the marks where he'd kicked it, the dirt on the window panes where he'd pressed his hands. My dad went outside, looked around, but the man was long gone. He called the police. They came and took a statement. I described the man the best I could. Beard, glasses, green jumper, older. They nodded and wrote it down. But nothing ever came of it. After that, everything changed. They added locks to every window. We got a new back door, one with a bolt and a top latch. An alarm system. They made sure someone was always home if I was off school. I never stayed alone again for years. I still think about it sometimes. What would have happened if I hadn't remembered the back door was unlocked? If I'd hesitated? If I'd been too scared to move? I think about how he looked when he realized there was another way in, how his whole body shifted. He wasn't lost. He wasn't confused. He was trying to get in. And I was there alone. Just a kid in pajamas with the curtains half drawn. On a sick day I'll never forget. When I was 22, I made the decision to move in with my boyfriend. We were both broke, absolutely broke, but not completely destitute. Poor plus poor still equals mostly poor. But somehow, we managed to find a tiny one-bedroom apartment in a college town. It wasn't much, but it was ours. The apartment was on the first floor, and it had problems, lots of them. The lead-based paint was so thick on the walls that it looked like it had been layered on for decades. I joked once that if a nuclear bomb ever hit, that paint might be the only thing keeping us alive. The bathroom didn't have a proper vent. Instead, it had a small window right in the shower. The appliances were old, probably older than my grandmother, and the fridge hummed like it was struggling to keep the food cold. The stove took forever to heat up, and the oven's temperature was a complete guess. But still, despite all this, it was home. We were young and happy. My boyfriend worked the graveyard shift, and I worked days. We didn't see each other much, but when we did, it was the little things that made it special. Sometimes that meant just sitting together on the old couch, sometimes naked, watching bad TV shows, laughing, or just holding hands. Our lives were simple, but filled with a strange kind of joy. Over time, I started noticing something weird. Every morning, when I was taking my shower, my boyfriend would come home. Sometimes he'd sneak up to the bathroom window, the one right inside the shower, and peek in. It was harmless, just teasing, and I always caught him. We laughed about it. He was tall enough to look inside without needing any help. But then I started to see something else. There was a log outside the bathroom window. Not just any log. It was standing upright, like a little step. I asked him about it many times. Why did he need that log? He always said it wasn't his, and that it was just some leftover wood from yard work or something. But every time I went outside, the log was there again, standing tall against the wall beneath the window. We had yard workers who came by several times a week to clean up debris. I thought maybe they moved it back there to keep it out of the way. But it felt strange, and the log always found its way back. We never talked much about it. We just moved on. Before the first snow fell, the yard workers cleared everything away, including the log, and for a while we forgot about it. The cold came, and with it, the quiet oblivion of winter. Our lease ended, and the apartment complex had a new deal. 2-bedroom units at a price cheaper than our old 1-bedroom. We jumped on it without hesitation. Moving was hard work, but the idea of more space thrilled us. We moved to the far end of the complex, behind an abandoned strip mall. Our new place was on the ground floor, but the view was nothing like before. Instead of a quiet suburban street, we looked out onto a dark alley. There were dumpsters right outside, and the building behind us was a vacated Chinese buffet. Stray cats prowled around the dumpsters at night, their eyes glowing in the faint light. It was a rough neighborhood, but the rent was cheap, and the apartment was huge. Despite the surroundings, we made it home. We were in love, young and hopeful. On Valentine's Day, my boyfriend surprised me by buying me a ring. It was small and simple, but it was his effort that counted. But that joy didn't last long. The ring he bought was supposed to be a size 4, tiny enough for my fingers. Instead, it was a size 12. Huge and awkward, it looked like it belonged on a giant's hand. The wedding band set was the same. We were crushed. The jeweler had mixed up the sizes. We didn't have the money to fix it right away, so my boyfriend kept the rings in his car glove box. Then came the snowstorm. The next day, when he went to get the rings, his car had been broken into. Nothing else was stolen, just the rings. We searched every pawn shop nearby, but never found them. The thought of some stranger wearing my ring, my promise, filled me with a strange jealousy. I hated imagining that someone else might be wearing the very thing that was supposed to symbolize our future. Winter passed again, and summer came. Our phone service got cut off because we couldn't pay the bill, but it didn't matter much. We mostly talked to each other anyway. The city was struggling too. They cut police force and even closed stations in our neighborhood. Crime was rising, but during the day, everything seemed normal enough. The stray cats and distant sounds of traffic were the background to our small world. One summer night, my fiancée went to bed early. I decided to treat myself to a long bath. I ran the water, adding bubble bath and bath salts. I opened the bathroom window for a nice breeze. It was a hot night, and I wanted to cool down the stuffy apartment. I took off my clothes and dropped them in a pile by the bathroom door. I grabbed my laptop and sat it on the closed toilet seat. I was ready for hours of quiet, a movie, and a soak. The water was warm, the bubbles soft against my skin, and I started to relax. Hours passed. I lost track of time, watching movie after movie. The noise from outside was muffled by the screen in the window. I could hear the occasional stray cat yowling or the distant hum of cars. Eventually, I drained the tub and stood up. The cool air hit my skin as I dried off. I stepped around my pile of clothes and moved toward the bathroom door, only to glance back into the bathroom and freeze. There was a man outside the bathroom window. At first, I thought it was my fiancé playing a prank, like he used to do. But something was wrong. The man's eyes were too high up, and he was standing on something tall enough that I could see his full torso in the window. And then I saw the worst part. The man was masturbating, right outside my window. My mind scrambled. I couldn't scream or move. I was naked, exposed, and frozen. His hand moved rhythmically, and my eyes caught a silver ring on his finger, Celtic knot work. The ring that I'd lost. Everything clicked at once. That wasn't my fiancé. It wasn't a joke. It was a stranger, a predator, watching me in my most vulnerable moment. Finally, I snapped out of it and ran into the bedroom, covering myself with a blanket. There's a man outside the bathroom window. I stammered as my fiancé woke up confused. He got up to check, but the man was gone. Only the log was still there, standing upright under the window like a step. We called the police the next day, driving 20 minutes to a station since we had no phone service. They listened but had no resources to patrol the area regularly. We felt helpless. We couldn't afford to move. Instead, I covered every window with black contact paper. I jammed boards into every window frame. The bathroom window never opened again. I carried pepper spray everywhere. I didn't leave the apartment after dark. Every night, I listened for sounds outside, the faintest noise near the bathroom window that was now boarded up. Sometimes, in the morning, my fiancée found footprints in the dirt, fresh impressions where someone had stood just hours before. For 3 years, I lived like that, afraid, trapped in my own home. The city around us decayed, and the police were stretched thin. Crime was normal, but this was personal. Someone had invaded my privacy, violated the safety of the place I was supposed to feel safest. I never saw that man again, but his presence haunted me every night. Even after we finally moved out, I still wake up in cold sweats, scared someone will be outside the window watching. This isn't a ghost story or some made-up tale. It's my reality, the reality of living in a neighborhood where you are never truly safe, even inside your own home. And after all that time, the fear never really leaves. When I was about 4 years old, my dad worked as a mechanic in a small town somewhere out in the Texas Panhandle, a place where the land stretched out flat and wide as far as the eye could see. The wind always seemed to blow there, carrying dust and the dry scent of the plains. My parents lived on the edge of town, with nothing but empty fields and a few fences around us. The nearest neighbors were miles away, and the sky was so huge and open that the stars felt close enough to touch. One day, my dad came home from work carrying something small and scruffy. It was a little chihuahua, so tiny and rough-looking that I could barely believe anyone wanted to keep him. His fur was patchy, his eyes were red and tired, and he looked like he had been through more bad days than good. My parents said they were going to take him to a shelter, maybe because they thought he wouldn't make it, or because there was nowhere to keep a dog like that. But I begged them, over and over again. I told them I'd take care of the dog. I promised to watch him every single day. And I meant it. I was only a little kid, but I felt like I needed to save this ugly, scared animal. Something about him made me want to protect him. After a long time of me pleading, my parents finally gave in. Maybe they thought the dog wouldn't last, or maybe they just wanted to make me happy. Either way, the dog was ours. We named him Ernie, after the Sesame Street character, even though back then he looked nothing like the big, happy dog he would become. At first, he was a shy little thing. He hid behind my legs, trembling whenever the wind blew too hard or when the noisy trucks rumbled down the gravel road. I would sit next to him for hours, just petting his rough fur and whispering soft things to calm him down. Slowly, he started to trust me. He stopped hiding. He even began to follow me around everywhere. Over the next 5 years, Ernie changed. He grew into this enormous, strong dog with shiny golden fur and bright, watchful eyes. He was no longer the little ugly chihuahua everyone thought wouldn't survive. He became the biggest dog I'd ever seen, tall and muscular, with a deep bark that could make anyone stop and listen. People who knew us would say, "That dog looks like he's part wolf," because he carried himself with a quiet strength that was almost wild but still loyal. Ernie was my shadow. He never left my side. By the time I was about 9, my parents trusted me enough to let me drive the golf cart alone. The cart wasn't fast or fancy, but it was enough to get me from our house to my grandparents' place, about 2 miles down the road. The road wasn't really a road. It was more like a dirt trail running through wide open fields, with a few broken-down fences scattered here and there. The grass was tall in places, and the wind would whip across the flat land, making everything feel empty but alive in its own way. I took that golf cart almost every day after school to visit my grandparents. Ernie would always follow me, trotting along with his long legs and happy tail. We had done that trip so many times I hardly thought about it. It was just a part of our daily routine. One afternoon, I was halfway to my grandparents when the golf cart suddenly sputtered and died. The battery was dead. I remember that moment clearly. The silence that followed was strange and heavy. No more engine noise. No more wheels rolling over dirt. Just the wind and the vast empty field around me. I climbed out, frustrated, and looked at the cart. There was no one for miles. My grandparents' house was still a good walk away. Ernie came up beside me, panting, his tongue lolling out happily. Normally, I would just keep going with him by my side, walking the rest of the way. That day, though, something felt off. As we started walking, the wind seemed louder. The grass seemed taller. The empty space felt bigger, emptier. Then, without warning, Ernie stopped. His ears went flat, and he turned slowly toward me. The The look in his eyes wasn't the usual calm or playful expression. It was something else, dark, sharp, and serious. Then he growled, low and deep, a sound I had never heard from him before. It sent a chill right down my spine. I froze. Ernie was huge, and he was growling at me. My mind flashed to old movies I'd seen, like Old Yeller, where dogs with rabies suddenly turn mean and attack the people they love. I didn't want to believe it, but the fear took hold quickly. I tried to walk around him, thinking maybe if I moved fast enough, I could get past him before he did anything. But before I could take 2 steps, he lunged. I hit the dirt hard. The wind knocked out of me for a second. I felt his weight on top of me. But instead of biting or clawing, he just stood there, growling and staring at something behind me. The growling didn't stop, but he wasn't attacking me. After a moment, he got off and backed away, still growling, and focused on something invisible to me. I scrambled to my feet and started running as fast as I could back toward our house, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. Ernie stayed behind, growling at the empty field where I'd been walking. My mind raced, trying to understand what was going on, but all I knew was that I was scared. When I got home, I told my dad everything. He didn't hesitate. He grabbed his rifle and followed me out toward where the cart had stopped. I was terrified that he might shoot Ernie, the dog who had been my best friend for so long. The minutes dragged on as I waited inside, barely able to breathe. Then I heard a loud bang, a gunshot. My stomach twisted. I didn't know what was happening out there. An hour later, my dad and Ernie came back. Both were unharmed, but my dad's face was pale and serious. He told me what had happened. Ahead of where I had been walking was a ditch filled with rattlesnakes. A whole nest of them, coiled together in the tall grass, waiting for something to come close. I hadn't seen them. Usually, I drove on the other side of the field where the trail was clear, so I never noticed the ditch or the snakes. But that day, the dead battery forced me to walk a different way. If I had kept walking straight, I would have stepped right into the nest. Ernie had sensed the danger before I even did. He had heard the snakes rattling and kept me from stepping into the ditch. When he growled and blocked me, it wasn't because he was mad or sick. He was protecting me. My dad said there was no way I would have missed the snakes if I'd been paying attention. The rattles were loud, and the snakes big and ugly. Ernie had saved my life that day, and I would never forget it. From that moment on, I saw Ernie differently. He wasn't just a big dog or a friend. He was a guardian, someone who was watching out for me even when I didn't realize the danger around me. And even though he looked strong and fierce, I knew underneath it all, he was the same little dog I had begged my parents to save so many years ago. That summer, my parents and I spent a lot more time checking the fields and the ditches before walking or driving through. We learned to be careful in a place that seemed so empty but was full of hidden dangers. And Ernie was always there, walking just ahead or beside me, ready to keep me safe. Looking back, I understand now how lucky I was, not just to have a dog like Ernie, but to live in a place where the wild and the calm met, where the land could be both beautiful and dangerous at the same time. And I'm still grateful that a little ugly dog found his way into my life, growing up to be the protector I needed when it mattered most. When I was about 13 or 14, I lived on a farm in North Carolina. But it wasn't your typical farm with acres of beans, corn, or cattle. Ours was a pine tree farm, a pine straw harvest, which meant we lived deep in the woods, surrounded by perfectly lined rows of longleaf pine trees stretching out in every direction. The whole property was about 550 acres, a vast sea of towering pines that seemed to go on forever. The farm's purpose was to collect the pine needles, or pine straw, which was then baled and sold for landscaping. It was a strange kind of farm, especially for a kid, because you were always surrounded by trees instead of open fields or rolling hills. Our house sat somewhere in the middle of this endless pine forest. It was built on a small hill, so the living room was raised about 5 or 6 feet off the ground. The house itself was an odd, custom-built place from the 1930s, put together by some dentist who must have had a thing for unusual architecture. The biggest feature, and the one that really stuck with me, was the giant picture window in the living room. It stretched nearly the entire length of the room, probably close to 50 feet, giving a clear view straight out across a solid mile of pine trees. Because of the hill, you looked down slightly from the living room, which gave a pretty good angle to see far out into the forest. In the winter, the window could be downright unsettling. We'd get just enough snow to cover the ground, but not enough to quiet the place. The snow reflected the moonlight in a way that made the shadows of the pine trees stretch long and eerie. At night, you could see the dogs running around outside, their dark shapes moving through the snow. I hated that room and that window, mostly because it felt like the forest was watching back. One weekend, my cousin came over to stay with me. We were just kids, so we spent the night doing what country kids do, messing around with the fireplace, throwing random stuff in to see how it burned and what noises it made. As the night wore on, the fire died down, and we started building this big fort out of couch cushions and blankets in the living room, making a sort of kingdom to sleep in. The house was quiet except for the crackling of the fire and the occasional barking of our dogs somewhere out on the property. Then, out of nowhere, the dogs started barking, loud and far away. Their barks echoed through the still night, bouncing off the trees. Our property was huge, so it wasn't unusual for them to chase after something, maybe a raccoon or a stray animal wandering through. I wasn't worried. The dogs always kept the place safe. But my cousin suddenly went quiet, staring out the window. I nudged him, asking what was up, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he just kept watching, eyes fixed on the darkness outside. I got a little nervous because he looked like he was seeing something, but didn't want to say it out loud. Eventually, he told me he felt like he was seeing things, but when I asked what, he shushed me and motioned to stay quiet. That only made me more anxious. We both focused on the window, looking out across the snowy pine rows. At first, nothing moved, just the shadows and the moonlight on the snow. But then slowly we saw it, a shadow of a person moving from one tree to the next. It wasn't running or jumping, just a brisk, steady walk. About 100 yards out from the house, two dark figures slipped through the trees, moving silently but deliberately. The moonlight didn't reveal any details, only their shapes. It was impossible to tell if they were getting closer or just pacing back and forth. I remember feeling frozen, caught between fear and disbelief. We kept staring, not quite sure what to do. The thing was, we wanted to be scared, but also hoped maybe we were just imagining it, that it was the way the light played tricks on our eyes. We didn't say anything for a while, just watching the shadows move. Time passed, and then we saw it again, another figure, about 50 feet from where the first one had been. This one, too, moved from tree to tree with the same slow pace. After that, every few minutes, one of them would appear again, stepping between the pine trunks and vanishing as quietly as they came. This went on for at least half an hour. The figures never came closer than 100 yards, but they didn't seem to be going away either. It's hard to describe the feeling that night, like we were being watched, and at the same time watching something that shouldn't be there. We both knew no one should be wandering in those woods. The land around our farm wasn't just isolated. It was surrounded by miles of federal paper company land, mostly untouched trees and thick forest with no roads or trails. Nobody just wandered around out there, unless they had a reason. At some point, I thought about waking my dad, but he was the kind of guy who handled things his own way. If he saw something strange, he'd walk right out on the porch with his rifle and shout into the woods. Not exactly the kind of response that would make a kid feel better. So, scared but not sure what else to do, we stayed quiet and kept watching. After what felt like forever, one of the figures finally did something different. It started running. The shadow burst forward, faster this time, moving toward the house in a rush. I panicked and grabbed my cousin, and we ran to wake my dad. He was groggy, half asleep, but when we pointed out the window, there was nothing there anymore. The night was quiet again, the dogs silent. We locked every door and window in the house, something we almost never did before. Out here, no one worried about locking up because there were no neighbors and no reason to expect trouble. But that night, every door felt like it should be bolted tight. As we locked the last door, I swear I felt like someone was right behind me, but when I looked, there was no one. We spent the rest of the night in the living room, sitting as close to the window as possible. My dad stayed with us, keeping his rifle close, watching the dark line of trees through the glass. None of us said much. It was just a long night filled with quiet tension and the occasional distant bark of the dogs. The next morning, we went outside to check the snow. The footprints were everywhere. They crisscrossed the pine rows, leading back and forth between the trees in ways that made no sense if someone was just walking around. But the most unsettling tracks were right beneath the living room window. They stopped there, just a few feet from the house. I stood on the porch and looked down where the prints ended. If someone had been standing there at night, I wouldn't have seen them from inside because the window sat 5 or 6 feet up. They could have been right there, looking up at me, while I thought I was safe and watching them. After that, we never saw those figures again. The footprints disappeared with the melting snow, but the memory stuck with me. Even now, thinking about that night, I get the same uneasy feeling. Out in the middle of those pines, with no neighbors and miles of nothing, something was moving through the woods. Not just animals or hunters passing through, but people. People who didn't belong and who didn't want to be seen. We never found out who or what they were, and my dad never called the police. His way was always to handle it quietly, keep it to ourselves. That night, the farm didn't feel like a home anymore. It felt like something much darker was just beyond the glass, waiting and watching. The giant window that once let in the light now only reminded me how close danger had gotten, right beneath my feet. I was running my cable route in the inner city, hopping between jobs all morning, and everything was going smooth. The streets were busy but manageable, the kind of day where you feel like you're in a groove. The sun was high enough to beat back the cold of early spring, but not too hot yet. The smell of exhaust fumes mixed with the faint aroma of street food trucks parked on the corners. You know, the kind of day when you get a decent rhythm going and feel like you're making progress, even though you're walking miles in tight sneakers. Then it hit me. Out of nowhere, a sharp, insistent pressure in my gut that told me I had to shit. Like right now. Not a maybe later, not a wait a little bit. I had to go. It was one of those moments where your brain freezes, just trying to figure out how to get out of this mess. I knew the nearest quick trip was about 5 miles away, which in the city felt like a full-on pilgrimage. Nearly 4 light years, if you've ever dealt with traffic, narrow sidewalks, and random construction zones. There was no way I was making it that far without a disaster. So I rolled the dice and hit the nearest gas station I could find. Not a chain I trusted for cleanliness or comfort, just the kind of place where the fluorescent lights buzz and flicker above cracked pavement, and the doors stick if you don't push hard enough. The kind of place that smells faintly of stale cigarettes and something sweet that's been spilled and left to dry on the floor. The only bathroom was a single unisex stall, and as luck would have it, there was already a line. There were 3 of us waiting. Me, some guy maybe in his mid-30s, and a woman probably in her late 20s or early 30s. We stood around, the 3 of us, making light small talk. Mostly because I think everyone was trying to distract themselves from the discomfort of waiting in a grimy gas station bathroom line. I, more than anyone, was a mess inside, clutching my stomach, shifting weight from one foot to the other, willing my body to hold it together just a little longer. The mental battle was exhausting. Every second felt like an eternity. We exchanged casual nods and comments about how long it was taking, nothing serious, but I was barely hearing it. My mind was too focused on the growing urgency. I kept glancing toward the bathroom door, willing it to open so I could rush in, shut the door, and get it over with. After about 5 minutes, the guy ahead of me suddenly lost it. It was like someone flipped a switch. He started banging on the bathroom door like a maniac, pushing and pulling, trying to rip it open with these loud, terrible screams that didn't sound human. It was pure panic and rage mixed into one terrifying noise, something primal and wild. It echoed in the small station, bouncing off the walls and making the woman and me freeze in place. The woman next to me looked like she wanted to run, but was frozen. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It wasn't just noise anymore. There was something deeply wrong with this guy. The woman inside the bathroom started yelling, scared and desperate. Her voice cracked, trembling as she begged him to stop, but it only seemed to make him more frantic. He was shaking, wild-eyed, sweat pouring down his face, and I was about to step forward and ask him what the hell was going on when something snapped. He suddenly went rigid and collapsed. His body jerked violently on the floor, shaking hard. I caught him before he hit the ground, barely. The woman and I scrambled to help, but I could only hold him steady. His eyes were wide open, and the sight I saw in them is burned into my memory. They were bloody, red-rimmed, and somehow filled with pure terror, like he was trapped in some kind of nightmare right in front of me. Foam bubbled at his mouth, and his limbs flailed in an uncontrollable frenzy. For a second, I thought I was watching someone die. There was no recognition left in his eyes, just panic and agony. Luckily, the woman in the bathroom was a retired nurse. She took charge immediately, barking quick instructions to both me and the other bystanders. Her calm in the middle of chaos was a sharp contrast to the frantic energy around us. She told me to keep his head safe and clear any spit or vomit from his mouth, and to keep his arms loose so he wouldn't hurt himself. The paramedics showed up right as the seizure started to slow down, wheeling in their equipment and immediately taking over. The whole gas station seemed to hold its breath as they worked, finally getting the man stabilized. They asked a lot of questions to the people around, took notes, and checked vitals. Later, as the ambulance doors closed, the woman next to me quietly declined to go in next. She was shaking, understandably. I could feel the air still heavy with the residue of what had just happened. That's when I finally got in. The bathroom was the dirtiest I'd ever seen, like it hadn't been properly cleaned in months. The floor was sticky and grimy, the toilet barely flushing, and the smell was a mix of stale urine, old disinfectant, and a faint hint of something rotten underneath it all. But after what I'd just witnessed, it didn't matter. I dropped the most carefully contemplated and beautiful deuce I've ever taken in my life. It was a strange contrast, the chaos outside, the lingering fear, and then the quiet, ugly relief of that small stall. Afterwards, I couldn't stop thinking about that man. The way he had been just moments before seemed so normal, calm, well-dressed, tidy, and then in a blink, completely undone by something inside his own body. I later learned from one of the paramedics that his seizures were linked to chronic alcoholism, and he was trying to sneak a sip from a flask he hid in his coat pocket. His wife had come later to the hospital, explaining all that. I'd never have guessed from the conversation we'd had. It's not that this story is scary in the way you expect, with monsters or ghosts. It's scary because it's real. Because life can throw things at you in the blink of an eye that you're not prepared for. Because sometimes, when you're just trying to get through the day, you're thrust into moments where you witness the raw vulnerability of people, and it shakes you to your core. Seizures scare the hell out of me now. The helplessness of watching someone lose control of their own body, the fear in their eyes, and the desperation of the people around them trying to help. It all sticks with you. It's a reminder that everyone is fighting their own battles, often invisible to the rest of the world. And sometimes minor delays or bad timing, like that gas station bathroom line, put you in the middle of things you never wanted to see, and that's a weight you carry. That day, in that grimy gas station bathroom, between the need to shit and the fight to keep a man safe, I learned something about life. How fragile it is, how quickly everything can change, and how sometimes the scariest stories are the ones that happen in plain sight, with no warning, no fantasy, just the hard, ugly truth. The most scared I've ever been wasn't from anything supernatural, or even close to the kind of horror stories you hear late at night. It wasn't a ghost, a shadow in the corner, or some kind of creepy figure. No, it was something much more raw and real. It was fear born out of helplessness, out of knowing that someone you care about is about to fall apart, and you can't stop it. It's the kind of fear that burrows deep into your chest and makes your hands shake, your heart pound like it's trying to escape your ribs. That's the fear I want to tell you about. Last year, a close friend of mine passed away. Let's call him Charlie. Charlie and I went way back, but not just from any normal friendship. He and I shared a bond that only people who've been through hell together can understand. We were both in the army. Charlie got hit by a frag in Iraq. A grenade blast, right to his leg. It was bad, really bad. Most guys don't come back from that kind of injury the way he did. But Charlie fought through it, tough as nails, and everyone thought he'd made it out all right. Then, out of nowhere, he was gone. No warning, no long illness, just gone. The news hit hard, but it hit one person even harder than the rest of us. That was Bill. Bill was my best friend in the whole world. In the military, you meet a lot of people, but few become true brothers. Bill was that brother to me. He was the kind of guy everyone liked to be around, confident, funny, and just plain genuine. He knew how to cut through the bullshit, how to separate what mattered from what didn't. Most importantly, Bill cared. Not just with words, but with everything he did. You knew he had your back no matter what, and you knew you could trust him with your life. Losing Charlie hit Bill like a freight train. Charlie's death wasn't something we talked about openly, at least not at first. It was personal, complicated. But about a week later, Charlie's family flew into a town nearby, and we decided to have a small memorial. It wasn't anything fancy, just some close friends and family remembering him. I wasn't 21 yet, so I was the designated driver for the night, which meant no drinks for me. Bill, on the other hand, drank like a man trying to drown a hurricane. Shots, beers, pitchers. He hammered them all down as if that would erase the pain. As the night wore on, Bill changed. He wasn't the loud, joking guy anymore. The light in his eyes started to dim, and he got quiet, almost serious. It was like watching a storm roll in, slow, steady, but undeniable. Around 1 a.m., Bill came up to me, slurring just a bit, and said he wanted to go outside to smoke. I didn't hesitate. I followed him out. We stepped into the cold night air, and Bill sat on a concrete block in the parking lot, just staring down at the ground. The streetlights cast long shadows, and there was this heavy silence between us. Then, without looking up, he said something that stopped me dead. He said, "Gatos, after I go home tonight, I'm going to kill myself." That hit me like a gut punch. I froze. The world didn't stop, but everything inside me did. For a moment, I couldn't breathe. Hearing those words from the guy I looked up to, the guy I thought was invincible, it was like the ground beneath me cracked open. I started to freak out, trying to talk him down, but Bill wasn't listening. He talked about how much he hated himself, how everything felt like it was crushing him. His words spilled out in a messy, painful torrent. I was on the edge, tears running down my face, my heart breaking for him. At one point, I even hit him in the face, not hard, just a desperate, angry slap, trying to shake him out of it. For a second, it worked. He started to break down, showing cracks I hadn't seen before. Things got out of control fast. My squad leader came over, and it was the only time I told someone to fuck off and leave me alone. I didn't want anyone else there. It was just me and Bill, trying to hold on to each other while the world around us seemed to collapse. Eventually, a few other friends showed up and joined us, talking to Bill, trying to keep him grounded. After a while, the storm inside him settled a bit, and I managed to get him into my car. Even then, my hands were shaking so badly I struggled to get the keys in the ignition. Driving back to the barracks was a blur. Every bump in the road made my heart jump. I felt like I was carrying a live wire in my passenger seat, someone ready to snap at any moment. When we got back, I walked Bill up to his room. He barely had the strength to stand, let alone argue. I pushed him inside and locked the door behind us. Then, I shoved him into the closet and closed it tight. I sat down on the floor right outside, pressing my back against the door, and I stayed there all night, listening to the quiet breathing, willing him to stay alive. The next morning, Bill asked me why he was sleeping in the closet. I told him the truth, the whole terrifying night, the way he scared me, the promise he made that I wasn't willing to let him keep. I made it clear to him, more than anything, that he wasn't allowed to drink for a very long fucking time. That night was the most scared I've ever been in my life, not because of death itself, but because I was staring down the possibility of losing my best friend in a way I couldn't fix. It was the fear of losing someone you love, not just to the war, not just to injury, but to the darkness inside their own mind. The fear didn't go away quickly. For weeks after, I kept close to Bill, watching him, listening for the cracks. It wasn't just about him anymore. It was about all of us. How fragile we are, even the toughest guys. How sometimes the real battles aren't fought on the battlefield, but in your own head. Bill didn't take a single drink for months. He went to counseling. Slowly, the light came back into his eyes. We talked about Charlie sometimes, and it hurt, but it didn't swallow us whole. We started living again, carrying the weight, but not letting it crush us. I think what I learned from that night is this. Real fear isn't about ghosts or monsters. It's about the people you love, and the helplessness you feel when they're drowning, and you don't know how to save them. It's about fighting for someone else's life as hard as you would fight for your own. That's the kind of fear that stays with you. The kind that makes you hold tighter, care harder, and never, ever take your friends for granted. It's the fear that makes you keep fighting, not just for yourself, but for everyone you love. I remember that hunting trip like it was yesterday, though it's been years now. It stuck with me in a way that I never expected, and not because of the hunting itself. I don't enjoy shooting things. I'm not one of those animal rights activists who protests every chance they get, but I've always felt that killing for sport, without the intent of using the animal for food, is just wasteful and, honestly, barbaric. My dad and the rest of the family were into it, though. They'd been hunting since they were kids, and they wanted me to experience it too. So, when I was around 12, they took me along on this trip deep in the woods. I wasn't thrilled about it. I'd much rather have been playing my Game Boy, lost in whatever game I was grinding at the time. Before the trip, I'd packed a couple of games just to keep myself occupied. When we got to the camp, they stationed me at one of the ground blinds. The ground blind was basically a small camouflage shelter made of canvas and branches, meant to hide the hunter from the deer. It was cold and kind of cramped inside, with a small bench and a little window slit to look out through. My job was simple enough. Sit in the blind, keep an eye out for any deer coming that way, and use the radio to tell the others if I saw anything. It wasn't the kind of thing I wanted to be doing, but at least I had my Game Boy. That kept me sane for a while. The morning started slow. I sat in the blind, wrapped up in my jacket, Game Boy in hand, playing Pokemon and grinding for levels. But after an hour or two, boredom set in hard. Grinding in Pokemon isn't exactly the most exciting thing in the world, especially when your eyes are supposed to be on the woods around you. The woods felt endless, stretching far beyond what I could see. The silence was heavy, broken only by distant bird calls or the rustling of leaves. I was so bored that I actually turned off my game and started rummaging through my backpack, looking for another game cartridge or something else to do. That's when I heard it, a strange whooshing noise. It was close, very close, but there was nothing to see. I paused, listening hard, looking around the edges of the blind and the nearby trees. The wind was still, so the noise stuck out like a sore thumb. My heart started to beat a little faster, but I figured it was probably just a bird or some other small animal moving through the brush. Curious and maybe a little restless, I pushed open the flap of the blind and stepped outside. The air was crisp and smelled like pine and wet earth. The sunlight filtered softly through the trees, casting long shadows. I decided to walk around the blind, just to stretch my legs and maybe find something interesting. As I walked around the backside of the blind, my eyes caught something that made my stomach drop. The entire outer wall of the blind was covered. Not just a few spiders here and there, but a massive, living wall of daddy long legs. They were interlinked, moving slowly in some sort of coordinated mess that sent chills straight down my spine. The sight froze me in place. Their legs moved like brittle twigs, but their numbers were overwhelming. Thousands of them, packed tightly together. I had always been a bit creeped out by spiders, but this was something else entirely. It was like the blind had become a giant spider nest overnight. Panic bubbled up, but I didn't want to just run blindly. I had no idea where the camp was from where I was, and I was pretty sure the others wouldn't be able to find me if I took off. So I tried to think of a way to deal with them. That's when I remembered the can of off insect repellent in my backpack. I had brought it along because of the mosquitoes and other bugs that come out in the woods. I also had a lighter. I figured stupidly that if I sprayed the off on the spiders and then set them on fire, it would scare them off or at least clear the blind. I know now how dumb that was. I stood downwind of the spiders to keep the spray from blowing back into my face. I pulled out the can, shook it, and started spraying directly at the tangled mass of legs and bodies. Then, I flicked the lighter on and tried to ignite the spray. The flame caught almost instantly, and the spiders at the edge of the mass burst into flames. That's when everything went completely wrong. The spiders didn't run away. Instead, as the fire hit them, they began to let go of their hold on the blind and took flight. A wall of spiders, flaming and flying, swarmed toward me. The noise was awful, a crackling mixed with the flutter of their legs and the frantic scuttling of countless tiny bodies. I screamed. It was a high-pitched, raw scream I didn't know I had in me. They landed on me immediately. Burning legs, tiny claws crawling all over my arms and face. I rolled on the ground, trying to shake them off. Every time I got some off, more seemed to come. My shirt, jacket, pants, I ripped them all off, desperate to get the spiders off my skin. I was crying and swearing, caught between the heat of the flames and the terror of the spiders biting and crawling everywhere. In a panic, I grabbed the radio from inside the blind and called my dad. My voice was trembling and hoarse. I told him to come get me, that I was done, and we were going home. I kept screaming and crying, begging him to hurry. I don't remember how long I stayed there, but eventually, my dad and the others arrived. They helped me get the spiders off, dousing me with water and inspecting my skin for bites. I was shaking uncontrollably, my heart racing. I didn't want to say much. I just wanted to get out of those woods. After that day, I went through therapy to get over what happened. It took months before I could even think about spiders without feeling a deep dread. I still hate them. I avoid being near them at all costs. The fear isn't just from the bites or the fire. It's from the overwhelming feeling of helplessness I had while the spiders swarmed me. It was pure, raw terror, and it has stayed with me ever since. I never went hunting again. I never wanted to be in those woods without my dad or the others again, especially not alone. The trip left a mark on me, one I won't ever forget. The fear of spiders grew into something bigger, a reminder of that day when something as small as a spider could turn the entire world into a nightmare. A few years ago, there was a small plane accident in a town not far from ours. It was the kind of news that hits you out of nowhere, but also makes a strange, heavy weight settle in your chest. I was part of the county volunteer search and rescue team then. When the call came through over the radio, urgent, clipped, and serious, I dropped whatever I was doing and headed out. We didn't know many details at first, just that a private plane had gone down somewhere in the rough hills near the edge of the neighboring town. No one knew if there were survivors. When I got there with the other volunteers, the scene was chaotic but hushed. The sheriff was already there, standing near the edge of the forest where the plane had crashed. The first thing I noticed was how still everything felt, like the usual noises of the woods and the chatter of the emergency crews had been sucked out of the air. The sheriff called us over and told us who had been on board, an elderly couple and their young granddaughter. Just hearing that made the air go dead silent. The color seemed to drain from everyone's faces, like they had been punched in the gut all at once. The word granddaughter hit us in a way no one could ignore. There was no hope left after that. The plane had come apart in a way that made it obvious no one could have survived. It was smashed beyond recognition, wreckage tangled deep in the trees and over rocks, parts scattered like broken toys tossed down a steep hill. Our lead guy gathered the group and said if anyone didn't want to be part of recovering the bodies, that was okay. It wasn't something everyone could handle, and there were no hard feelings if you chose to step away. About half the people stepped back, offering to help in other ways, setting up ropes and rappelling lines, making calls on the radios, coordinating with teams down below. The rest of us moved forward, knowing what we were about to face. The hike down to the crash site was slow and deliberate. The hillside was steep, covered in broken branches, loose stones, and twisted metal from the plane. Every step was careful, measured, like we were walking through someone's shattered life. The smell hit us first, a strange mix of burnt fuel, something like scorched metal, and something else, sour and sharp, that lingered deep under everything else. It was the smell of death. When we finally reached the main wreckage, I remember the first thing I saw, a small stuffed teddy bear lying on the ground, soaked with blood. The contrast between the soft, innocent toy and the dark stain was brutal. It felt like a punch to the heart. That teddy bear wasn't just a thing on the ground. It was a symbol of something gone forever, a child who would never get to hold it again. We moved carefully through the wreckage, using the ropes to steady ourselves as we worked around the broken trees and torn metal. When we reached the bodies, I felt frozen for a moment. The little girl's body was still, with eyes that looked empty, hollow in a way that made you feel like you were staring at the end of everything. She was so small, still dressed in a pink jacket, her hair tangled and dusted with dirt. The sight shook me harder than anything I had ever seen. I've worked as an EMT for a few years, seen plenty of death and injury, but this was different. There was something about the innocence lost, the future stolen. Seeing a child like that, who never had the chance to grow up, to laugh, cry, fall, get back up, none of it. It was like a wound in your chest that wouldn't heal. The elderly couple was close by, but the damage to the plane and the terrain had made it difficult to reach them at first. When we finally did, the sight was just as grim. Their faces were calm, almost peaceful, but the broken plane told the brutal story of what had happened in those final moments. We had to stop several times to collect ourselves. Some of the volunteers sat down on rocks, faces buried in their hands. Others just stood still, staring into the wreckage like they were trying to see beyond what was right there. I remember the sound of the forest around us, the quiet rustling of leaves, the distant calls of birds, almost indifferent to the horror that had just unfolded below them. We worked through the day, carefully preparing the bodies for recovery. Each step felt heavy, like carrying a weight that would never go away. I kept thinking about the family waiting for answers, the people who would get the call that their loved ones were gone. We were the last link between them and the tragedy, and that was a burden I didn't take lightly. After the bodies were recovered and handed over to the coroner's team, we made our way back up the hill. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows across the broken trees and scattered wreckage. The quiet weight of the day clung to me. It was a silence filled with grief, shock, and something like numbness that settled deep in your bones. On the drive back, the roads twisting through darkening woods, I stared out the window, my mind replaying the day's moments over and over. I kept thinking about the little girl and her teddy bear, about the couple who had flown that plane one last time, never knowing it would be their final flight. I've been part of some tough calls before, car crashes, overdoses, people who didn't make it. But nothing hit me quite like that day. It wasn't just about death. It was about the fragile lives we all live and how suddenly they can be shattered. The weeks after, I found it hard to shake the numbness. Sometimes I'd catch myself staring off, thinking about that teddy bear, those empty eyes. I had nightmares where I'd be back there, moving through the wreckage, hearing silence where there should be life. It took time to talk about it, to share the weight with others on the team who had been there. That helped. We didn't sugarcoat it or pretend it didn't hurt. We acknowledged that this was one of the worst things any of us had ever faced. What kept me going was knowing that if I didn't do it, someone else would have to. Someone else would have to carry that pain and that memory. The work we do is hard, but it matters. We're the ones who bring closure to families, who face the worst so others don't have to. I'm not sure anyone really gets used to that kind of thing. Maybe they learn how to carry it better, how to keep moving forward despite it all. For me, it's about honoring the lives lost by doing the work right, by remembering them every day in the quiet moments. That crash was a harsh reminder that life is fragile and that sometimes, even the best plans can end in heartbreak. But it also showed me the strength in standing together, in facing the darkness even when it feels unbearable. No story from that day is easy. No ending is happy. But the work we do means that families have answers, that those lost are remembered, and that we never forget the weight of what it means to be human. I was about 13 or 14, and skating was pretty much everything to me back then. Tim, Brandon, and I spent most afternoons riding around, trying tricks and just hanging out. We weren't good at it or anything, just kids in a small town trying to have fun, but skating felt like freedom. After a long session one day, we decided to stop at the 7-Eleven nearby. We were all thirsty and hungry, and the idea of cold sodas and chips after skating was just perfect. We rolled up on our boards, laughing and joking, ready to grab some snacks before heading home. It wasn't far, maybe just a couple blocks, so we didn't worry about cars or anything much. Just kids being kids. Inside the store, the fluorescent lights buzzed quietly overhead. The smell of hot coffee mixed with cold air from the refrigerators. We grabbed our drinks. Brandon got a soda, Tim got a slushie, and I picked a bottle of iced tea. The cashier barely looked up, and we paid quickly, eager to get outside and enjoy our snacks. As we walked out, the sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows across the parking lot. The air was warm, with that faint smell of gas lingering near the pumps. We moved toward the parking lot's exit, planning to cross the highway and make our way home. I glanced back toward the gas pumps and noticed a man standing there. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with a weathered face and a stiff posture. He was pumping gas into a white truck. There was something off about him, though at first I couldn't place it. His eyes caught mine, and for a moment he just stared. It was the kind of stare that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Not curious or friendly, but cold and hard. Before I could react, he dropped the gas pump, slammed the truck door shut, and revved the engine. The sudden noise made me jump. Without warning, he slammed on the gas, and the truck shot forward toward us. My heart stopped. He didn't slow down. The truck barreled right toward me and my friends. I barely had time to move. I felt a sharp sting on my arm as the side of the truck grazed me. The impact knocked my skateboard from my hand. Brandon shouted something I couldn't fully hear over the roar of the engine, but it was angry and scared. The truck sped past, but instead of driving off, the man peeled into the neighboring parking lot, drove through a ditch that separated the lots, and tried to run us over again. This time, it wasn't just reckless, it was deliberate. We scattered. I could hear Brandon and Tim screaming, cursing at the maniac, but there was no time to argue or stand still. The three of us bolted, running at full speed across the highway. Cars honked and swerved around us, but no one stopped. The drivers just kept going, like they didn't see what was happening or didn't want to get involved. The library was our only hope. It sat a few blocks away, a building with big windows and a heavy front door that always felt like a safe spot. I was counting on it being open. We sprinted toward it, lungs burning and legs aching. As we got closer, maybe half a block away, I glanced back. The truck was coming fast. The man behind the wheel was pure rage, like he was hunting us. I swear I could see the wild look in his eyes from where I was. Tim and Brandon made it to the doors first and threw themselves against them, desperate to get inside. But I didn't go with them. The library was closed. It was a Sunday. I knew this. So instead of running toward those locked doors, I turned toward the woods that bordered the back of the library property. The trail through the woods was a shortcut to my backyard. It was narrow, covered in leaves and twigs, and usually peaceful. Not that day. The maniac peeled into the parking lot and jumped out of his truck. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. I looked back just in time to see him grab something from the bed of his truck, a long, heavy object. It looked like a shotgun or maybe a crowbar. I couldn't tell for sure, but either one was bad news. I ran into the woods without looking back again. The trees closed in around me, shadows swallowing the fading daylight. The trail was uneven and slippery with scattered leaves. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made me jump, convinced he was right behind me. I ran harder, faster than I ever had before, even though my lungs were burning and my legs screamed for relief. My skin was slick with sweat, my shirt stuck to my back. My arm throbbed where the truck grazed me, but I didn't dare slow down. The woods felt endless, even though I knew the trail well. I stumbled over roots and pushed through branches, hoping I could lose him in the trees. The world around me was just noise, the pounding of my heart, my ragged breathing, the crunch of my feet on the dirt. Finally, I saw a break in the trees up ahead. That was my street. I burst out of the woods and onto the quiet road near my house. The streetlights flickered on, and I saw movement, a car pulling up near the sidewalk. It was my neighbor, Tim's dad. He had been out driving and spotted me running. Without a word, he opened the door and told me to get in. The safety of his car felt like a miracle. We drove straight to the video store where Tim's mom worked. When I arrived, I saw Tim and Brandon inside, along with a few police officers. The relief of seeing them safe was overwhelming. My mom came in a few minutes later, tears streaming down her face. Brandon and Tim had told her they didn't know if I was alive, that they had seen the man chasing me into the woods. The police took our statements, but the man was never caught. He just disappeared. For the next 5 years, every time I saw a white truck, my heart skipped a beat. Every strange car parked near the library, every unfamiliar face looking at me, brought back that feeling of helplessness and terror. The whole town had seen it happen, or at least was around when it did, but no one stepped in. No one stopped the man. I was just a kid trying to walk home after skating with my friends. And for no reason at all, someone almost killed me. It was a nightmare that stayed with me for a long time. I woke up suddenly. The room was pitch black, and I could barely open my eyes. The only thing that caught my attention was the red glow from the digital clock on my nightstand. It read 3:34 a.m. I didn't want to move at first. I just lay there, heart pounding hard enough that I was sure my parents might hear it through the walls. Then I heard it, the faint rattling noise coming from downstairs. It wasn't normal. It was slow, like something being dragged or something hitting the floor over and over, but very quietly. I didn't want to call out. The thought of waking everyone up felt wrong, but at the same time, I knew I couldn't just stay in bed and pretend nothing was happening. I was 17. I should be brave enough to check. I slipped out of bed quietly, making sure not to knock anything over. The floor was cold under my bare feet. The house was so still it felt like it was holding its breath. I crept to the stairs, trying not to make a sound. The rattling downstairs continued. I was terrified. I imagined a burglar, or worse. I reached the top of the stairs and paused, looking towards my parents' room. Usually at this hour, they'd be asleep, right? I slowly pushed open the door, trying to let my eyes adjust to the dark. The room was empty. The bed was made, but nobody was there. The closet door was closed. The window curtains were drawn. No sign of my parents. I thought maybe they went out, but who leaves the house at 3:34 a.m.? And why leave the doors unlocked? The whole thing was strange. I shut the door quietly and decided to check on my brother. My brother's room was upstairs, at the end of the hall. I moved as quietly as I could, almost holding my breath. His door was slightly open, and through the gap, I could see his room was lit by the dim glow of his desk lamp. Usually, he stayed up all night playing games or watching videos on his computer. But when I peeked in, there was no sign of him. No sound of tapping on a keyboard, no light from his monitor, nothing. His bed was empty, the covers ruffled like he had just left. I frowned. If the noise wasn't coming from my brother or my parents, then it must be from downstairs. I felt a sick feeling in my stomach. Something was definitely wrong. I took a deep breath and started down the stairs. The house felt colder the further I went, like the warmth was leaving. The rattling grew louder. It was coming from the living room. I stopped just at the bottom of the stairs and looked towards the living room. There, in the middle of the room, were two men. They were big, bulky, and dressed all in dark clothes. One of them was struggling with the TV, pulling it off the wall. The other was rifling through the cabinets near the fireplace, looking for something. They didn't notice me. I couldn't tell if they had seen or heard me, but they didn't stop. My heart was racing, pounding so loud I felt like it might burst out of my chest. I didn't want to call out or make noise. I turned and ran upstairs as quietly as possible. I slammed my bedroom door shut and locked it. My hands were shaking so hard I struggled with the lock for a moment. Then, suddenly, there was banging on my door. Hard, violent banging. My body froze. I didn't move. The banging kept coming, louder and more urgent. I squeezed my eyes shut, wishing I could disappear. The banging went on for what felt like forever. Then, everything stopped. I sat on my bed, too scared to move. After a while, my breathing slowed, and my heart stopped pounding so violently. Then I woke up. I was in my bed. The clock glowed 3:34 a.m. It was a dream, a nightmare. Relief washed over me like a wave crashing onto the shore. It had just been a dream. Nothing real. No burglars, no empty rooms, no banging on doors. I lay back down, trying to calm my racing heart. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It felt too real, too vivid. The fear didn't go away. I stared at the clock again. 3:34 a.m. The exact same time. I shivered, unsure why the coincidence made me more afraid. After a few minutes, I decided I had to prove to myself that everything was okay, that no one was downstairs, that my parents and brother were safe. I got out of bed again, this time with more caution. I moved slowly down the stairs, holding onto the railing. When I got to the bottom, my stomach dropped. There were the two men again, but this time they were in the kitchen. Their faces were twisted in anger, screaming at my parents and brother. My parents looked terrified, my brother was frozen, and the men were yelling, threatening them. The kitchen was a mess. Cabinets were open, drawers pulled out. The fridge door was swinging back and forth. I didn't stop. I ran. I ran back upstairs, ignoring everything else. I shut my bedroom door and locked it. I tried to catch my breath. The banging started again, on my door. Loud and frantic, like they wanted to get in. I curled into a ball on my bed, hoping the door would hold. The noise stopped after a while, but I stayed awake for what felt like forever. Then I woke up. Again. It was 3:34 a.m. My heart was pounding, sweat cold on my skin. This time, I wasn't dreaming. I was awake. The room was silent, but I couldn't fall back asleep. Not for hours. Not for days. For the next 36 hours, I stayed awake, afraid to close my eyes, afraid to lose control. The banging, the men, the screams, they were stuck in my mind, over and over. I finally forced myself to sleep after a day and a half of exhaustion, but the fear never really left. Even now, when I think about those nights, I remember how powerless I felt, how small and scared I was in my own home. I never found out who those men were or why they were there. My parents never said anything about it, and my brother never mentioned being scared. But I knew something was wrong. Sometimes late at night, I still hear faint rattling sounds. And I checked the clock, 3:34 a.m. When I was about 13, our dog ran away from home. This wasn't unusual. It happened a few times because the gate in the backyard was often left open by family members who forgot or didn't bother to close it properly. The neighborhood we lived in was usually pretty safe, and our dog, she was a small white mutt with a thick coat and bright eyes, was curious but not reckless. Whenever she slipped out, I would usually find her within a few blocks, sniffing around the alleys behind houses where people left out their trash. That was her favorite place to explore. The minute she saw me, she'd drop whatever she was interested in and come running back, tail wagging, ready to head home. It was no big deal. Just a little adventure for her and a minor hassle for me. But this time was different. It started like any other. I noticed the back gate swinging wide open and, sure enough, she was gone. I grabbed my jacket and my shoes and started walking around the neighborhood calling her name. At first, I figured she was just a few houses down, maybe sniffing a trash bin or chasing a squirrel. I called out softly at first, then louder as I moved farther from home. The day was fading, and the air was cold but still. The sky was overcast, gray and low, making the streets feel darker and quieter than usual. I checked all the usual spots, behind the old bakery, near the small park where kids played after school, along the alley by the convenience store. Nothing. No sign of her anywhere. No little white shape darting around, no bark or yip. It was strange, because she always stuck close by and never strayed far. I started to get that uneasy feeling deep in my chest. The kind you get when you know something isn't right, but you're not sure what. My footsteps quickened, and my voice cracked a little as I called her name again, louder this time. I walked further than I ever had before, past blocks I barely knew, into areas with townhomes and rental properties where I rarely went. The streets were quieter here, more empty. The houses sat close together with small yards fenced off by tall wooden panels. After what felt like an hour, though it was probably less, I was nearly ready to give up. My throat was dry, my legs ached, and the cold was creeping into my fingers and toes. I had been walking for miles, my eyes scanning every corner, every shadow. I was almost in tears, thinking maybe she'd find her way home on her own, or maybe someone else would find her and bring her back. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a slight movement behind one of the wooden fences. It was subtle, a flicker, a flash of white fur. I thought I heard a yip. My heart jumped. I stepped closer and peered over the fence. There she was. My dog was in the backyard of a house I didn't know. She looked dirty and wet, her white fur matted with mud and grime. She was chained to a post in the yard, pulling at the chain, barking, and trying to get to me. Even from that distance, I could see the desperation in her eyes. The collar she wore glinted faintly, her tags clinking as she moved. I knew it was her. I just knew. I didn't understand why someone would chain her up like that. She was harmless, friendly, and scared out of her mind. I thought maybe whoever lived there had found her running loose and wanted to keep her safe until they could figure out what to do. I felt relief mixed with confusion and a growing sense of fear. I rang the doorbell. After a long moment, the door cracked open just a bit, and an older man appeared. He was Asian, with graying hair and a tired look. I waited, hope rising in my chest. People were talking inside, voices raised and muffled, but no one came to the door. "Hello," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm here about my dog." He looked at me suspiciously, eyes narrowing. "What dog?" he said, his voice cold. "The little white dog in your backyard," I replied, pointing behind me. "She's mine." He hesitated, then said flatly, "We have no dog here." And he tried to close the door. I stuck my foot in the way and pushed it open again. My heart was pounding. "The dog in your backyard. Right there," I shouted, desperate. My dog barked loudly, her voice urgent and frightened. The man looked in the direction I was pointing, then back at me, his face twisting into an annoyed grimace. "Oh, that dog," he muttered without conviction and stepped inside, closing the door behind him. I stood there stunned, my mind racing, unable to believe what I had just heard. How could he deny something so obvious? The dog was right there, chained to a post in his backyard. I circled back around to the yard, ready to climb the fence if I had to get her back myself. I couldn't just leave her there, chained and scared. I was terrified about what might happen if I didn't get to her soon. Then, from the patio door, the man came out again. He walked slowly across the yard, and my dog immediately cowered, staying as far from him as she could. I noticed how tense she was, how her body trembled under his presence. Without a word, he unchained her from the post and opened the gate. The moment the gate swung open, she bolted toward me, practically leaping into my arms. I knelt down and held her tight, feeling the mud and grime on her fur. the wetness from whatever she had been through. The man just walked back inside without saying anything, his face dark and scowling. I didn't ask any questions. I didn't want to know. All I wanted was to get her home safe. The walk back was long and quiet. My dog stayed close to me, tail tucked between her legs, clearly shaken but relieved. When we got back home, I made sure the gate was firmly closed and locked. That day, the gate never opened again without me double-checking. I never forgot the look in that man's eyes. The way he tried to deny my dog was his. The way she shrank away from him. I never understood why he did what he did. Whether he had taken her from the street or stolen her from someone else. Whether he meant to keep her or just trap her temporarily. I only knew I never wanted her to be that far away from home again. After that, if she ever slipped out, she stayed close, never more than 50 feet from the house or the fence. One time, I even found her sitting patiently just outside the gate, waiting quietly, like she knew better than to wander too far. That experience changed me. It made me realize how quickly things can go wrong, how even a familiar place can hide danger, and how fragile the safety of those you love really is. It also made me appreciate the small, everyday moments, coming home, closing the gate, knowing your dog is safe at your side. No one else in my family ever knew the full story, how close we came to losing her for good. But I carry it with me, a memory of fear, relief, and the quiet determination to never let her out of my sight again. When I was younger, I shared a room with my little sister. The room was small but cozy, with 2 beds pushed up against opposite walls and a small wooden dresser between the window and the door. We had matching nightstands with lamps that gave off a soft yellow glow at night. I always slept on the side closest to the door because it made me feel safer somehow. My sister slept by the window, where the moonlight would spill in if the curtains weren't fully drawn. The house itself was old, creaky floors, thin walls, and windows that rattled whenever the wind picked up. It wasn't unusual for noises to echo through the house at night, especially when the wind howled. But it was still our home, and I felt comfortable there most nights. One particular night stands out, though. I was lying in bed, just about to fall asleep, when my sister whispered sharply from her bed. She said, "Look at the door." I turned my head slowly, feeling a strange chill run down my spine. Standing in the doorway was a dark silhouette of a man. I couldn't make out any features, just a tall, shadowy figure, still and quiet. I stared at him for what felt like an eternity, my heart pounding loud enough I thought he might hear it. There was a light switch right next to my bed, so without thinking too much about it, I flicked it on. The room flooded with light, but the doorway was empty. No one was there. Just the empty hallway beyond the door, dimly lit by the light from the hall. My sister and I looked at each other, eyes wide. Neither of us said anything for a moment. Then, we called out for our dad. He came in, rubbing his eyes like he'd just woken up, asking what was wrong. We told him what we saw, the man in the doorway. He sighed and said it was probably just our eyes playing tricks on us. Maybe the shadows from the streetlight outside, or the way the darkness stretched down the hallway. He turned off the light and said to try and get some sleep. I lay back down but couldn't stop thinking about that figure. The fact that it disappeared when the light came on didn't make it any less real in my mind. I kept glancing at the door, half expecting to see the shadow again. The next day, I went downstairs early, hoping to shake off the unease from the night before. I found my dad sitting at the kitchen table, staring straight ahead like he was deep in thought, but his eyes seemed empty, distant. I asked him if he was okay, and he didn't respond right away. Finally, he said quietly, "Was the man you saw tall?" His voice was low, almost hesitant. I nodded. He didn't say anything else, just stared down at his coffee cup, twisting it in his hands. Over the next few weeks, the same shadow showed up again, sometimes to me, sometimes to my sister, and even my parents. It always stood in the doorway, silent and still, just a dark outline against the light from the hallway. Each time someone saw it, they'd flick on the lights, and the figure would vanish without a trace. No footsteps, no sounds, nothing to explain its presence. And no one could ever find any sign that someone had been there. What made it more unsettling was that each family member saw it at different times, never all at once. It was like it waited for the right moment, always silent, never moving. Sometimes I'd catch my dad staring at the doorway like he was waiting for it to appear again. The tension in the house grew, even though no one talked about it much. We just knew it was there, lurking in the background. Years passed, and the shadow never went away. It became a strange, unspoken part of our lives. Sometimes it would show up multiple nights in a row, and other times it disappeared for months. It never seemed to want anything, never tried to scare us out loud or move closer. Just standing there, a shape in the darkness, as if watching. There was no rational explanation. We looked for everything, security cameras on the property, tried to set traps, but never caught anything. We asked neighbors if they saw anyone suspicious, but no one did. Our family was well known in the neighborhood. Everyone trusted us and never worried about safety. Yet that shadow stayed with us, a quiet, unsettling presence no one could explain. Sometimes I wondered if it was someone from outside watching us, but there was no sign of forced entry or anything missing. It was as if whoever, or whatever, it was could appear and disappear without leaving any evidence. No sounds of footsteps in the hallway, no knocks, no creaks. Just the silhouette, frozen in place. At night, I became afraid to sleep with the door open. I'd close it tightly, pull the blankets up over my head, and pretend the shadow wasn't there. My sister did the same. We never told anyone else about it. We didn't want to sound crazy. But deep down, the feeling of being watched never left. The house felt different. The usual creaks and groans of an old house became louder, sharper, almost like warnings. Sometimes I'd hear footsteps outside our room late at night, slow and deliberate, but when I'd sit up to look, no one was there. The air would feel colder near the door, like someone standing just outside the room. Our parents tried to keep things normal. My dad always said it was probably just our imagination, but I knew he was scared too. The way he'd glance at the doorway when he thought no one was looking said more than words could. One night, I woke up to a strange noise, soft breathing coming from the doorway. I froze, heart hammering. The breathing stopped as suddenly as it started. I waited for hours, eyes fixed on the door, but nothing else happened. When morning came, I told no one, afraid they might think I was losing my mind. The shadow never tried to harm us. It didn't move or speak, or do anything threatening. It just stood there watching, like a silent observer. It was the silence and stillness that made it so terrifying. Years later, after we'd all moved out and grown up, my sister and I talked about it again. Neither of us could forget that shadow. We wondered if it was some trick of the light, a neighbor playing a prank, or something else entirely. But we knew it wasn't a dream or a nightmare. We all saw it many times. Our father never really explained what he thought it was, but the way he asked if it was a tall man told me he might have seen it too, once or twice, maybe more than he admitted. The fact that he never tried to chase it away or call the police made me realize he knew there was nothing we could do. Looking back, I think about how strange it is that something so simple, just a dark shape, could unsettle an entire family for years. No flashing lights, no loud noises, no sudden attacks. Just a quiet, watchful presence in the doorway. It changed the way I saw our home and the nights I spent there. Sometimes, when I'm alone and hear a creak from the hallway or catch a shadow from the corner of my eye, I still remember that man in the doorway. And I wonder if he's still standing there, waiting silently in the dark, just beyond the light. At 16, I thought I knew the world pretty well, or at least my little corner of it. My grandmother was staying over for the weekend, which was nice. She always made me feel safe. But that night, everything changed. It started with a sound, faint and almost unnoticeable. I woke up in the middle of the night, that strange quiet that comes just before dawn, when the world is holding its breath. My bedroom was dark, but not pitch black. The moonlight sneaking in through the thin curtains gave the room a pale glow, enough for me to see shapes and shadows clearly. I remember blinking my eyes, trying to shake off the last bits of sleep. Then, my gaze landed on the doorway, where I had hung my freshly washed clothes over the frame to dry. That was my usual routine: wash my clothes at night, hang them on the doorframe, and let the cool night air do its job. But something was wrong. The clothes weren't still. They rustled softly, like someone was messing with them, pushing them aside with slow, careful movements. My heart started to race. I rubbed my eyes again, thinking I was still dreaming, but the motion didn't stop. My gaze focused more clearly, and I started to see what was moving behind the clothes. There were legs long, gray, and veined. They looked almost like they were carved from stone, but with a weird slickness to them, as if they were covered in some kind of thin, wet membrane. The skin was tight over the bones, stretched in a way that made the veins stand out like twisted black roots. I remember thinking how wrong it looked, how unnatural. Then came the fingers, or what I first thought were fingers. They were long, pointed sticks, thin as twigs but moving with a creepy, deliberate grace. These fingers slid through the fabric of my clothes, pulling and shifting them like someone trying to get a better look at something behind a curtain. It took a moment, but my sleepy eyes adjusted enough to make out the whole form. This thing was terrifying. I've never seen anything like it before or since. It was extremely skinny, almost emaciated, but with a strangely distended stomach that seemed to push out in an unnatural way. The skin was that same sickly gray, covered with thick, dark veins. Its chin was long and pointed, hanging low over its chest. The eyes were the worst part, huge, round, and without any lids. They stared at me without blinking, unblinking and hollow. There was no warmth or emotion behind them, just a cold, empty curiosity. Its tiny mouth was puckered, moving slowly, like it was sucking on an invisible lollipop. The soundless motion was unsettling, like a slow, soft clicking or sucking that I could almost hear in the silence. Its hunchback was grotesque, the way it jutted out beneath a strange, tattered hospital gown that hung loosely on its frail frame. The gown looked torn, like it had been ripped apart in a struggle or worn for years without care. It stood there, completely still except for the gentle movement of those stick-like fingers rifling through my clothes. Then it locked eyes with me. It stared, completely frozen, and for a moment, I felt frozen too. My breath caught in my throat. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. I was scared stiff. I shook my grandmother awake. She shared the room with me that weekend, and I desperately needed her to see what I was seeing, to help me. But even as I tried to wake her, I kept my eyes on that figure. The more I looked, the more details I noticed. The creature's head was oddly large and cone-shaped, tapering upward in a way that defied normal anatomy. Its skin looked hairless and shriveled, almost like it had dried out over time, but somehow still pulsing with that unnatural life. It seemed just as surprised I could see it, standing there frozen, like it hadn't expected me to wake up. Then, as my grandmother stirred, the figure vanished. 1 second it was there, and the next it was gone, as if it had melted into the shadows or slipped through a crack in the wall. After that night, everything changed. In the weeks leading up to the encounter, strange things had already been happening around the house. My bedroom door would slam shut on its own, and sometimes lock without anyone touching it. At first, I tried to rationalize it, maybe a draft, the old house settling, but it felt deliberate, like something was trying to keep me in or out. On some nights, I woke up feeling cold, like something invisible was crawling over my legs and feet. It was a terrifying sensation, like hands were touching me in the dark, but when I opened my eyes, there was nothing. My dreams became nightmares, worse than any I'd ever had. They were filled with shadowy figures and impossible shapes, faces with eyes too big and mouths that moved wrong. I'd wake up screaming, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding so hard I was sure it would burst. The encounter with that gray, skinny figure was the worst of it, though. After I told my parents about it, they took it seriously. They arranged for an exorcism in my room. I'm still not sure what to make of that, whether it really helped or if it was just my mind finding some kind of relief in the ritual. The people who came talked about cleansing the space, banishing whatever was lingering in the shadows. After the exorcism, the strange thing stopped. The door didn't slam anymore. I didn't wake up feeling hands crawling over me, and my nightmares faded away. I started sleeping better, though I never slept with my door open again. I didn't want to take any chances. Looking back, I still don't know if what I saw was real, or if it was something my stressed teenage brain conjured up from anxiety and fear. The gray figure was so grotesque and detailed that I'm convinced it was more than a dream, but there's no easy explanation. It didn't feel like a ghost or a spirit. It felt like something else entirely, something I can't describe with normal words. But one thing is clear. Whatever it was, it wanted me to see it. It didn't hide, and it didn't try to scare me away. It just stared, and for the first time in my life, I knew what real fear was, not just from the dark, but from the things you see in the dark that don't belong. I still think about that night sometimes. The way those long, pointed fingers moved through my clothes. The way those empty eyes looked at me, surprised I could see them. The way the strange hospital gown hung over that twisted, shriveled body. And I never, ever leave my bedroom door open at night. I lived in a bizarre little house as a child, a place so strange and narrow that it stuck in my mind like some sort of odd dream I couldn't quite shake. It wasn't just tall and thin, it was ridiculously so. It had 3 floors stacked on top of each other, a basement beneath, and an attic above. The whole house looked like something you might see in a picture book or a cartoon, all tall and skinny, like one of those old-fashioned row houses, but standing all alone, like it was trying to balance on the tip of its foundation. It was a freestanding, weird little thing, and it had quirks that I never fully understood as a kid but loved anyway. The house was old, painfully so. The walls creaked as you moved, sometimes even when there was no wind outside. There were 2 fireplaces, which seemed strange for such a small place, but they both worked perfectly. One was in the living room, and the other was on the 2nd floor, in the master bedroom. Both gave off the kind of warmth that smelled faintly of wood smoke and made the whole house feel cozy in winter, even when the wind rattled the windows and the cold crept in through every crack. The basement was its own odd world. Right in the middle of it was a shower stall, standing alone like some abandoned artifact. I never really knew why it was there or who had put it there, but it was weird and a little creepy, like the house had parts that didn't quite belong or weren't supposed to be there. The backyard was another odd thing. It was so small that you could barely take 5 steps without bumping into the fence. It wasn't a place to run or play. It felt cramped and boxed in, a tiny square of earth trapped by peeling wooden boards that leaned in from years of neglect. One of the most unusual features was the dumbwaiter, a rope-pulled dumbwaiter that ran from the kitchen, down in the basement, all the way up to my bedroom on the 3rd floor. It was old, with chipped paint and a wooden box that creaked when you pulled the rope. I loved it. I would pack little things in there and send them up or down, feeling like I had some secret elevator just for me. It was a little bit magical in its own way, despite being rusty and unreliable. The house felt like it had been designed by a bunch of people who didn't talk to each other properly. Like they all had ideas, but no one ever agreed on what the final plan should be. Half the charm of living there was how bizarre and unpredictable it was. But the house was old, and as time went on, it started falling apart. The heating system broke down repeatedly, the foundation shifted so often that the doors stuck, and the walls developed damp patches that smelled like mold. Repairs became constant, and eventually, the cost of fixing it all became too much for my parents. The house was just too strange, too old, and too full of secrets. We had to move. Preparing for the move was a huge task. I packed most of my things myself, carefully folding clothes, stacking books, and gathering my toys. I became obsessed with the dumbwaiter, throwing my stuff down it to the kitchen, then hauling boxes up again. My clothes were shoved so tightly into my closet that they formed a thick, heavy block, a solid brick of fabric that I couldn't easily pull apart. I was so focused on clearing out that closet when I found something I hadn't noticed before, something hidden above the layers of clothes and dust. There was a small door in the ceiling, an attic entrance. I had never seen it before, though I must have passed right under it countless times. It was dusty and a bit warped, the paint cracked and peeling like the rest of the house. But it opened with a quiet creak. Being an adventurous kid, I grabbed my thick brick of clothes to stand on and lifted myself into that strange attic space. The attic was nothing like the rest of the house. For one thing, it wasn't as dark as I expected. The space was lit faintly by old red Christmas lights strung up across the beams, their bulbs dim but still glowing softly after years of neglect. The ceiling was low and sloped, and the wooden beams were exposed, rough and splintered. The floorboards creaked underfoot, and everywhere I looked, there were cracks and holes that let glimpses of the rooms below shine up through the floor. But the strangest thing was how the attic looked like someone actually lived there. Not recently, but maybe once. The insulation was peeled back neatly, plastic sheeting pulled aside as if to keep dust and drafts away. There was an old hospital gurney, rusty and worn, piled high with sleeping bags and folded sheets. In one corner, a mint green refrigerator sat quietly, dusty but still plugged in. When I opened it, the inside was cold, a little musty, but it worked. I didn't know why anyone would keep a fridge up here, or who might have slept on that gurney, but it felt like a forgotten secret. Then I saw the bones. There were bones everywhere, stacked in piles around the center of the attic. I was young and didn't know much about bones, but I could tell that these were real, human and animal. Small ones like fingers or toes, large ones like ribs and skulls, all mixed together in disorganized heaps. Some of the piles were white and clean, but 2 of them were blackened, charred as if someone had tried to burn them but failed. The walls near those piles had dark smears, like someone had rubbed bones against the plaster to leave marks. The word sorry appeared scrawled more than once, smeared unevenly across the wood and plaster in what looked like bone dust or charred ash. I stood there, frozen, staring at the bones and the faded Christmas lights. This attic had been right above me for 8 years, all those nights when I had slept in my bed downstairs. A whole hidden world, forgotten and dark, had been living under the same roof. It didn't make sense. I didn't want to think about where the bones came from or what the sorry messages meant. The attic was filled with a silence so thick I could almost hear it pressing down on my chest. There was no one else in the house, and no stories my parents ever told. The whole time, I had believed the house was just strange and old, but now I knew it was more than that. It was a place full of secrets too heavy to speak. I climbed down slowly, feeling the wooden steps wobble under my weight. The dumbwaiter groaned faintly as I moved past it. The fireplaces flickered in their quiet rooms, and the small backyard waited outside, fenced in and still. The house felt different now, bigger somehow, as if it held things it didn't want me to know. When the day of the move came, I left without looking back. The house sat quiet behind me, tall and thin, holding on to its secrets. I never told anyone what I found in that attic. It stayed with me, a hidden part of my childhood that I buried deep, because some things, even if real, are too strange to explain. The house was gone from my life, but its weight stayed with me for a long time after. When my grandfather's company decided to set up an office in a remote part of a third-world country, they needed a place to live and work nearby. The company does timber and mining, so remote places are part of the job. They found a house that was unbelievably cheap, dirt cheap, even for the standards of the area. But as anyone who deals with property in places like this knows, if a deal looks too good to be true, there's usually a catch. The locals immediately warned my grandfather not to buy it. The villagers told stories about how the house was cursed, haunted, or at least unlucky. They said every family who ever lived there died in violent ways. They didn't speak openly about it, more like hushed warnings. When my grandfather pressed them, they'd just shake their heads and say, "Better to leave that house to the ghosts." But my grandfather, a practical man, didn't believe in superstition. He was used to dealing with rough places and tough people, not ghost stories. So, the company bought the house. The plan was to use the lower floor as the office and have the office manager live upstairs with his wife and 3 kids. The man was one of my grandfather's trusted employees, steady, reliable, a family man. The idea was to have someone local but trustworthy to oversee the operations on site. They moved in quickly. At first, everything seemed fine. The house was old, sure, but structurally sound. It needed some fixing, but nothing unusual for a building of its age and location. The area was quiet, isolated, which suited the company's needs. No distractions, no interference. Then the messages stopped coming. At first, my grandfather thought it was just bad signal or power outages. It was the middle of nowhere. Communications were spotty at best. But days passed, then weeks, and still no word. Calls went unanswered. Emails bounced back. No one heard anything. Concern grew. The silence wasn't normal. My grandfather sent messages through local contacts, trying to find out what was going on, but the answers were vague and unhelpful. The locals just looked away or muttered that the house was bad luck. Eventually, my grandfather had to involve the local police. He asked them to check on the manager and his family. After all, it wasn't just a job anymore. It was a family's safety on the line. The police arrived at the house and found a scene so horrifying that even the officers were visibly shaken. The house was locked tight. The lower floor, where the office was, showed signs of chaos. Inside the upper floor, the living quarters, was something no one expected to see. The man, his wife, and their 3 children were all dead. Not just dead, but hacked to pieces with a machete. The descriptions I heard later were difficult to process. The bodies were decapitated, limbs severed. The walls, the floors, and even the ceiling were soaked with blood. Blood spatters covered every surface. The police report mentioned that the amount of blood on the ceiling suggested extreme violence, enough force to spray it upwards. The bed in the master bedroom, an enormous old wooden frame, was pushed up against the door. It was heavy, bulky, and nearly impossible to move by one person, let alone in a frantic situation. Yet somehow, the man had barricaded the door with that bed, pinning his wife and children underneath it. The implication was chilling, either a desperate attempt to protect them or something more sinister. The locals said the only way to explain the strength needed was possession or spirits. I've never believed in that. What I believe is that isolation and madness can drive people to unfathomable acts. It's one thing to be alone in a remote place, but another when the pressure, fear, and loneliness build up with no relief. My grandfather had to pay off the local authorities, a few bribes here and there, to keep the details from leaking out. It wasn't hard. The place was so isolated, and the police weren't interested in causing a scandal. The deaths were officially ruled natural, although no one outside the company believed it for a second. Everyone who was told to keep quiet had to sign NDAs. The company swept it under the rug, hoping to move on, but no one wanted that job anymore. The next person offered the position refused. The second person promoted, they quit immediately. Nobody wanted to live in that house or set up the office in that place after what happened. I don't blame them, because what really happened in that house wasn't ghosts or curses. It was something far worse, a man pushed to the edge, alone in a strange place, with nothing but his own mind to wrestle with. No one checked on him for weeks. No one heard his calls for help, if he ever made them. The blood-soaked room, the barricaded door, the mangled bodies. Those were the last moments of a man who lost everything and himself. When I think about it, I picture that house standing there, empty and silent, waiting. Not because of some supernatural presence, but because it became a prison. A place where hope died, and no one dared to enter again. The company eventually abandoned plans to open that office. They rented other spaces nearby and never sent anyone to live in that house again. It stands there to this day, a grim reminder that sometimes the most terrifying things are the ones we create ourselves, in isolation and desperation. No spirits, no curses, just a broken man and a broken place. It was around last year when everything happened, though it feels like a lifetime ago now. I never really knew Kevin well. He was more of an acquaintance, someone I recognized but never really talked to much. He lived in one of the campus dorms, and we shared a few classes, but not much more than that. So when he went missing, it didn't immediately hit me as something personal. I had no idea until that night, the night everything came crashing down. The university sits right beside a mountain, a big, rugged stretch of land that most students barely explore. There's a small spring on the far edge of campus, almost hidden from the main buildings by trees and steep rocks. It's not really a place students go to often unless they're looking for a quiet spot or something out of the way. At least, that's how it seemed to me before everything happened. One evening, my housemates and I were hanging out in our shared living room when one of them pulled out her phone and pointed at the university's official Facebook page. There was a new post. At first, it looked like a regular campus announcement, but then the words hit us like a punch. The post said that 2 bodies had been found at the spring near the mountain. The words were cold and factual, but the shock they sent through us was anything but cold. We all froze. A spring? Bodies. Right there, on the edge of campus? I didn't think much of it at first, but then someone else brought up Kevin. They mentioned that he had been missing for almost a week. None of us had known. None of us had seen any news or heard any rumors until then. But now it was staring us in the face. Panic started to creep in. It was weird how someone you barely knew could suddenly make your stomach twist with fear. Because the more we checked the details, the more it became clear. The bodies were being identified, and one of them, there was no doubt, was Kevin. The report misspelled his last name, but it didn't matter. We all knew it was him. The name, the dorm he lived in, the time he had disappeared. It fit. Kevin was gone. He was one of them. The panic wasn't just mine. My housemates and I scrambled to figure out what to do next. We decided to meet with some of Kevin's dorm mates to try to learn more, hoping someone might have seen something or known what happened. I also called a few friends who had gone to the springs earlier that night, trying to get a better idea of what the scene looked like. But by the time they got there, the police had already taken the bodies away for autopsy. The spring itself was a quiet, almost peaceful place during the day. Green trees, soft rustling of leaves, the faint sound of water trickling over rocks. But now, in my mind, it was stained with tragedy. The idea of someone's body lying there, unseen for days, soaked and swollen in cold water, was hard to imagine. It felt wrong. So wrong. Days passed. and bits of information trickled out slowly. The police confirmed that the two had drowned. It was reported they went swimming that weekend, just before Kevin disappeared. What made it worse was the condition of their bodies when they were found. Being in the water for so long caused bloating, their skin softened and peeled, and small crustaceans had started eating away at them. The bodies looked almost unrecognizable, their skin marked by what seemed like lashes or scratches. At first, people thought it was some kind of terrible frat initiation gone wrong. The marks on their skin looked violent, as if someone had beaten them. But it was really just the water and nature doing its thing, the damage done by days underwater. The way they died was one of the most disturbing parts. Drowning isn't quick or easy. It's a slow and terrifying way to go. I thought about it a lot, the panic Kevin and the other guy must have felt, trapped in the cold water, struggling to breathe as the water closed over their heads. There was no way out, no help coming. Just the dark, cold water, swallowing them up. I remember sitting in my room, staring at the ceiling for hours after hearing the news. It was hard to accept. Kevin wasn't just missing anymore. He was gone. There was no hope, no rescue. The campus felt different after that, darker somehow. The mountain, which had always been just a background, a quiet edge to where we lived and studied, now felt like a place full of secrets and danger. My housemates and I talked less about it as the days went by. There wasn't much to say. We were just waiting for the final reports, for the official news to confirm everything. Kevin's dorm mates were devastated. Even though none of us were close to him, the tragedy made everything feel personal. At some point, the university held a small memorial for Kevin and the other victim. It wasn't a big event, just a few quiet words spoken near the campus chapel, but it was enough to bring a little closure. I went, standing with others who barely knew Kevin, but still felt the weight of his loss. The memorial reminded me that life could change in an instant, that people you think you know might be gone without warning. Kevin's death was a harsh lesson in how fragile life is. No matter how close or far we are from someone, the loss shakes us all. The mountain still looms beside the campus, unchanged but somehow heavier. The spring is quiet again now, but it holds a silence that feels heavy with memory. I don't think I'll ever forget Kevin, not because we were friends, but because of what happened to him, because it was real and raw and brutal, because it showed how quickly things can fall apart, how life can end in a place that once felt safe. Rest in peace, Kevin. When I think back to that night, it sticks with me, not because anything supernatural happened, but because it was so unsettling and real in a way I can't explain. It wasn't about ghosts or monsters. It was about a quiet, strange feeling that crept in without warning, and the way it connected to things long buried in our family's past. It started with my sister, who had always been a little different. When we were kids, my sister had an imaginary friend. She was very young, maybe 2 or 3 years old, when she first started talking about this friend. She said it was an older lady named E. My parents never thought much of it. It seemed innocent enough. She talked to E like she was right there, telling her stories, laughing, sometimes arguing, just the kind of thing a kid does when they have an imaginary companion. For a long time, E was just there, always present in my sister's little world. Then, around the time my sister was 4, she suddenly stopped mentioning E. No more talking, no more playing with her. It was like E just disappeared. At first, my parents weren't worried. It happens sometimes with kids. They outgrow those kinds of things. But I always found it a bit strange. There wasn't a slow fading away. One day, E was part of everything, and the next she was gone. Fast forward a few years. My sister was about 10, and we still shared a room. Our house was the one my mom grew up in, old and creaky, filled with the kind of memories that linger in the walls. Mom had to leave one evening because she got a call to go to the nursing home where Grandpa was. Grandpa wasn't well. He'd been sick for a while, but that day things got worse. Mom left in a hurry with my dad to be with him. I stayed home with my sister. She was in our shared bedroom doing whatever kids do when they're bored. I was somewhere else in the house, probably in the living room or kitchen, when I heard it. The radio in our room clicked on by itself. Not quietly either, it blasted loud, then quickly turned all the way down, and then went off. That happened 3 times, almost in a pattern. At first, I thought it was my sister playing around, messing with the radio to scare me or something. So I walked down the hall and opened the door. I was ready to tell her to cut it out, but when I looked at her, She was just sitting there on her bed, completely still, pale, and quiet. She wasn't playing with the radio. She looked scared. I went over to the radio to unplug it and stop the noise. When I looked, there was no plug in the outlet. No batteries inside either. It was the only radio in the whole house, an old one that only worked plugged in. But nothing was connected. I stared at my sister, trying to understand what was going on. Her eyes were wide, and she whispered something that made my skin crawl. It was EE. I saw her. It was EE. I was confused and a little freaked out. My sister was usually a level-headed kid. She wasn't one to make things up or lie. I didn't know what to think. I called Mom, who was still at the nursing home, and told her what happened. Mom didn't say much, just that she was upset and that Grandpa had just passed away. The timing was too perfect, too strange. My sister's imaginary friend coming back right when Grandpa died. The days after were heavy with grief. The house felt emptier without Grandpa. Mom and Dad were busy with funeral arrangements and trying to keep everything together. I put the radio incident aside because, honestly, I didn't want to think about it too much. I chalked it up to a coincidence or a weird electrical fault. But my sister never mentioned E again after that night. Then, a few days later, at the funeral, something happened that brought all of it back. One of the relatives came up to us, holding a small, old photo. It was black and white, edges yellowed with age. My sister looked at it for a long time, and then said quietly, "Hey, that's E." The photo was of my grandparents on their wedding day. My grandmother looked elegant and young, her smile soft but serious. The woman my sister had called E, the imaginary friend, was actually my grandmother. My grandmother had died long before I was born. Mom told me she was only 11 when Grandma passed away, and that after her death, her step-grandmother moved in and took over the house. My mom said that the step-grandmother had gotten rid of all the pictures and keepsakes that belonged to Grandma. There were hardly any photos left of her in the house where we grew up. It was like she was erased. Seeing that photo felt like a missing piece clicking into place. My sister had been talking to a real person, someone who had been part of our family long ago, but was gone now, forgotten in so many ways. For days after the funeral, I kept thinking about that photo and the radio. How could my sister have known what E looked like? She was too young to remember Grandma, and we had no pictures of her at home to show her. It wasn't something we ever talked about. That night, I sat in our shared bedroom and looked at the old radio. I thought about the way it turned on and off by itself, about my sister's pale face and quiet voice saying E's name. I wondered if it was just my sister's mind trying to make sense of losing Grandpa, or if it was something else, something tied to our family, to the house, to the memories locked inside the walls. In the end, nothing supernatural happened. No spirits haunted us, no magic brought the radio to life. What stayed with me was the feeling of connection, strange and real, between my sister and a woman she never met but somehow knew. It was a reminder that the past lives on in quiet, unexpected ways. Sometimes through memories, sometimes through things forgotten, and sometimes through the way a little girl sees the world. The house holds stories, some told and some silent, and that night was one of those moments when the past spoke just enough to remind us it's never really gone. It made me realize that family isn't just about who's here now, but about those who came before, shaping everything we are in ways we can't always explain. When I was in elementary school, my family decided to add on to our house. It wasn't a small project. It was supposed to be a big, beautiful addition that matched the old colonial style of our home. Our house was really old, built over 200 years ago, and my parents were very proud of keeping it as historically accurate as possible. The floors were softwood, worn down by time, and every detail mattered to them. The paint colors, the trim, everything had to be perfect and in line with how houses were built 2 centuries ago. Because of that, when it came to the new addition, my parents insisted on having all the wood trim painted. It was a deliberate choice, something that didn't sit well with the first contractor we hired. This first contractor was the kind of guy who didn't care much for tradition or quality. He saw the wood we bought, solid, good quality wood, and immediately thought it was a waste to paint it. He said it would cover up the natural beauty and that no one would notice anyway. My parents disagreed. They wanted the painted look because it was more historically correct for that kind of house. It turned into a back-and-forth fight. The contractor dragged his feet, refusing to do the job how my parents wanted. Months went by, Almost no progress was made, and yet somehow the contractor and his team were still getting paid regularly. My parents were frustrated but patient, hoping that it would get done. After about a year of arguing and almost no real work done, they decided to fire that contractor. That's when they found someone else through a connection. The family lawyer had met this new contractor at church. Most of the new contractor's crew also went to that same church, which my parents thought was a good sign. They figured people who shared the same faith would be honest and trustworthy. My parents wanted to be welcoming and kind to these workers, especially because we lived in a place where the summers were hot and unbearably humid. To be nice, my mom would send me outside regularly with drinks, lemonade, iced tea, and sometimes snacks for the workers. I was about 9 years old at the time, and I remember enjoying these small moments, carrying drinks and chatting with the men while they worked on the house. They were friendly, and I remember how patient and kind they seemed, especially this one guy named Kenny. Kenny was always around when the workers were at our house. He wasn't the official contractor, who hardly ever showed up, but Kenny seemed to be in charge on site. If the boss wasn't there, Kenny would take care of things, tell the other workers what to do, and make sure the job got done. He was the one who talked to my parents sometimes, and always made a point of saying hello to me when I brought the drinks. He seemed nice enough. He was never pushy or weird around me. At least, that's what I thought at the time. The work took a long time, about 2.5 years to finally finish. I was young, so I didn't pay attention to everything, but I remember the slow progress. The house was always dusty, with sawdust and wood scraps scattered everywhere. There were ladders leaning against walls, tools left out in the yard, and the sounds of hammers, saws, and drills every day. My brother, who was older and in middle school, sometimes stayed home alone with me while the workers were there. My parents trusted them enough to leave us there while they ran errands or went to appointments. Then, months after the addition was done and everything looked perfect, everything I thought I knew about those men changed. Kenny's name appeared in the newspaper. He had been arrested and charged with pedophilia. Before he even worked on our house, he had been on a sex offender registry, something the first contractor never told my parents. The new contractor, whose workers came recommended through church, had kept this information from my family. I was 9 years old. My brother was a little older. My parents had left us alone in the house with these men, trusting them because of their church ties, their smiles, their conversations. None of us knew the truth. Thinking back on it still sends a cold shiver through me. I can't believe how close I was to danger without knowing it. How could the adults around me not have known? How could they keep something so important hidden? My parents felt betrayed and furious when they found out. They immediately stopped all contact with that contractor and his team. My family moved quickly to make sure we were safe, but the thought of what could have happened is a nightmare that never really goes away. The entire experience was confusing and frightening for me as a child. I didn't understand all the details, but I remember feeling uneasy the moment I heard about Kenny's arrest. It felt like the ground shifted beneath me. The people who had seemed so kind, who had been around my family's home every day for years, turned out to be hiding a terrible secret. I wondered what might have happened if my parents hadn't switched contractors, or if they hadn't been so trusting. It took a long time for my family to rebuild that trust, both in other people and in the idea that our home was safe. We were more careful after that, more suspicious. My parents tightened up security around the house, making sure no strangers came in without them being there. They watched us closely when workers came around, and I became quieter, more wary of strangers, even if they smiled at me or seemed friendly. Now, as an adult, I still think about that time often. It's scary to realize how close I came to danger without knowing it. I keep wondering how many other families have gone through something similar, trusting the wrong people because of their connections or appearances. It's good to know that nothing happened to me or my brother, but it still feels like a warning, a reminder to always be cautious, to look beneath the surface, and to never assume that just because someone seems kind they are safe. This experience changed the way I see the world. It made me more alert, more careful with who I trust, and it taught me the importance of speaking up, even if it's hard. Because if I had known then what I know now, maybe things would have been different. And I don't want anyone else to be as scared as I was, or to have to carry that fear around for years after. When I was about 7 or 8 years old, something happened that I never really told anyone about. It's not the kind of thing you bring up in everyday conversation, but it stuck with me all these years, and sometimes, especially when it's quiet at night, I still think about it. I don't really understand what it was, but I know what I heard and felt, and it scared me so much I remember it like it happened yesterday. I was sleeping in my room, which wasn't very big, but had enough space in front of my bed to walk in a circle. I used to sleep with the radio on. My parents thought it helped me feel less alone, or maybe drown out other noises in the house. I remember that night, the radio was playing this slow, sad song. I don't remember the name or the words, but even as a kid, the music made the room feel heavier, like something was pressing down on me. It was a quiet song, but somehow it made the dark feel colder. At some point in the night, I woke up to a banging noise against my window. It wasn't a soft tapping or something small. It was loud, almost angry banging. At first, I thought it was just the wind. Our house was old and creaky, and I figured a branch or something had hit the glass. I pulled the blanket over my head, trying to ignore it, telling myself it was nothing, just the house or the weather. But then, the banging didn't stop. It kept going, slow and heavy, like someone was knocking or trying to get in. I didn't want to look out the window. The moonlight wasn't bright enough to see much outside, but the shadows on the curtains moved strangely. I told myself it was just my imagination playing tricks. Then, I heard something else, footsteps. Quiet, but steady, like someone was walking slowly in a circle around my bed. My room wasn't that big, but it had enough space to move around, and the footsteps sounded like they were pacing back and forth, step after step, going round and round. I had always been told that houses make noises at night, the wood settling, pipes creaking, the wind through the walls. But this didn't sound like that. It sounded like someone was actually walking, right there, in my room. My heart started beating faster. The footsteps didn't speed up or slow down, just continued their endless pacing, and the banging on the window kept at the same slow rhythm. The room felt different too. It started to get colder. I wasn't just imagining it. I remember my breath getting heavy and visible in front of me, like I was outside on a freezing winter night. I pulled the blanket tighter, trying to warm myself, but it didn't help. The cold seemed to come from the floor, from the walls, from everywhere at once. It felt like the room was closing in on me. The radio was still playing that sad song, and for some reason, the music mixed with the footsteps and the banging made my skin crawl. I wanted to scream or call out for my parents, but my voice caught in my throat. I was frozen with fear. I didn't want to open my eyes and see what was making those noises, but I couldn't stay still. I decided I had to get out of there. I had to get to my parents' room down the hall. I sat up slowly and swung my legs over the side of the bed, feeling every little creak the floor made under my feet. As I stood up, the footsteps stopped. The banging stopped. It was silent, too silent. I took a deep breath and started walking toward the door. My footsteps were quick but quiet. Then, just as I passed the spot in the middle of my room where the footsteps had been circling, I felt it, that cold again. It hit me like a wall. My breath came out in sharp clouds. I wanted to run, but I was frozen for a moment. Then I heard it, a voice, barely a whisper, almost lost in the silence, saying, "I'm lost." The words weren't loud, but they were clear, and they cut through the cold like a knife. It wasn't angry or threatening, just lost, like someone confused and scared, trying to find their way. That was all I needed. I didn't stop to think. I ran as fast as I could down the hall, out of the cold, out of the dark. I reached my parents' room and didn't even knock. I just opened the door and slipped inside. They were both asleep, and I crawled under their bed, the only place I felt safe. I curled up and cried, trying to calm down and wishing I could forget everything I had just heard. I don't remember how long I stayed under their bed that night. Maybe until morning. The banging, the footsteps, and the cold didn't come back, and the radio stopped playing when my parents turned it off later. In the morning, nothing was out of place. The window was closed and locked, the room was warm again, and my parents didn't notice anything wrong. I didn't tell them about the voice or the footsteps. I couldn't explain it, and I was too scared they wouldn't believe me. Looking back now, I still don't know what happened that night. Maybe it was someone outside who got confused or lost and was trying to find their way. Maybe the house was making strange noises that somehow sounded like footsteps and a voice. Maybe it was just my imagination, mixing fear and the dark and the sad music on the radio. But whatever it was, I know I was scared. And even now, when I hear certain quiet noises at night or catch a cold draft in my room, I remember that feeling, the footsteps, the cold breath, and the voice saying, "I'm lost." During my first semester of college, everything in my life changed faster than I could keep up. It wasn't just the new classes, the late nights studying, or the strange mix of excitement and loneliness that came with being in a new town. It was something much heavier. My grandmother, who I had always been close to, was diagnosed with terminal cancer. When I got the call from my mom, it was like the air got sucked out of the room. They told me she had maybe 2 months, but they wanted me to come home, to move in with her and my grandfather and help take care of her. It didn't feel like a choice. I packed up the few things I had at college and headed back to the house I grew up in, one I hadn't lived in full-time for years. The house was older, with creaky wooden floors that always seemed to sigh underfoot and narrow hallways that smelled faintly of lavender and old wood polish, the scents my grandmother loved. I stayed with them for almost 9 months. That stretch felt like an eternity compressed into moments. The days blurred together, doctors, treatments, quiet afternoons sitting by her bedside, the soft hum of the TV playing in the background, and the way the light came in through the lace curtains, softening everything in a kind of sad glow. She lost weight fast. Her hair thinned until it was almost gone, and her skin was fragile and pale. Sometimes she'd smile when I read aloud from her favorite books, or when my grandfather joked quietly by her side. Other times, she just lay still, eyes closed, breathing shallow and slow, like she was holding on to every second she could. I stayed in the house mostly alone during the day, helping with chores, making food, running errands. Nights were the hardest. The house was so quiet then, except for the creaks and groans old houses make as they settle. When she finally passed, it was just before dawn. I was there, holding her hand. After she was gone, the house felt different, heavier, emptier. In the days after her death, I stayed on. My grandfather needed help, and honestly, I wasn't ready to leave that house yet. It was strange being there without her. The rooms felt full of memories, but something else was there too. I started to notice things. At first, it was just small moments. Walking down the hallway to the bathroom, I'd catch a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye, something that looked like her, just standing there quietly. I'd turn, but no one was there. Sometimes, sitting in the computer room, I'd feel like someone was sitting right behind me on the bed nearby, a presence that wasn't threatening, but was definitely there. It never scared me, but it made me jump or stop what I was doing. It was like she was still around, watching or waiting quietly. The house was old, and I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks, that grief was making me imagine things. But it was the details that stuck with me. The faint creak of floorboards in the hallway, the soft shifting sound of someone settling on the bed, the brief warmth that felt like a hand brushing past me in the quiet. I never saw a face or anything that felt real enough to be called a ghost, just moments that made the house feel alive in a way it hadn't before. One night, a girl I was seeing at the time stopped by unexpectedly. I was out in the garage looking for something when she called me back inside. The laundry room was right next to the garage, with the door between them usually closed. When I came back into the house, we hugged for a moment, both feeling the usual nervous energy that comes with new relationships. Then we heard it, something running on the tile floor, fast, heavy, nails clicking sharply as it moved closer. It wasn't just footsteps. It was the unmistakable sound of a dog running through the house, making quick turns, paws hitting tile with sharp taps that grew louder and louder until we both saw it. It came around the corner, a blur of movement darting straight between our legs. Then, like it was the most natural thing in the world, it ran through the closed door back into the garage. We froze, just staring at each other, dumbstruck. The garage door was closed, and the house had been empty of pets for years. The dog that sounded like it was running through the house was one my grandparents had owned a long time ago, one that had passed away when I was barely 2. I only knew the dog from old pictures. It was impossible. The silence after that was heavy. Neither of us said much, and eventually we left. The whole night felt like a strange dream that didn't quite make sense. I tried to explain it away. Old house noises, my imagination, stress, grief. But the sound of those paws on tile stayed with me. It was too clear, too real to ignore. Living in that house, everything became a kind of waiting game. Waiting for what? I wasn't sure. Sometimes it felt like waiting for things to settle, for the weight of loss to lift. Other times, it felt like the house was holding its breath, just like me. I didn't see the dog again. The noises didn't come back in the same way. But that night stayed with me. The way the sound made the empty house suddenly feel full again, like a piece of the past had slipped through cracks in time, or maybe through memory. In the end, I left the house for good. I couldn't stay in a place where the past felt so close it could reach out and touch you. But even now, years later, when I'm in a quiet house or walking down a dark hallway, I still remember the way those paws sounded on tile, and the brief moment when something impossible felt as real as the floor beneath my feet. When I was 18, my grandfather's health was getting worse. His heart had been acting up for a while, and after my grandmother passed away 3 months before, he was more alone than ever. I started going to see him every morning. It wasn't anything big. I'd just get up early, make my way to his house, and spend time with him. Sometimes, I'd help him with little things around the house, like fixing a light bulb or straightening up the living room. Other times, we'd just sit quietly and watch TV. The house felt different since Grandma died, quieter, emptier, and a little colder. Grandpa had always been a strong man. He was the kind of person who didn't like asking for help, who'd rather tough it out than admit he was struggling. But I could tell things were hard for him. His steps were slower, his voice a bit weaker, and there were more moments when he'd just stare out the window, lost in thought. Sometimes I wondered if he missed Grandma as much as I thought he did. It wasn't just about missing her company. It was like a part of him was gone too. The mornings I spent with him were sometimes awkward, because there wasn't much to say. We didn't talk about the hard things, like his heart or how lonely he was. Instead, we talked about small things, the weather, a funny commercial on TV, or what I was planning for school. I wanted to make those moments light and easy, for both of us. Still, there was this weight underneath it all that I could feel but never quite knew how to lift. June 7th was a day I'll never forget. I remember waking up early, the air outside already thick with summer heat. The sun had barely risen when I walked over to his house. It was a small, old house with peeling white paint and a porch that creaked when you stepped on it. The garden was overgrown, the flowers my grandma used to tend now wild and untamed. I didn't care about any of that morning. All I cared about was seeing my grandfather. When I opened the door, I immediately noticed something different. Grandpa was sitting in his favorite armchair, the one by the window where he could watch the street. But what struck me most was his face. He had the biggest smile I had seen on him since Grandma passed. It wasn't a forced smile or a polite one. It was a real smile, one that lit up his whole face and made his eyes sparkle a little. He looked at me and without hesitation said, "Guess what? I'm going to see your grandmother in 2 days." I remember standing there, frozen. It didn't make sense. My grandfather wasn't the type to joke about things like death, especially not something so serious. I thought maybe the heat was messing with his mind, or the medicine. I thought he might have lost it. But there was no confusion in his voice, no sadness or fear, just calm certainty. For the next 2 days, something changed. Grandpa was different. He didn't complain about his chest pain or the dizziness. He didn't seem worried or scared. Instead, he was peaceful. Every morning when I came by, he greeted me with that same gentle smile. We spent time like we always did, sitting, talking, watching old movies on TV. But those days felt lighter somehow. The house, which had felt so heavy before, seemed warmer. He laughed at some old jokes, and even got a bit playful. It was strange but comforting. Then, on the morning of June 9th, I arrived to find the house quiet in a way I had never noticed before. The creaky porch didn't sound as I stepped in, and the usual smell of coffee and old wood was missing. I found him in his bed, peaceful and still. Grandpa had passed away in his sleep sometime during the night. The shock of that moment is hard to put into words. There was no warning, no sudden emergency, just silence. The fact that he had spoken those words, about going to see Grandma in 2 days, and then died exactly 2 days later, shook me deeply. It felt like he somehow knew, somehow understood something beyond what we could see or explain. The days after his death were strange. The house felt empty again, but this time, it wasn't just because Grandma was gone. It was because he was gone too. The silence was heavier, and the room seemed colder. I kept thinking about that smile he had in the last 2 days of his life. It was as if, in those moments, he found peace that we never knew he was searching for. It wasn't fear or sadness in his heart, it was acceptance. I spent hours going over those days, trying to understand how he could be so calm, so sure. Some people might say it was coincidence, or that his mind was playing tricks on him because of his illness. But I know better. I know that he faced what was coming with a quiet strength and grace, and that made it easier for me to say goodbye. Looking back, I realized that those last 2 days were a gift. Even though it hurt so much to lose him, seeing him smile and find peace before he died helped me cope with the grief. It's strange how sometimes the hardest moments can also hold the most meaning. I never told anyone about that day. I didn't want to sound crazy or make anyone uncomfortable. But every year, when June 7th comes around, I remember that smile and the strange calm in his eyes. It reminds me that even in the darkest times, there can be moments of light, and maybe, just maybe, some things are beyond what we can explain. It started as a normal afternoon, just like any other day after school. My friend and I were driving home, the car filled with the usual chatter and music that blasts from the radio when you're young and don't have a care in the world. We'd spent the whole day at school, just waiting for the final bell, and now, finally, we were free. The sky was clear, the streets were busy but not crowded, and the air smelled like summer heat starting to settle in. Everything felt normal, until it didn't. We came to a main intersection where the light was red, and cars lined up on all sides, waiting their turn. I was in the passenger seat, watching the cross traffic and the people milling around on the sidewalks. My friend was behind the wheel, usually pretty calm, but today he seemed a little too eager. When the left turn arrow flashed green, he hit the gas. The tires squealed just a bit as he accelerated, maybe a little too fast, and we pulled out into the turn. That's when I noticed the pickup truck. It was an older green model, maybe 10 years or so old, with paint faded from the sun and a rusty bumper. It pulled up right beside us on the left. I turned my head to look, and the driver caught my eye. He was bald, with a face rough like he'd been through a lot, scars, wrinkles, and a set of cold, angry eyes that sent a chill straight down my spine. He was yelling at us, his mouth moving rapidly, but his window was rolled up, so all I could catch was the furious energy radiating from him. Something about him wasn't right. The way he leaned toward us, the glare in his eyes, the way he kept gesturing wildly. It felt dangerous. I turned back to my friend and gave him a look, something like, "What's this guy's problem?" But before we could figure anything out, the light ahead turned red again, and we slowed down. The pickup was right behind us, and when the light stopped us, the truck pulled up alongside again, this time even closer, on the left side. I could see the veins in the driver's neck bulging as he pointed at us. His hand shaped into a gun, then he pulled it to his temple and made a fake trigger pull, like he was saying something deadly was coming our way. My heart dropped. There was no mistaking it. This was a threat. We tried not to panic. I motioned to my friend to keep the windows rolled up, and we both avoided eye contact. The guy started reaching for his glove box. I didn't know if he was going for a weapon or something else, but my mind raced through all the worst possibilities. Then the light turned green. My friend slammed his foot down on the gas pedal, and we tore out of the intersection. The tires screeched, and adrenaline shot through me. We both screamed at the same time, the sound mixed with the roaring engine and the pounding of our hearts. Behind us, the truck peeled out after us, accelerating faster than I thought it could, getting dangerously close to our bumper. The streets blurred as we sped through town. I scanned the houses, the storefronts, anything familiar that might help us lose this maniac. I told my friend we needed to get to my neighborhood, where I knew all the back roads, alleys, and hidden cul-de-sacs. If we could get ahead of him and slip into a quiet spot, maybe we could finally breathe. The truck stayed right on us, tailgating like a predator waiting to strike. It was too close, and every second felt like the seconds before a crash. We turned into the residential area, and I told my friend to speed up and take the first left into a subdivision. He nodded, panic clear on his face, and obeyed. The streets here were narrow, lined with parked cars and thick trees. We wove through the roads quickly but carefully. After a few blocks, I spotted a cul-de-sac that looked busy, cars parked, some people walking dogs, a few kids playing on bikes a little way off. We pulled behind a car on someone's driveway, shutting off the engine and trying to stay quiet. We sat frozen, the silence in the car almost louder than the chase had been. After what felt like an eternity, we saw the green pickup slowly drive past the street where we were hiding. The man inside didn't stop or even slow down. He just drove by, eyes scanning the neighborhood as if searching for something he'd lost. We let out a huge sigh of relief. The danger was gone for now. Neither of us said much. The adrenaline was fading, leaving us both exhausted and shaken. We knew we couldn't just sit there. Eventually, we called the police, trying to explain the situation as best as we could. The officer who came to meet us was calm and professional, listening carefully and asking questions. He promised to send patrols around the neighborhood for the rest of the evening. We waited until we were sure the streets were safe. Then I drove my friend home. The whole time, we kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the pickup lurking behind us again. But it never came. That night, when I finally got home, I sat on my bed and replayed everything over and over in my head. How close we came to something terrible. How quickly everything had changed from normal to nightmare. It was terrifying to think about what might have happened if we hadn't known the area so well, if the driver had actually pulled something out, if the police hadn't arrived soon enough. But it also made me realize how lucky we were. Lucky to be alive. Lucky to have a way out. Lucky that something inside me kept me calm enough to make a plan. And lucky that we never saw that man again. Even now, I remember the look in his eyes. The way he pointed the finger gun at us like a signal of death. It's burned into my memory. It's a reminder that sometimes danger comes when you least expect it, from a stranger on the road with no reason and no mercy. I still drive those streets, still watch my mirrors, but I'm more careful now, more aware, because that day taught me how quickly life can change and how important it is to be ready when it does. When I was a kid, I went to Manassas battlefield with my dad one late fall day. It must have been November because there was a sharp chill in the air, the kind that seeps into your bones, but doesn't quite freeze you. The grass on the hills was still green but looked wet with morning dew, or maybe lingering rain from earlier that day. The sky was a low, thick blanket of gray clouds, heavy with fog and mist that made the whole place feel like it was caught somewhere between night and day, even though it was early afternoon. Dad's old pickup truck was parked on a little hilltop that overlooked some of the battlefield. There were old cannons set up there, reminders of battles fought over 100 years before. The metal on the cannons was dark and pocked with rust, but they still held an air of quiet menace. Dad had brought us some McDonald's, and we were sitting on the back of his tailgate, eating fries and burgers, watching the mist curl through the trees and the tall grass. The air smelled cold and damp, with a faint hint of smoke, maybe from some small fire burning nearby, or the last of autumn's leaves turning to ash somewhere in the distance. I remember the way the fog blurred the edges of everything, like the world had been wrapped in soft cotton wool. It made the whole battlefield look like a painting, or maybe a photograph that had faded over time. As we sat there, Dad pulled out a pair of binoculars from the glove box. He handed them to me, saying, "Take a look over by the cannons." I lifted the binoculars and scanned the area. At first, I didn't see anything unusual, just the grass, the trees, and the rusty guns. Then, not far from where we were, maybe 50 or 100 meters away, I saw him. There was a man standing by one of the cannons. He was dressed in what looked like a full Civil War uniform, an old-fashioned Confederate gray coat with brass buttons, a slouch hat that hung low over his face, and worn leather boots that looked like they'd trudged through mud and dirt for miles. He was standing perfectly still, except for one arm, which was moving in a slow, deliberate wave, beckoning us to come closer. Dad looked through his binoculars too, narrowing his eyes. At first, he thought maybe there was some kind of reenactment going on, or someone dressed up for a history demonstration. The man's wave wasn't the usual hello wave. It was more like a come here wave. It had a purpose to it. Dad said maybe he needed help. So Dad stood up, grabbed the rest of our food, and started walking down the hill toward the man. I stayed behind, still holding the binoculars, watching the man closely. The fog made the edges of his figure seem soft and wavering, but his uniform was clear enough to see. He looked real, like a soldier waiting for orders, not some actor or tourist. Dad walked carefully, his boots crunching on the dry grass and dirt. I could tell from the way he moved that he was cautious but curious. When he got about 10 or 15 meters from the man, he slowed down and then stopped altogether. The man stopped waving then and turned his head slightly, like he was looking at Dad but didn't recognize him. That's when things started to feel strange. Dad's posture changed. He went from confident and steady to stiff and unsure, almost like he wasn't sure what to do next. He stood there for a few seconds, long enough for me to see it from where I was. Then, without any warning, Dad turned around and sprinted back toward the truck. I remember the sound of his boots pounding the dirt as he ran, faster than I'd ever seen him move. He threw open the truck's tailgate and started tossing everything inside: the food bags, the binoculars, even his jacket. He didn't say anything, just kept moving like he wanted to get away from that place as fast as possible. I jumped down from the tailgate and helped him pack up. The fog was thicker now, swirling around us like smoke. When Dad climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine, I asked him what happened, but he just shook his head and said nothing. On the way back home, Dad told me that as he walked toward the man, the figure had started to slowly disappear, like smoke evaporating in the air. The more he got closer, the less solid the soldier seemed, until he was just gone. Dad said it gave him a strange feeling in his stomach, like the kind of chill you get when you're being watched, or when something is terribly wrong, but you can't put your finger on it. What stuck with me the most was the look on Dad's face. He's a tough guy, Vietnam vet, no nonsense, the kind of man who's been through hell and back and doesn't scare easily. But that day, his skin was pale, his eyes wide and unblinking. I'd never seen him so rattled. From my point of view, though, the man never disappeared. He was still there, clear as day, standing by the cannon as Dad ran back. I kept watching him through the binoculars, trying to figure out what was going on. But the man didn't move again or wave. He just stood there, silent and still. We never went back to that part of the battlefield. Dad said he didn't want to feel that chill again, and I couldn't blame him. Every time he tells the story, he gets goosebumps and shivers like it happened yesterday. Sometimes I wonder what we actually saw that day. Was it just someone in costume, a prank, or maybe a man who'd gotten lost and confused? But the way Dad described the man fading away, and how he felt like something was deeply wrong, makes me think it was something else. No matter how I think about it, that foggy day on the hill with the cannons feels like a moment out of time, a moment when the past reached out to us, quiet and strange, reminding us that the land still holds the echoes of history in ways we don't always understand. When I was in nursing school, many years ago, I encountered situations that stayed with me for a long time, but none quite like the experience with this one lady. It was a moment that made me question how much control we really have in medicine, and how sometimes things just don't go the way we expect. This story isn't about ghosts or anything supernatural. It's about real life, real decisions, and something that felt deeply unsettling even after all the years I've been a nurse. The lady was admitted to the hospital during my clinical rotation. She was elderly, probably in her late 70s, with a long history of illness, heart problems, diabetes, and a host of other chronic issues. From the beginning, it was clear she didn't want aggressive treatment. Her chart was marked with a clear "do not resuscitate" order. She was firm about it: no code, no CPR, no intubation. It was part of her advanced directives, signed and witnessed before she got too sick. The nurses and doctors all respected her wishes because that's what nursing is about: respecting patient autonomy. She was calm and accepted her condition with a quiet dignity. But as time passed, her mental status began to change. It was subtle at first: confusion, moments of forgetfulness, and then more pronounced episodes where she didn't know where she was or who was around her. Her family came infrequently. At first, they agreed with her wishes, but slowly, something shifted. They began to talk about changing her status, even though she was no longer able to express her wishes clearly. They had power of attorney, meaning legally, they could make decisions on her behalf. The family pushed to change her code status from DNR to full code. They wanted everything done for her, even if that wasn't what she wanted before. It felt wrong to me and others on the floor, but because the family had legal authority, the hospital followed their wishes. The doctors updated her orders, and we adjusted our care accordingly. I remember feeling uneasy, thinking about the conflict between the woman's documented wishes and the family's new demands. Days later, the event happened. One night, the nurse on duty called for help. Her heart went into ventricular fibrillation. No pulse, no breathing. It was a full code situation now, and we had to act fast. CPR was started immediately. I remember the chaos in the room: chest compressions, bag mask ventilation, oxygen running high for lines accessed. The defibrillator was brought in, the paddles prepared, the doctor ready to deliver the shock that could save her life. But when the doctor pressed the button, nothing happened. The machine, which we trusted completely, refused to deliver a shock. The doctor tried again and again. The paddles were placed firmly on her chest, the settings double-checked, but the machine would not work. Time was slipping away with each failed attempt. We kept doing compressions, kept ventilating, but the defibrillator was silent. It was surreal. The doctor's frustration grew. He tried switching paddles, batteries, settings, anything he could think of. Still no shock. The whole team was tense and confused, glancing at each other, silently asking how this could happen. The machine was brand new, routinely checked and maintained. It had never failed before. Yet here it was, refusing to work in the most critical moment. Minutes later, the woman passed away. Almost immediately after she was declared dead, the machine powered up normally. It was as if the moment life left her body, the defibrillator started working perfectly again. Hospital maintenance checked it the next day. Everything was fine. No malfunctions or defects found. The machine had never failed before and never failed since. The timing was uncanny. No one could explain it, and the whole staff was shaken. We all knew the facts. Machines don't have wills or intentions. They don't choose when to work or not. But the coincidence was hard to ignore. We were all uncomfortable and unsettled by the experience. I've been a nurse for over 20 years now, and I have never seen anything like it before or since. It wasn't a ghost or anything mystical, just a strange, unexplainable moment in medicine where things didn't align with logic or expectation. In the end, the lady got what she wanted. Even though the family changed her code status against her wishes, when the moment came, the outcome was the same as her original directive. She was not resuscitated. It was a chilling reminder that sometimes, despite human efforts and legalities, certain things remain beyond our control. The body and fate have their own ways. This incident stayed with me through my entire nursing career. It made me think deeply about the importance of respecting patient autonomy, the limits of medicine, and the strange ways life and death unfold. It was a lesson in humility and a reminder that sometimes, even with all our technology and knowledge, things can still happen that we can't explain or change. I used to work as a cleaner at my school after classes finished. It was one of those jobs that wasn't too hard, but gave me some money and kept me busy. By the time I left each day, most of the students and staff had already gone home, so the hallways and classrooms were quiet, almost empty, except for the echoes of footsteps and the faint hum of fluorescent lights. The roads outside were usually pretty calm too. Since it was early evening, the streets were nearly deserted, only a few people scattered here, and they're heading home or walking dogs. I liked the quiet in some ways. It felt peaceful, a kind of calm after the busy noise of the day. But there was this one thing that didn't feel right. One day, not long after I'd started, I noticed a man walking behind me as I left the school. It wasn't like he was right on top of me, but he was close enough to be obvious. The first time I saw him, I didn't think much of it. Maybe he was just heading the same way. But something about him stuck with me. His face looked weird, like it was made of plastic or something fake. And he had this subtle smile, but it wasn't a friendly smile. More like the kind you see on those creepy dolls or mannequins in shops. That kind of smile that makes your skin crawl. I remember thinking it was strange, but shrugged it off, telling myself not to be paranoid. Then, about 2 weeks later, I saw him again. Same face, same smile. This time I felt my stomach tighten. He was behind me again, walking on the same street I was on after school. From then on, I started seeing him every single day. It became a weird routine. I would leave the school and the man would be there, some distance back, following me. Always the same. Same slow walk, same unsettling smile. I didn't tell anyone. I was 16, and I knew if I told my parents, they'd probably freak out and start driving me or making me avoid walking alone. That wasn't cool for someone my age. It felt like losing my freedom. Some days I tried to change my route, but it didn't matter. He would appear somewhere nearby, like he knew where I was going. It felt like he was waiting for me. I started watching the reflections in windows, trying to catch a glimpse of him behind me before I turned around. I'd quicken my pace when I saw him, but he matched me step for step. He never tried to get closer, never shouted or said anything. Just walked with that same creepy, plastic face and subtle smile. One weekend, I was walking to a friend's house. The route was similar to my usual way home from school, through the same streets and past the same corners. I wasn't thinking about the man much that day until I turned onto the main road. It was that long stretch where he always showed up. At the bottom of the road, I noticed a minibus parked by the curb. I could see through the windows, and sitting inside was the man. He was behind the wheel, staring straight at me. I swear it was like he'd been waiting there for hours, just watching. My heart jumped, and I fumbled for my phone, calling my friend. I kept the call loud, making it obvious I was on the phone, hoping it would scare him off. But when I looked back after turning around to keep walking, he was there, only about 2 meters behind me, that same creepy smile on his face. It wasn't just walking now, it was like he was pacing me. Every time I moved, he moved. I could hear his footsteps right behind me, matching mine exactly. I started to walk faster, almost running now, still on the phone. I told my friend to open the door and wait for me. When I got there, I rushed inside and locked the door behind me. I could hear him standing outside for a long time, maybe 2 hours, just staring at the window with that strange smile. After that night, I never saw him again. I moved away from that town not long after. I thought I'd left it all behind. But last weekend, when I went back to visit my parents, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. That same minibus was still parked in exactly the same spot at the bottom of the road. Empty, no driver inside. Just sitting there, like it had never moved. We were living with my grandparents at the time. The house was old, with creaky floors and thin walls that let the wind whistle through the cracks. It had the kind of quiet that makes you notice every tiny sound. The faint rustling of the trees outside, the ticking of clocks in the hall, the distant hum of the heater. I was 13, a bit of a scaredy cat when it came to dark, empty rooms. Still, I was left alone in the house one afternoon while everyone else went out. My aunt's room was just down the hall. It was an ordinary room, pink curtains that always seemed too bright in the sun, a dresser with some perfume bottles my aunt liked, posters on the wall, and her bed pushed against the far wall. On the nightstand next to the bed stood a 2-foot-tall Victorian-style doll that had been converted into a lamp. The doll was creepy, no doubt about it. It had a pale plastic face with dead eyes that didn't seem to blink or move, and a frozen, wide smile that stretched too far. Its dress was frilly and old-fashioned, faded from years of sunlight. The weirdest part was how the lamp worked. The doll's arm was jointed so you could lift and lower it, and to turn the lamp on, you had to hold the doll's cold plastic hand and move the arm up or down. The doll always faced the door, as if greeting anyone who entered the room. That day, I needed a blanket from my aunt's closet. The house was warm enough that I didn't need a light, and luckily the closet was right next to the door. I figured it would be easy, just a quick grab and go. I was trying to ignore the doll completely because the thing gave me the creeps. I kept my gaze fixed on the floor, taking slow, careful steps so I wouldn't make noise or draw attention to myself. The sunlight streaming through the window lit the room in a soft glow, but the corner where the doll stood was darker. I didn't want to look at it. I opened the door and stepped inside without looking up, immediately turning around, so my back was to the doll. The closet door was right there. I swung it open quickly and reached down to grab the blanket folded on the bottom shelf. The fabric was soft and warm. I pulled it out, still staring down at my hands, trying not to think about the doll at all. That's when something changed. The room felt different, not colder, not warmer, but brighter somehow, like a light had suddenly turned on. The air around me shifted, and I could feel the small hairs on the back of my neck standing up, uncurling from their usual flatness. I froze, my hand clutching the blanket halfway out of the closet. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to know what had changed. But part of me, the part that was wired for survival, knew I had to face whatever it was. Slowly, very slowly, I turned my head toward the room. My eyes landed on the doll. The doll's hand was raised. It wasn't just raised, the arm was lifted, pointing straight at me. The lamp was on. The doll's dead eyes stared right at me, frozen in that same awful smile, but now it was like it was intentionally watching me. I couldn't move. My heart pounded so hard I was sure the walls could hear it. The room felt unbearably still. Even the soft hum of the heater seemed to have stopped. I wanted to scream, to run, to get out of that room faster than I'd ever moved before, but my feet were stuck. Minutes passed like hours. I just stared at the doll, the cold plastic hand raised accusingly. I could feel my skin prickling, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I gripped the blanket tighter, and finally, my body snapped back into motion. I turned around and bolted out of the room without looking back. I slammed the door behind me and leaned against it, shaking. My mind kept replaying the image of the doll pointing at me, its unblinking eyes locked onto mine. I never touched that lamp again. From that day on, the memory of that moment haunted me. I wasn't scared of ghosts or anything supernatural. I knew there was no magic or spirits involved. But something about the doll, the way it moved, the way the lamp turned on without me touching it, it burned into my brain. It was the feeling of being watched and trapped in a moment you didn't understand. Something was wrong with that doll, with that lamp, and I never wanted to be near it again. For years after, whenever I thought about that house or my aunt's room, I'd remember that cold plastic hand raised at me like a silent warning. That image stayed with me, not like a nightmare, but like a shadow in the back of my mind, a reminder that sometimes the ordinary can turn into something deeply unsettling. About a month ago, I went over to my girlfriend's house. It wasn't anything special, just a usual visit. I'd been there plenty of times before, but this time something felt different the moment I stepped into the living room. I couldn't put my finger on it exactly. It was this subtle, heavy kind of feeling, like the air was thicker or something, and it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I brushed it off at first, thinking maybe I was just tired or stressed, but as I looked around the room, the feeling didn't go away. It only got worse. I soon realized why. They had replaced the old china cabinet they used to have with a new one. Or well, not new exactly. It was actually an antique piece that belonged to her grandmother, who had passed away just a few months before. Her grandmother had been sick for a while, bedridden in the hospital. I never met her. She died quietly, they said, and the family had brought this cabinet back from her house. It was tall, almost 6 feet, made of dark wood that looked worn but polished, like it had been carefully cared for over decades. It had 2 wooden doors on the sides and glass in the middle, and behind the glass was a mirror that ran along the back of the cabinet's interior. The cabinet held an assortment of old teacups and tiny porcelain baby dolls, things that probably meant a lot to her grandmother. I stared at the delicate little cups, their faded floral patterns and chipped edges, and the dolls with their cracked porcelain faces and fraying clothes. I felt a strange sadness, like I was looking at pieces of someone's life that had been packed away and forgotten. But the unease wasn't just sadness. It was deeper, like I was somehow out of place or not supposed to be there. I couldn't shake the feeling, no matter how much I tried. My girlfriend noticed me staring and asked if I was okay. I told her honestly that the cabinet made me feel a little off, like it was watching me or something. She laughed it off, saying it was probably just in my head, then got up to go to the bathroom. I stayed behind, still drawn to that cabinet. I wanted to get a closer look, maybe find some reason for why I felt so anxious. I moved slowly toward it, my eyes scanning the rows of teacups and dolls, tracing the shapes and textures. The glass front reflected the light from the living room, and I caught my own face for a moment. Then suddenly I saw it. A shadow in the mirror behind me. It wasn't solid or clear, just a silhouette, but it was definitely there. I froze. I blinked and looked again, but the shadow was gone. My heart started beating faster. I called out softly for my girlfriend, but there was no answer. Then, from the bathroom, I heard a sharp, shrill screech. It wasn't a normal sound, not like a scream or a shout. It was high-pitched and desperate, like someone in pain or terrified. I rushed to the bathroom door and pounded on it with my fists. The door opened slowly, and there she was, sitting on the cold tile floor, her face streaked with tears. Her breathing was shallow and uneven, and she looked completely shaken. She said she'd seen someone in the bathroom mirror, someone standing just behind her. I didn't say anything. I just helped her up, and we got out of the house as fast as we could, forgetting shoes, jackets, everything. We ran to my car and drove off without a clear destination. I kept my eyes on the road, trying to ignore the cold not twisting in my stomach. We didn't talk much. There was nothing to say. The unease was too heavy between us. After about an hour, I brought her back home. When we arrived, her mother was sitting on the front doorstep. Her face looked worn, and she told us she had been seeing shadows move around the house lately. Nothing specific, just fleeting, dark shapes out of the corner of her eye. That was it. No bright lights, no weird noises beyond what we heard. No explanations or stories about ghosts or curses. Just that quiet, heavy feeling and the unsettling presence we both felt that night. I'm someone who's always been curious about this stuff. I go out of my way to see things that people say are haunted or weird. I've gone looking for skinwalkers with friends. I've stayed up all night trying to catch signs of something strange. Most of the time, I find nothing. Just the normal creaks and shadows of old houses. But this night, this place, it was different. The fear felt real, like something was watching, waiting, but not in some ghostly way. It was something far more subtle and deeply unsettling. Something that didn't belong to a story but to the real, quiet edges of human experience. We never went back to that house again after that night. And honestly, I don't want to. Because what I saw wasn't some ghost or spirit. It was something that made me question what's really there in the spaces between life and death, in the quiet things people don't talk about, and in the memories that linger in things left behind. That cabinet wasn't just furniture. It was a container of all those unspoken stories and feelings, and maybe some parts of those stories never want to be forgotten. It was a regular school night, nothing out of the ordinary. I was sitting at the dining room table, working on my homework. The house was quiet except for the occasional scratch of my pen on paper. My textbooks were spread out in front of me, and the kitchen clock ticked steadily, marking the slow passage of time. It was probably around 9 o'clock. The evening had settled deep into darkness outside. I could see the front door from where I sat, a big old wooden door with a tall pane of glass running down the side, maybe 2 feet wide and 5 feet tall. The glass was covered by a thin lace curtain that let some light through, but still gave a soft, blurred view of the porch beyond. The porch light wasn't on, so the porch was mostly swallowed by shadows. The street outside was dead silent, nothing moving except the occasional flicker of a car's headlights down the road, miles away. The whole neighborhood was sleeping, or so I thought. I was focused on my math problems when I suddenly heard a faint noise coming from the porch. It was so soft that I almost thought I imagined it. But then I heard it again, the faint sound of the screen door opening. The screen door was that old kind, the kind that creaks when you open it or slam it shut. Except this time, it didn't creak. It opened with a slow, careful motion, like whoever was out there was trying not to make a sound. I stopped writing immediately and looked up. The screen door stood open now, barely moving in the slight night breeze. The lace curtain on the glass shifted gently. I strained my eyes, trying to see if there was anyone there, but the porch was dark and the shadows swallowed most of the space. I saw nothing but black. The porch was empty, or maybe the person was dressed all in black and blending in perfectly. My heart started beating a little faster. I didn't want to make a sound, didn't want to move. I was frozen in place, watching the door. The screen door stayed open for a minute, maybe more. No footsteps, no movement beyond the faint sway of the curtain and the occasional flicker of shadows cast by the streetlight in the distance. Then slowly, the screen door started to close, again, so carefully that it made no noise. The door swung shut with a soft, nearly silent click. The lace curtain fluttered back to its original position, and the porch was empty again. I waited, holding my breath, expecting to hear footsteps on the porch or on the walkway beyond, but there was nothing. No sound at all. I don't remember if I ever heard footsteps after that, but the silence was deafening. Whoever it was didn't run off or slam the door. They left quietly, like they never wanted to be noticed. I sat there for a long time after, staring at the front door, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I didn't tell anyone. It wasn't the kind of thing you talk about. It felt too strange, too unsettling. I kept waiting for something else to happen, for some explanation, but nothing did. The next few nights were uneventful. The porch light stayed off, the neighborhood stayed quiet, and the front door remained still. I never saw anyone on the porch again, but for a long time after, every time I did homework at the dining room table, I kept my eyes on the front door, waiting, wondering if I'd see that screen door open again, or if someone would be standing there watching. It was just a moment, simple, silent, but it stuck with me. Something real had been there, just beyond the glass and lace curtain, and it vanished without a trace. When I was little, around 5 or 6 years old, I lived with my mom in this old Victorian house at the edge of town. It was one of those houses with tall ceilings and long hallways that seemed to go on forever, even though it really wasn't that big. The wood floors creaked all the time, and there were little corners and dark spaces where shadows gathered. I was an only child, and it was just me and my mom, no dad around, and we didn't have many visitors. The house had a kind of quiet loneliness about it, even during the day. But it was at night that it felt different, almost like the house was holding its breath, waiting for something. When I was little, I had a big bed in a small room near the end of a hallway. My room was painted a soft blue, and I had a little night light that cast a warm orange glow, but even with it on, the corners felt too dark. I started noticing the laughing when I was still very young. It wasn't the kind of laughter you hear in the daytime, like children playing or people joking. This was a low, soft, sometimes high-pitched laugh, and it came mostly in the middle of the night. At first, I thought it was maybe my imagination, but the sound was so clear and close, it made my skin crawl. I would lie in bed, holding my blanket tight, listening to the laughter drifting from the hallway outside my door. Sometimes it was quick, like bursts of someone giggling. Other times it would go on, like a slow, teasing chuckle. It always sounded like it was right outside, just past my door, but when I peeked out, there was never anyone there. I told my mom about it one morning after breakfast. She looked at me and smiled gently, saying maybe the TV was left on in the living room or that the neighbors had a late party. She didn't seem worried, and I didn't want to scare her, so I didn't push it. But the laughing didn't stop. Every night I'd hear it. Sometimes it was louder, sometimes softer. It never came during the day, only at night when everything was quiet and still. I tried to cover my ears, but I could still hear it. It felt like the house was alive and breathing, and that laughter was part of it. One night, when I was about 6, something happened that I still remember like it was yesterday. I had just fallen asleep, or maybe I was drifting in and out, when I heard the laughter again. Only this time, it was inside my room. Not in the hallway, not outside, but right there in the dark with me. I tried to sit up in bed, but suddenly I felt something holding me down. It was like a heavy weight pressing on my shoulders, invisible but very real. My little arms flailed, but it was like someone had a tight grip on my shoulders, pushing me back down into the mattress. The laughter kept going, soft and close, like it was right next to my ear. I was frozen with fear. I couldn't move, couldn't scream at first. Then finally, my mouth opened and a scream tore out of me. My mom came rushing in, flicked on the bedside lamp, and pulled me close. She told me it was just a bad dream, that I was safe. But I shook my head. My shoulders, they hurt, I said quietly, almost too scared to say it. Mom lifted my shirt and gasped. There, clear as day, were 2 big handprints, like someone had grabbed me with strong adult hands, right on my little shoulders. They were red and sore, not bruised yet, but definitely marks from a hard grip. I didn't understand. I thought maybe I had imagined the whole thing. Maybe it was some kind of weird dream that felt real. I begged Mom not to worry, and over time I pushed the memory away like a bad nightmare. But that night stayed with me. The laughter, the pressure on my shoulders, the handprints, they haunted me whenever I tried to sleep. I learned to sleep with the light on after that, and sometimes I'd wake up to the faintest sound of laughter, but I tried not to think about it. Years later, when I was much older and far from that old house, I mentioned the story to my mom again, just casually like it was no big deal. Her face went pale, and she looked away quickly, saying, "I don't want to remember that." She never said more, and I didn't ask. Thinking back, it was the kind of thing a kid shouldn't have to go through. The house, the laughter, the invisible grip on my shoulders. It wasn't some ghost story or a silly nightmare. It was something real and terrible that no one wanted to talk about. And maybe that's why it stayed buried for so long, because some things are too painful to say out loud. I don't live in that house anymore. The Victorian house was sold years ago, and I've never gone back. But sometimes at night, when it's quiet and the wind moves the trees outside, I still hear that faint, distant laughter in my head. Not from ghosts or fantasy, but from a real place where I felt scared and alone as a little kid. Junior year of high school was supposed to be pretty normal. I had my usual routine: school, bus, homework, and hanging out with friends. One day after classes, I decided to get off the bus a couple of stops early. My friend lived nearby, and we had planned to hang out for a bit, just play some video games and chill before heading home later. The ride back was uneventful. I got off the bus, walked a short distance to my friend's house, and we jumped straight into a new game we were obsessed with at the time. We sat on the couch, controllers in hand, completely absorbed. The afternoon passed quietly. No one else was around. It was just us, the sounds of the game, and the occasional laugh when one of us messed up a move. Then, out of nowhere, my friend's mom's phone rang. She answered, and after a minute, her face changed. She looked serious and a little scared. She said something quietly to my mom on the phone. I could only catch bits of it, but it sounded angry and worried. I was sure I was about to get busted for not coming straight home after school. I thought maybe she had been trying to reach me and was upset I didn't answer. When I got home later, the whole vibe was off. My mom, my sister, and my sister's friend were all there, but they didn't look normal. They seemed tense, like something bad had happened. My mom's voice was sharp, almost like she was trying to hold back panic when she asked where I'd been after school and what I was doing. She didn't believe me when I told her I'd gone straight to my friend's house and stayed there the whole time. The way she looked at me, it was like she thought I was lying or hiding something huge. I got sent to my room, which wasn't unusual when I was in trouble, but the mood made it feel heavier. A few minutes later, my sister came in. She asked me the same questions. I gave her the same answer, and then asked why everyone was acting so strange. I didn't get a straight answer. They just looked at me like they didn't know what to say. That's when my mom told me what had happened while I was gone. She said she was in her bedroom when she heard someone calling my name outside the window. When she looked out into the backyard, she swore she saw 3 people: my sister, her friend, and a shirtless guy hugging my sister's friend from behind. The thing was, my mom was certain the shirtless guy was me. She said the voice she heard was definitely a man's, and the figure she saw looked like me without a shirt. Confused and worried, she went outside to tell me off. But when she got there, the guy was gone. Only my sister and her friend were out there, standing quietly. They said there had only been the 2 of them the whole time, no one else. My mom didn't believe them. She kept asking where I was, convinced I was hiding somewhere, and that they were covering for me. What made the whole thing even more unsettling was what I found out later. My sister's friend had come over that day because she needed someone to talk to. It was the 1-year anniversary of her fiancé's suicide. His name was the same as mine. My mom never knew any of that when she saw the figure outside. The whole thing shook us up for days. My mom kept replaying what she'd heard and seen. The voice, the figure, she was convinced it was real, but no one else could explain it. My sister's friend didn't want to talk much, just kept to herself. I spent a lot of time thinking about what it all meant. Was it some kind of trick of the mind? Had my mom really seen someone who wasn't there? Or was there a simple explanation we couldn't find? In the end, no matter what we thought, the experience left a mark. It was a reminder of how fragile things can feel when grief and loss are so close. How real pain can sometimes look like something else entirely, and how sometimes people see what they need to see in moments of deep emotion and confusion. We never talked about it much after that, but it changed how I looked at my family, at loss, and at the strange, sometimes unexplained moments life throws at you. I lived in an old apartment building in Oslo, a place that was beautiful on the outside, but had this strange vibe inside that I just couldn't shake off. The building was from the mid-1800s, and it showed in the worn wooden floors, the creaky doors, and the thick plaster walls. It felt like the kind of place that had seen a lot of people come and go over the years, all leaving tiny marks that slowly added up. I shared the apartment with 2 girls. We had all found it through some mutual connections, thinking it would be a cool place to live in the city. But after a few months, I was done. The weirdness started right away. There was one room in the apartment I never wanted to be in. It was off the hallway, smaller than the others, and colder, always colder. No matter how warm the rest of the place was, that room felt like it had its own temperature, one that dropped several degrees below the rest. I checked the radiator. It was working fine. The window was shut tight. Nothing explained why it felt that cold. What made it worse were the thoughts that came to me whenever I was inside that room. It wasn't just the cold. It was like my mind filled with images and feelings that I didn't want there. The kind of feelings you get when you hear a child cry in the distance, or when you see something small in trouble, but can't help. I tried to tell myself it was all in my head, but it wasn't just imagination. There was something about the atmosphere of that room, heavy and tense. I could only stay for a few minutes before I'd have to leave. I never stayed long in that room, but it was the worst of all the weird things happening there. My own room was the old living room, the biggest space in the apartment. It had large windows facing the street, with a view of the old cobblestone sidewalks and the slow rhythm of the city below. It was bright during the day and cozy at night. But one morning, everything changed. I woke up suddenly frozen, and the first thing I heard was a low growl. Not a human growl, but like an animal's, something fierce and deep. It sounded like a big cat, or maybe a snarling dog. The growl wasn't outside or in the hallway, it was right there in my room. The growl mixed with heavy breathing, almost like something was standing close to me. I tried to move, but I couldn't. My whole body felt like it was pinned down under a heavy weight. The more I struggled, the worse it got. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I kept my eyes shut because I was too scared to look, but I could still feel the presence. It was terrifying. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. The growling lasted for what felt like minutes, but maybe it was only a few seconds. Then it stopped, and the weight lifted. I gasped for air, my whole body shaking. I sat up and looked around the room. There was nothing there. No animal, no intruder. Just the quiet, empty room with morning light filtering through the curtains. I was so shaken that I didn't sleep in my room the rest of that day. I spent the day at a friend's place, trying to shake off the feeling, telling myself it must have been a nightmare, or maybe some kind of sleep paralysis. But even knowing the explanation didn't stop the memory from haunting me. Then there was the cat. One of the girls I lived with had a young cat, just about a year old. It was a small, friendly thing that loved to explore and curl up in the sunlit corners. The cat was always healthy, never sick or weak. But one day, everything went wrong in a way none of us expected. We were all just hanging out, doing normal stuff around the apartment, cooking, chatting quietly, maybe listening to music. Suddenly, the cat started making strange sounds. It wasn't meowing or purring. It was a horrible, guttural noise, almost like it was gasping for air. We found it lying on the bathroom floor, tongue out, eyes wide, struggling to breathe. None of us knew what was happening. We tried to calm it, but the noise kept getting worse, more desperate. It lasted for about 10 minutes, and then the cat died right there, on the cold bathroom tiles. There was no obvious reason, no signs of choking or injury. We were shocked and confused, and after that, the apartment felt even more suffocating, like the walls were closing in tighter. The cat's sudden death was the last straw for me. I started paying more attention to the building itself. The pipes were old and creaky, the wooden floors warped in places, and every step echoed through the thick walls. At night, the building seemed to settle in ways I hadn't noticed before. Doors would creak open slowly, floors groaned under invisible weight, and sometimes there was this strange smell, like damp wood mixed with something else, something almost metallic but faint. I checked with neighbors and did some research. The building had been through a lot: wars, fires, renovations. Apparently, it had been a home for many families over the decades. The cold room had once been a nursery. I read about a family that had lost a child there decades ago. Maybe that was why the room felt the way it did. But none of that explained what I felt in my own room, or the growling, or the cat dying so suddenly. I didn't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I am a skeptic. I need logic and facts. Still, there was something deeply wrong with that apartment. After the cat died, I couldn't stay any longer. I packed my things and moved out within a week. I told the girls I couldn't handle the place anymore. They seemed reluctant but understood. The weird energy was too much for all of us, even if they didn't admit it openly. Leaving that apartment was like stepping out of a fog. Once I was gone, I could breathe again. The city outside felt bright and alive, not like the shadowed, heavy place I'd lived in before. I never went back. I still think about that apartment sometimes. The cold room, the growl, the cat. I've tried to rationalize it all. Maybe the growling was sleep paralysis mixed with a dream. The cold was a draft from an old window. The cat's death some unknown illness. But even with those explanations, something about the place left a mark on me. It's the kind of place you don't forget, no matter how hard you try. I don't believe in ghosts or magic, but I do believe in atmosphere, and how places can affect us in ways we don't always understand. That apartment was real. The fear was real, and for me, that was enough. I was on holiday in Cancun, Mexico. It was the summer of 2005, and I was 15 years old. I'd been looking forward to this trip for months, getting away from England, the gray skies and damp cold, and finally experiencing the sun and heat that everyone talked about. The hotel apartment where my family was staying wasn't fancy, but it was enough for the week. Just a small kitchen, a living room, my parents' bedroom, and mine, which was right next to the bathroom. That afternoon, after a long swim in the hotel pool, I felt sticky and salty from the seawater. The sun was high, beating down hard, and the air smelled of sunscreen mixed with the faint salty tang of the sea. I was sweaty and itching to clean up before heading out to grab some food. I wanted to look decent, not like a soggy, half-dried fish. I walked through the apartment to my room, the cool tiles under my feet a relief from the hot air outside. The ceiling fan was humming softly, trying to keep the place bearable in the heat. I grabbed my towel and some fresh clothes, then headed into the bathroom. The light flicked on above the mirror, casting a harsh glow on the white tiles, the little soap dish, and the small shower stall with its slightly rusty curtain rod. I shut the door behind me, the soft click sounding louder than it should in the quiet room. I felt the cool air from the air conditioning spill in faintly through the vent near the ceiling. The apartment was on the ground floor, so the bathroom had no windows, just a solid door separating it from the rest of the place. I started to unbutton my shirt, peeling off the wet fabric, ready to step into the shower. Then suddenly, without warning, something landed on the back of my right hand. I froze. My heart jumped, and my first instinct was to yank my hand away, but curiosity and fear held me still for a brief moment. When I looked down, I saw it, something I wasn't prepared to see on my holiday at all. It was large, jet black, and its body stretched over the back of my hand, almost swallowing it whole. The thing had way too many legs for my comfort, long and spindly, and they moved with a twitchy, jerky rhythm that made me shudder. At first glance, I thought it was some kind of giant Mexican tarantula or spider. I was used to tiny garden spiders in England, maybe a few big ones around the house, but this thing was on a whole other level. It was like a nightmare creature, the kind you'd expect to see in a horror movie, not in a hotel bathroom. My skin crawled as I realized it wasn't just crawling on me. It was completely covering the back of my hand. The legs tickled, but more than that, it made my blood run cold. I'd never seen anything like it. My brain kicked into overdrive. I was 15. I wasn't a kid anymore, or at least I thought I wasn't. This was the moment to prove I could handle whatever the world threw at me. I told myself I could beat this thing, that I was in charge here. I could tame it, maybe even impress my family later by showing them how fearless I was. No creature, no matter how many legs or how many eyes it had, was going to take me down. So I made my move. With a sudden loud roar, a noise I didn't even know I had in me, I shook my hand violently, trying to fling the monster off before it could bite or worse. I stumbled backwards a bit and found myself perched on top of the closed toilet seat. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode. The black creature flew off my hand and landed on the floor with a soft thud. It lay there motionless. For a moment, I felt a surge of confidence. The beast was down, and I was still standing. I put one foot cautiously back onto the tile floor, ready to move closer and inspect the thing. Maybe I could catch it and show my family after all. But just as I was about to lean down, the creature stirred. It rose up slowly, legs unfolding in a weird, unnatural way. My stomach dropped. I let out a high-pitched scream. Not the confident roar from before, but a pure, terrified sound like a kid who'd just seen something impossible. I scrambled back up on the toilet seat, my hands gripping the edges tightly. The creature moved quickly now, scuttling across the cold tiles straight toward me. I couldn't believe it was climbing up the bathroom door, its many legs finding purchase on the smooth surface as if it belonged there. The toilet seat wasn't safe anymore. I was trapped. It felt like I was in a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. But then, as I stared, heart thundering in my ears, something strange caught my eye. This thing didn't behave like any spider I'd ever seen or read about. It had fewer legs than a typical spider, only 6, not 8, and the way it moved was awkward and jerky in a way that didn't seem right for a spider or a tarantula. Its body was bulky, but not furry or hairy like the ones you see on nature shows. Instead, it looked smooth and hard, almost like a shell. A flicker of recognition sparked inside me. I wasn't sure what this thing was, but I felt my fear start to ease a little. It wasn't a spider. It was something else. Carefully, I watched it move, trying to make out its shape in the dim light. The legs were long and thin, the body wider and rounder than a spider's, and it definitely wasn't jumping or spinning webs. The more I looked, the more I realized this was some kind of crab. A crab, in my bathroom, without a window? I couldn't imagine how it got in. The door had been closed the whole time. The apartment was on the ground floor, but the bathroom was sealed off. No vents big enough for a crab to crawl through. The thought of a crab lurking inside my bathroom was surreal. But here it was, this strange little creature with no pincers, just 6 long legs and a rounded body, moving awkwardly but determinedly. I slowly got down from the toilet seat, trying to stay calm and not make any sudden moves. I spotted the kitchen nearby, and my eyes landed on a metal pan sitting on the stove. Maybe I could catch it with that and get it out safely. Moving slowly, I grabbed the pan and slid it carefully under the crab. It tried to skitter away, but there wasn't much space, and I managed to trap it inside. My hands shook as I lifted the pan, holding the crab prisoner. I opened the front door of the apartment, stepping outside into the sticky heat of the Cancun afternoon. The sun was still high, bright and relentless, the palm trees casting long shadows on the concrete. The air smelled of salt and seaweed. Nearby was the lagoon, a dark, still pool of water surrounded by mangroves and tall grasses, the perfect place to release this strange intruder. I walked carefully, holding the pan steady. When I reached the lagoon's edge, I tipped the pan, and the crab scuttled off quickly, disappearing into the undergrowth. For a moment, I watched the water's surface, thinking about the crab and its strange journey. I hoped it found shelter, that it wasn't eaten immediately by a lurking alligator or one of the other creatures hiding in the water. I like to think it was tough enough to survive. I walked back toward the apartment, feeling a strange mixture of relief and lingering unease. The bathroom door was still open behind me, and I kept half expecting the crab to crawl back inside somehow. Back in the apartment, I took a long, deep breath and finally allowed myself to relax. The incident left me shaken but also strangely proud. I'd faced the unknown, the creepy and crawly, and come out on top. It wasn't the kind of holiday story I expected to have, but it was definitely one I'd remember. That night, as I lay in bed listening to the faint hum of the air conditioning, I thought about the crab and its unexpected visit. No ghost stories or monsters from fairy tales, just a real, strange creature that somehow found its way into my bathroom in Cancun. I realize sometimes fear isn't about what's out there, but what surprises you when you least expect it. And sometimes, all you can do is stay calm, be careful, and keep your wits about you. That little crab taught me that, even if it was just a small, strange moment in a big, hot vacation. I've never written anything down about this before. Honestly, I've talked about it very little. The memory's always been there in my head, clear as day, sharper than most things I did overseas. I don't know why it stuck the way it did. Maybe because it didn't make sense. Maybe because it didn't follow any of the rules the rest of the world seemed to go by. Maybe because I don't like not knowing what the hell I saw out there. This happened in Kosovo, during a deployment that had its share of quiet nights and ugly ones. My team and I ran a lot of night missions, long recon movements, quiet approaches, tight time frames. Nothing flashy, just miles of ground, eyes sharp, and silence. We had to move fast and stay low. I'd done these kinds of movements dozens of times, and usually they passed without much more than a close call with a patrol or a pack of feral dogs nosing around in the dark. We saw some weird things occasionally, figures that weren't there, lights we couldn't explain, but you chalk that up to adrenaline, lack of sleep, stress. Your brain fills in the gaps with whatever makes sense. This time was different, and I still don't understand it. It started like any other recon movement. We were tasked with checking out a suspected smuggling route. Intel suggested mortar rounds and mines were being quietly shuffled through a stretch of remote terrain to keep insurgents supplied. Our job was to confirm or deny. Simple. We'd be dropped about 20 clicks out, make our way through the AO, and hit our extract point before dawn. The route had us going over a modest ridgeline, across some sparse tree cover, and past a small orchard that sat a few clicks from a village. We weren't supposed to go near the village. Keep our heads down, eyes open, feet moving. 17 kilometers in total. No big deal. That night, the moon was full or damn close to it. Bright enough that we didn't need NVGs unless we were under thick trees. The terrain was in our favor, rolling hills, some scattered forest, nothing too thick or punishing. 7 of us total. Normally we ran as a 4-man team, but this time we had a few new guys attached. Training run, a chance to show them how to move at night without getting spotted or stepping on anything we couldn't walk away from. I took rear security, which I usually preferred. I'll stick with that, was ahead of me. We were good at working together. Quiet, efficient, understood the rhythm of each other's movement. If something happened, I trusted him to handle it. We made good time the first 10 clicks. Moved through the primary target zone without contact, saw no signs of movement, no trails of cargo being pushed through. Intel looked weak. We regrouped for a quick check. Water, ammo, head count. Everything was good. The new guys were green, but trying hard. You could see it in how they moved, stiff, too deliberate. But they were learning. We began heading toward the extract, which meant climbing a gentle hill and moving through the orchard I mentioned. I was the last to start moving, usual role. Just as I got up to follow, I heard a sound in the trees behind me. Not loud, a rustle, maybe 50 meters off. It didn't sound like someone moving, more like something shuffling, but it caught my ear. I turned and saw L, already looking in that direction. He'd heard it too. We didn't say anything, we couldn't, not out loud, but I gave him a hand signal. He nodded, and we started doing short bounds. I'd move 10 meters cover. He'd move past me. Then I'd move. Repeat. The team ahead of us was pulling away. The new guys weren't watching their rear, and the others were focused forward. That's fine. We'd catch up. The noise continued. Low, hard to place. Branches swaying just a little too much. The forest wasn't dense, but enough to hide something if it was keeping low and moving carefully. We both knew it could be anything, a dog, a deer, maybe even a farmer. Still, our job was to cover. If there was something back there, we had to know. I told L to break off and catch up to the team. I'd hold for a minute longer and watch. He hesitated a second, then moved. I crouched in the shadow of a fallen log. Waited. Watched. My rifle was up, cheek welded to the stock, sight trained where I'd last seen the movement. About 15 meters in front of me, a group of thin trees stood close together. Their trunks leaned slightly inward, forming a kind of funnel shape. I stared at that spot. Just waited. And then movement. Quick, almost silent, the trees shifted. Not from the wind. Something had pushed them. I didn't see what. No outline, no figure, just the swaying of the trunks and the faint crunch of dead leaves underfoot. Then stillness. 2 minutes passed. No sound. No movement. My breath slowed down. My pulse dropped to normal. I rose up and advanced slowly to the trees, scanning the ground, the branches. Nothing. No prints. No broken twigs. No disturbed ground. Just empty. L came back with the team. They surrounded the area. Everyone was loose and joking, giving us crap for getting spooked. Oh no, the scary trees. Stuff like that. It was all good-natured, the kind of thing you expect when you make a call, and there's nothing there. We laughed, brushed it off, and kept moving. We regrouped and began the final stretch. I fell into position at the rear again. L was ahead of me by about 20 meters this time. About 2 clicks later, we reached the orchard. The place looked beautiful in the moonlight. Neat rows of trees, evenly spaced. The ground was soft, not too muddy. The moon cast long shadows across the earth, creating these sharp lines of light and dark. It was the kind of setting that might have felt peaceful if we weren't geared up and wired tight. We moved in, staying low, using the trees as partial cover. The moon made visibility easy. I was just entering the orchard, maybe 10 meters behind L, when I heard the sound again. Not a rustle this time. A giggle. Soft. High-pitched. Like a little girl. And it came from somewhere off to my right, maybe 15 meters away. I froze mid-step. The sound wasn't malicious. It wasn't eerie in a movie sense. It was just out of place. Completely, totally wrong. No reason for it to be there. I scanned the trees, heart pounding. My eyes caught on one tree in particular, medium trunk, maybe a meter thick. Its bark was rough, full of knots and scars. As I stared, something changed. The knots on the tree, the dark spots and patches, began to take shape. It looked like a face. No, it didn't just look like one. It was a face. A child's face. Pale, smooth. Eyes open, blinking. A faint smile. Then a tiny hand lifted slowly from the bark and waved. Not frantic, just casual, like a kid waving from a porch. Then another giggle, and the face vanished. Back into the knots. I didn't breathe. I didn't think. I just bolted. Not a word. Not a glance behind me. I ran, caught up to Elle, fell into position, and said nothing. Not a damn thing. My brain was racing, trying to come up with an explanation. Maybe I was exhausted. Maybe I was seeing things. Trees do weird things in the moonlight. That had to be it. I didn't tell the team. I didn't even tell Elle. We reached the extract point without any further issues. Got picked up. Debriefed. No contact, no intel found, mission noted. The rest of the guys joked about the scare in the woods, and we moved on. 2 weeks passed. I got assigned to provide overwatch and security for a team of combat engineers. They were clearing a recently discovered minefield not far from a local walking path. Kids played nearby. The mines were old, scattered, maybe a panic placement by some militia force. The engineers were thorough and brave, and I respected the hell out of them. We found most of the mines, and they handled the disposal in place. I made sure no one wandered too close. It felt good to be doing something with a clear, positive outcome. When I got back to base, I was feeling good. Took off my boots in my room for the first time in a week. Then the door slammed open, and the rest of the team came in laughing. Except Elle. He looked pale. Quiet. Everyone else was cracking up, giving him crap, saying he was superstitious, that he was going soft. I didn't ask questions. Just let it ride. I figured maybe he'd seen a fox or a bird, and the guys were piling on. A few days later, we were sent to help some scouts with navigation and fieldcraft. Basic stuff. During a break, Elle sat beside me. He didn't look at me, just kept his eyes forward and said in a low voice, "What did you see that night?" I didn't know what to say. I played dumb. Shrugged. Probably just the dark messing with me. He nodded slowly. "Yeah, but I saw her too. Inside the tree." I didn't move. I didn't say anything for a long moment. Just stared ahead. He hadn't been close enough to me to see the tree I stopped at. He'd been at least 40 meters away. We hadn't spoken that night. I hadn't even turned to look at him after I ran up. No way he could have known what I'd seen. I didn't say much back. Just, "You're not crazy." That was the last time either of us talked about it. We never asked for details. We didn't want to compare notes. Whatever we saw, it didn't belong out there. It didn't belong anywhere. And it didn't follow the rules. It wasn't a ghost, wasn't a fairy tale, wasn't something that fit into a box. It was just wrong. We both avoided that area after that. Every time a mission took us nearby, we rerouted or handed it off. No one else ever reported anything. Maybe they didn't notice. Maybe they didn't want to. But I know what I saw. And so does Elle. And even now, years later, when I walk through a grove of trees on a bright moonlit night, I catch myself scanning the bark, just to make sure none of the knots are smiling. I remember it started just a little before Christmas. The streets were already full of decorations. Lights wrapped around telephone poles, wreaths on store windows, inflatable snowmen in people's front yards. It was one of those gray December afternoons where the sky felt like it had been holding back snow all day, but never actually delivered. I was with my friend. We'd just finished our final exam for the semester, and I remember feeling relieved more than anything. Not excited, just drained and relieved. We weren't celebrating or anything, just heading home to decompress. We were driving southbound on a major street I'd driven 100 times before. 4 lanes total, 2 in each direction. The road had that dirty salt look from days of snow and plowing. The red light ahead made me ease into a gradual stop in the rightmost lane. There was a side street to my right, 6 cars in front of me, everyone just waiting at the red. Nothing out of the ordinary. My car had barely come to a complete stop when I heard it. Tires screeching. It wasn't subtle. It was loud and wrong. You could tell it wasn't someone slowing down or braking in time. It was that sharp, sickening sound that makes your gut tighten before your brain catches up. Then the impact. A crunch of metal behind me and a jolt that threw my head forward and back in the seat. My friend shouted, just a startled, involuntary noise, and I immediately threw the car in park. It was a rear right hit. The kind that makes you spin slightly in place, but not enough to knock you into traffic. I stepped out, heart thumping, and saw the other car behind me. It was a mid-sized sedan, hood crumpled, one of the headlights dangling. The driver was already stepping out too, young guy, maybe my age. We didn't yell. There wasn't anything to yell about. He looked freaked out and embarrassed more than anything. We exchanged insurance information, started taking pictures of our cars. I remember thinking how cold my fingers were. I had gloves, but I'd shoved them in my jacket pocket when we left the exam. The sky above us looked almost purple in places, like it was preparing to snow, but didn't know how. I walked up the street a bit to get a photo that showed both cars in the frame and the street signs behind us. I checked to make sure the road was clear, just instinct. I could see a few hundred meters north, and there was nothing coming. So I stepped out into the left southbound lane, just for a second. Just long enough to frame the angle, snap the picture, and step back. But before I could even move again, my friend called out to ask me to unlock the trunk. He wanted to get paper out of his backpack to write down his witness statement. I took a step back toward my car, and that's when it happened. The air changed. I heard a roar, like an engine being pushed way too hard. I turned my head, and everything slowed down in that surreal way your brain does when it knows you're about to die. A car was coming down the northbound lane, probably doing at least 70 kilometers per hour. It wasn't staying in its lane. The driver, some idiot rubbernecking our crash, had drifted across the center line into the very lane I'd just been standing in. If I'd taken even half a second longer, if I'd hesitated, if my friend hadn't asked for paper, that car would have hit me dead on at full speed. I would have been airborne, crushed, dead. No question. Instead, it missed me by a foot. I felt the wind off it as it passed. I could hear the thump of its tires on the uneven asphalt. My legs felt like they turned into rubber. I didn't say anything. I just stood there, stunned. Everything after that moment felt off kilter, like my brain wasn't aligned with the rest of my body. We finished dealing with the crash. The other driver was apologetic, but I barely heard him. We left soon after and drove home mostly in silence. 2 days passed. I kept replaying that moment over and over. I could still feel the air split beside me. I kept thinking of how close I'd come, but I figured it was just one of those freak things. Bad luck, but it was over. That day, I went paintballing with the same friend and a couple others. The place was busy. It was just before the holidays and people were blowing off steam. We played a few matches, and in between games we'd hang out in the lobby area, which was a converted barn-looking thing with picnic tables and vending machines and cheap lighting. Everyone's supposed to take their masks off there, obviously, and you're required to keep your marker on safe and the barrel cover on. I remember leaning against the back wall. It was made of some old wood panels, cold against my shoulders. I was tired, but in a good way. You know that kind of tired where your whole body is a little sore and you're out of breath, but you're laughing with your friends? That kind of feeling. My friend walked up, said he was out of paint, and asked if I could spot him some cash. I reached into my jacket, pulled out my wallet, and leaned slightly to the right to hand it to him. That's when I heard it. A sharp, wet splat. Loud. Way too loud for the lobby. Not like someone dropped something. Not a thud or a bang. A paintball. I turned and looked at the wall. Right where my head had been, not even a second before, was a thick, orange-yellow smear of paint. A paintball had just hit exactly where my temple had been before I shifted. People were shouting. One of the kids across the room, probably 16, was putting his marker down on a table when the barrel cover slipped off. The safety somehow failed. The spring inside must have been faulty or loose. The marker went off. Fired a round across the room, unaimed. A 1 in a million angle. No one was even playing. It just happened. Fired once. Just once. Right at the wall. Right where my head had been. A paintball round hits at 250 feet per second. If it had hit me in the eye, even with the eyelid down, it would have done serious damage. Possibly permanent. If I hadn't leaned to the right, if I had stayed still, I would have caught it directly in the face. And the freaky part is, I didn't lean because of anything. I wasn't dodging. I just naturally shifted to hand my wallet over. That's it. One of those tiny movements you don't even think about. That might have saved me from losing my vision, or worse. At that point, I couldn't help but feel weird. Like the universe had just misfired twice and missed me both times. Once by a foot. Once by half a second. But again, I tried not to read into it. People say near-death experiences happen more than we think. I shrugged it off, at least on the surface. 2 more days passed. My friend group decided to go out drinking. Same core crew, a few extras. We ended up walking down one of the busier streets in the city, bundled up in jackets and hats, weaving around late-night crowds, passing restaurants with frosted windows and bar fronts glowing orange and blue. I'm a fast walker, always have been, so I was naturally ahead of everyone else by 20 or 30 meters. Every few minutes, I'd stop, turn around, and wait for them to catch up. They were laughing, stopping to look at stuff in store windows. I was cold and tired and just wanted to get to the bar. We were almost there when I looked back and saw them lagging behind again. This time, instead of stopping, I decided I'd just meet them inside. I started to turn forward again and take the last stretch when, for no reason I can explain, I stopped and turned back around. Maybe to yell something to them. Maybe just to see if they were coming. I don't know, but I stopped, and that saved my life. Because just as I turned, I heard an engine behind me. Not a regular rev, a full throttle scream. A Porsche, probably going double the limit. I had just passed the end of a side street where it apparently lost control. I turned my head just in time to see it swerve across the icy road and smash full speed into the side of a building maybe 10 meters in front of me. Not a glancing blow, not a fender bender, a straight-on collision. It hit the building almost at a right angle. The wall cracked and folded inward. The car's front end completely crumpled. Windows exploded outward. Airbags deployed. The engine block looked like it had been punched with a sledgehammer. If I had kept walking, if I hadn't stopped, I would have been right there, between the building and that car, caught in the worst possible place. There wouldn't have been a second to dodge. No last-second dive. No heroic moment. Just a body getting caught between 3,000 pounds of speeding metal and a solid wall. Instant. I stood there for a second, chest hollow. Not scared, just hollow. Like something had sucked the air out of the moment. People screamed. My friends ran up. I couldn't even speak. I just pointed. The driver was alive, barely, but blood was running from his nose and his hands were limp. Someone called emergency services. It was chaos, but I wasn't in the middle of it. I had stopped. Just barely. Again, 3 near misses in 6 days. 3 times I had stood exactly where I shouldn't have. And 3 times I moved. Just a little, just enough, and survived. Then Boxing Day came. I hadn't slept much that night. Too wired. I kept thinking about the crash, the paintball, the Porsche. Like static in my head I couldn't shut off. Around 3 a.m., I must have finally drifted off. But that sleep didn't bring rest. It brought something else. The dream was vivid. Too vivid. I remember jumping out of a moving van, my feet hitting pavement. My hands were holding a rope. My breath was short, panicked. I was in my own driveway, cold air in my lungs. The van was gone, but I knew in the way dreams tell you things without showing them, that someone was trying to kill me. I sprinted to the front door, slammed it behind me, tied the rope to the inside doorknob like it was some kind of trap, as if tying it meant the killer would be stuck outside. But then I realized the rope was taut. He was already tied to it,